Preface of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Preface. On the 29th of July 1853, His Excellency Lieutenant Governor La Trobe addressed a circular letter to a number of early settlers, nearly all of whom have now passed away, requesting information as to the time and circumstances of the first occupation of various parts of the colony. At least 58 letters or papers detailing the personal experiences of the pioneers of Victoria appear to have been placed at the service of Mr. La Trobe, who at the time contemplated writing a history of the colony. These papers remained in the possession of His Excellency until 1872, when, writing on the 19th of March to the Honourable James Graham, M.L.C., he said, "I have this day addressed a small parcel of some interest to be forwarded to you when occasion offers. As I am in the prospect of a move, as you know, in the course of the autumn, so taking time by the forelock, and attempting to put my house in order, I have collected a number of documents, addressed to me in 1854, by old colonists, to whom I applied for information respecting the early occupation and settlement of our colony. I intended to have made a certain use of this information myself, but from circumstances was prevented doing so. The day may come, however, when it may be considered of too great interest to be lost, and I therefore propose that the parcel should be deposited somewhere where it will be accessible when that day comes, say the public library or other public archives. On this point perhaps you will consult those who ought to be consulted. I think it may be a little early to make unrestricted use of the contents of these letters. In sending them to you, however, I am securing their being deposited where they ought to go." These documents Mr. Graham, in the judicious exercise of his discretion, in due course presented to this institution, and they are now, by the direction of the trustees, given to the public in the present volume. The letters record events which will recall to many persons still living old Victorian memories, and will have a great value for the future historians of Victoria as narrating the experiences of actual movers in the early scenes of our colonisation, while they will also possess interest as incidental contributions to the biographies of men who half a century ago began to encounter the hardships and perils which beset the pioneer in every part of this continent. These papers also contain interesting contributions to our knowledge of the Aborigines, their customs, languages, and conflicts with the white men, and although some of the incidents narrated have found their way into print before, they are now for the first time given in their entirety to the public. It cannot be claimed for these papers that they are infallible records of our early history in every point, but they do contain the first impressions of those who had ample opportunities of learning at the fountainhead what could be learned amid the hardships of the early colonial days. The short paper contributed by Mrs. F. A. Davenport of Hobart was presented to the trustees on the 21st of May 1884, and will not be uninteresting as coming from the pen of a lady who had special facilities for studying the Aboriginal language so far back as 1842. T. F. Bride, Librarian. End of preface. Section 1 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas, Victoria, Australia. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Section 1. J. M. McLeod, Tahara, August 18th, 1853. Dear Sir, in answer to yours of the 29th of July, only just received, I send you the following information, which I hope may be what you require. I landed on Indented Head from Van Diemen's Land with sheep in July 1837. In September I went with a party to explore. We went round Lakes Colac and Corangamite. We were the first who went round the latter. The farthest out station at that time was Mr. Ricketts on the River Barwon, 40 miles from Geelong. He had only been there about 3 weeks. The blacks had robbed him and were constantly driving his shepherds in with their flocks. As we came along the banks of Lake Corangamite, a great many parties of natives ran off into the stony rise, leaving everything behind them. They were on the mouths of small creeks which run into the lake, fishing. The stony, scrubby rises came so close to the lake they could not see us. We were within a few yards of them. We were stopped by the Pirron Yalloak. At night we could not find a ford, so we camped in the centre of a small plain, tethering our horses close round us, and kept a watch about all night. There were 7 of us. The natives were talking close to us the whole night, within 100 yards. At daylight 2 men came to us, when we made signs that we would not harm them. They came to ask for the black boy, Billy Clark. As it was about 3 weeks after Dr. Clark had taken him, they wished to know if we had eaten him, and said his mother was very sorry and cried very much. In October, I took up my station on the river Moorabool, Borhoneyghurk, 35 miles from Geelong. Mr. George Russell then lived on the Moorabool, 12 miles from Geelong, but had an outstation on the Lee, where his house now is. But about November the natives drove 3 men, 2 shepherds and a hut keeper, from their hut, notwithstanding the men having shot 2 of them. They robbed and burned the hut to the ground, so that Mr. Russell vacated that river for some months. In January 1838, G. F. Reid took up his station on the River Lee. Next came the Learmonths, Henry Anderson, occupying what is now John Winter's station, and the Yules near Buninyong, I think about March or April. About the same time, Stead, Cowie, and Robert Stiglitz came above me on the Moorabool, and about 12 months after, John Wallace and Egerton. In October 1846, my brother Hugh and I took up Benyo on the South Australian boundary, where he now resides about 100 miles from Portland, on the border of the Mallee Scrub. There were never many natives in that part. What few there are have been very useful, but they are dying off fast, as in all parts. There seldom a child is born, and when such a thing does happen, it soon dies. The first natives I saw after taking up my station on the river Moorabool was a party of about 20. I was shepherding my own sheep at the time, as all my men were shearing. I was 2 miles from the hut, but, as I had my double-barrelled gun with me, I signed to 2 of them to come and speak to me, as I wished to tell them that they must not come too near the hut. And it was many months before I did allow any to come, but sent their provisions to them when they worked for me. I have counted 340 together at their meetings in 1843 and 1844. Since I came to the Wannon, I have never seen more than about 70 together. I know of 12 quite young men who have died in this district within the last 2 years. I had 2 young men with their wives all last winter nursing them, at least 3 of them. One of the women, or rather she was quite a girl of about 13, got the provisions and cooked for the others who could hardly move, and appeared in great pain indeed. From being in the summer fine strong young men, they became perfect skeletons, and they are now perfect wrecks, although quite recovered. You are perhaps aware that I had one constantly with me for 9 years. His father and mother gave him to me when about 10 years of age, and he, as well as his parents, appeared to at once consider him my property. He followed me wherever I went, was in Sydney and Van Diemen's Land, and was very much attached to me. He grew a very fine man, and his tribe forced him to leave me. Fearing you may be in a hurry for an answer, I send this as it is, having received a kick in the hand from a colt today. I hope you will therefore excuse the roughness of it. Your most obedient servant, J. N. MacLeod. To His Excellency C. J. Latrobe, Esquire. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas, Victoria, Australia. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 2, from Hugh Murray, Colac, 18th August 1853. Sir, I had the honour, on the 10th instant, to receive your Excellency's letter, dated 29th July, requesting information as to the time and circumstances of the first occupation of the Colac country, etc., and have now the honour briefly to give your Excellency what information I possess. The Colac country was first occupied in September 1837 by myself, accompanied or immediately followed by Messrs. G. F. and A. Lloyd and William Carter. My flock consisted of 100 ewes, and theirs jointly of 500, which we joined together for mutual protection. These sheep were brought from Van Diemen's Land at a cost of about £3 per head, the price there at that time being £2. We were the only occupants of the country for about 6 months, our nearest neighbour being Mr. Thomas Ricketts, who occupied a station on the River Barwon, about 10 miles distant, at the point where Gellibrand and Hesse were last seen. Early in 1838, Messrs. Pollock, Dewing, Bromfield, and Mr. Briggs, for Captain Fyans, took up the unoccupied land around the banks of Lake Colac, They were followed by Misters Watson and Hamilton, and after them the Misters Manifold stretched out to the west, and towards the end of that year and the beginning of 1839 the squatters spread rapidly over the western district. All those persons I have named came from Van Diemen's Land, and brought their sheep from there, except Captain Fyans, who brought cattle from Sydney. I first heard of the Colac country from a party who were in search of Gellibrand and Hesse in August 1837, under the guidance of the Reverend Mr. Naylor, and I believe they were the discoverers of it. It may be interesting to state that this party, consisting of 14 men, fitted out by Mrs. Gellibrand for 3 months, at an expense of £700, when arrived at Lake Colac, allowed some of the Barrabool tribe of Aborigines who were with them to murder an old man and a child of the Colac tribe, whom they found on the banks of the lake, and afraid of retaliation from the tribe, fled back in haste next morning, having passed the night without fire for concealment, and gave up the search. The blacks brought with them, on the end of their spears, portions of the man and child they had killed, which I saw them eat with great exultation during the evening. They stayed at our tent in the Barwon on their return. The Colac tribe of natives was not numerous when we came here, men, women, and children not numbering more than 35 or 40. From their own account, they were once numerous and powerful, but from their possessing a rich hunting country, the Barrabool, Lee, Wardy Yallock, and Jancourt tribes surrounding made constant war upon them, and the tribe, from having been the strongest, became the weakest. The extent of their country was a radius of about 10 miles from Lake Colac, except on the south, where in the extensive Cape Otway ranges there was no other tribe. We had very little intercourse with them for the first 18 months, their demeanour towards us being always treacherous and dishonest. They never lost an opportunity of stealing our sheep, at first by night carrying off a few from the fold, but afterwards became more daring, and drove off a score or two in the daytime from the shepherd. These they would take to some secure corner and feast upon them, breaking the legs of those they did not at once kill to detain them. In such cases the settlers assembled and pursued them, and when their encampment was discovered they generally fled, leaving behind them their weapons, rugs, etc., which together with their huts were destroyed. I am happy to think that they met with more forbearance here than in many other parts of the country, and to be able to state with certainty that never upon any such occasion, or at any time since their country was first occupied, was one of their number shot to death, with one single exception, when I believe a man died of a shot wound he received after having thrown a spear, and while in the act of throwing another, at one of a party in pursuit of his stolen property. After about 2 years our acquaintance became more friendly, and they began to be employed upon our stations. I have, etc., Hugh Murray. To His Excellency C. J. Latrobe, Esquire. End of Letter 2.
Section 3 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 3 from J. H. Patterson, Moorabbie. Moorabbie, 15th of August, 1853. Dear Sir, I only received yours of the 27th ultimo last week, which will account for it not being replied to sooner. It will afford me much pleasure to give Your Excellency any information in my power on the subjects upon which you require it. In November 1836 I had shipped 6 cargoes of sheep from V.D. Land to Port Phillip, and landed myself early in December at Williamstown, and finding the country almost totally unoccupied, I took up the Green Hill station about 25 miles north, and posted an outstation at what is now called Bacchus Marsh, then without a white inhabitant. Soon after my occupation, say early in 1837, Messrs. James Clark, Bacchus, White Brothers, and I believe Messrs. Powlett and Green took up country beyond me to the west, called the Pentland Hills, and in an exceedingly short space of time that whole country was stocked with sheep from V.D. Land, as the arrivals at Geelong with sheep pressed up the Moorabool till they came in contact with the pioneers of Williamstown. In 1838 the White Brothers travelled west with their stock in search of another run, and took up a country about the Wannon, but met with great difficulties for the determined ferocity of the Aborigines, which ended in a conflict and great loss of life to the latter. The Messrs. Wedge the same year took up a run called the Grange, south of the Whites, and also, like them, experienced great annoyances from the natives. In 1839 they sold to William Forlong, who sold to me in 1840. At that period the country between that and Geelong was very thinly peopled, many parts being unoccupied, and that was taken up was thinly stocked. The aggressions of the aborigines in that quarter at that time were such as to call for the interference of the Crown Lands Commissioner, Captain Fynes. In October 1843 I took my family to a station on the north of W. Mollison's, which was taken up by Messrs. Dutton, Simpson, and Darlot in 1841 or 1842, who sold to Rule, a builder in Melbourne, from whom I purchased, and called it Turbury, after the aboriginal name of a large hill there. This station was in a state of nature, and on it I erected very considerable improvements, which are now used as an inn called the Pick and Shovel. The country down the Campaspe to the Murray and down that river was first, I believe, settled in 1840, but I cannot speak positively, as I did not visit it till 1846, when I selected some unoccupied country, which I named Pine Grove from the number of pines in that locality, on the plains to the south of the Murray and east of the Mount Hope Creek. At that period the country round was but lightly stocked. Mooraby, the station on which I now reside, was taken up by Captain Hutton about 1838 or 1839. He sold to Daniel Jennings, who sold to C. H. Ebden, who only held it about 3 months, when I purchased it in August 1851 at a very high rate, under the firm conviction that the orders of Her Gracious Majesty would be carried out in the fullest integrity towards the occupants of Crown land termed squatters. The aborigines have invariably shown themselves hostile to the settlement of new country, but became more reconciled as their intimacy increased with the Europeans. I have always been favourably disposed towards them, and tried to encourage those that visited my stations in habits of industry by rewarding them well when they did exert themselves, and I would have been most pleased had I succeeded in ameliorating their condition. But I regret to add I found all my endeavours fruitless, and, extraordinary to say, with civilization they are so fast decreasing from a constant warfare kept up amongst them, together with disease, that in an extraordinary short space of time I believe the race will become extinct. Should the foregoing remarks prove of any service to your Excellency, it will afford gratification to your most obedient servant, J. H. Patterson. To His Excellency C. J. Latrobe, Esquire. End of section 3. Section 4 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 4 from H. Norman Simpson, Charlotte Fields. Charlotte Plains, 24th of August, 1853. Sir, your favour of the 27th July I only received by last post. I do not exactly understand what you require me to state, but the following is a brief sketch of the circumstances attending my settling in Port Phillip. Any superfluous matter I hope you will excuse, and anything wanting I shall be happy to supply at any time you may require me to do so. In November 1839 I arrived in Melbourne by sea from Sydney on my way to South Australia, and made a tour through a considerable portion of the province, and wrote to my brother, who was then collecting a large stock in Manuroo, recommending the Portland Bay district, for which place the stock accordingly started, under the charge of Mr. J. M. Darlot. I may mention that it consisted of 13,000 sheep, 4,000 head of cattle, and 100 horses. When they arrived at Mount Alexander, my brother, who had come by sea to Melbourne, met them, and after exploring to the northward, decided on taking up the country on the Loddon instead of proceeding to Portland Bay. heavy losses from catarrh and scab, and the ewes having commenced to lamb, being the cause of his doing so. In about June 1840 he took up the station now known as Cairn Curran, and in the occupation of Mrs. Bryant, and during the year the stations now known as Charlotte Plains, Janevale, Langicorry, and Glenmona, comprising all the country from the range to the west of the Porcupine Mount to the Pyrenees. I returned to Sydney in January 1840, and did not again visit Port Phillip till June 1841, when I arrived overland, and shortly afterwards purchased the whole of my brother's stock and stations. On my arrival on the Loddon, I found my neighbours were Messrs. Campbell and McKnight on the stations now Mr. William Campbell's, and on which the Forest Creek and Friars Creek diggings are, Mr. Lackland Mackinnon on the station now belonging to Mr. W. M. Hunter, Mr. Colin Mackinnon on the station now Messrs. Joyce's, Mr. Donald Mackinnon on the station now Mr. Bucknell's, Mr. McCallum on his present station, Mr. Jas Hodgkinson on his present station, Mr. Catto on his present station, and Messrs. Heap and Grice and Mr. Chas Sharrat on the stations now occupied by Messrs. Gibson and Fenton, all the rest of the country to the northward being unoccupied. I almost immediately after my purchase sold the station now known as Cairn Curran to Messrs. Cole and Langdon, and shortly afterwards the station of Glenmona to Messrs. McNeill and Hall. In about May 1842, I took up the station now occupied by Mr. Morton, below Mr. Catto, and sold it shortly afterwards to a Mr. Sellers, on which then the lowest permanent water in the Loddon existed. In about 12 months afterwards, Messrs. Bear, Booth, and Argyle, Brain and Williams, and Thorpe took up extensive stations on the Loddon and Serpentine Creek, and the remainder of the Loddon down to its junction with the Murray was taken up in 1845 by Messrs. McCallum, Curlewis, Cowper, and others. From the time of my arrival on the Loddon, the aboriginal natives were concentrated under the charge of Mr. Parker at Jim Crow Hotel, Mount Franklin, and with the exception of murdering a Mr. Allen who had a small cattle station, which I afterwards purchased, between Mr. Catto and me, committed no depredations of any consequence, and were very useful to the settlers in cutting bark and at sheep washing. In the latter end of 1842, Messrs. Gibbon sold a small station they had taken up below Glenmona, on the 14th mile or Bet Creek, to Messrs. Foster and Stawell, who shortly afterwards occupied a large scope of country on the east side of the Pyrenees, and Mr. Colin Mackinnon, having sold his station on the Loddon, took up a station to the northward of them. In April 1843, I started with some stock to this station with the intention of taking up some new country, either on the Avoca or Wimmera. I passed the north end of the Pyrenees, crossing the Avoca, Avon, and Richardson, all of which were completely dry for from 15 to 20 miles to the north of my course, so much so that only for a timely shower I would have had to return. I made the Wimmera abreast the Mount Zero, the north point of the Grampians, and not liking the then parched and dusty Wimmera plains, I crossed over to the head of the Glenelg, and in June took up the station now known as Glen Isla, my nearest neighbour being Mr. Fairbairn, about 30 miles down the river. Mr. Chas Sharrat, who accompanied me, immediately returned, and in the course of a month or two brought his stock from Mount Alexander, and took up the country between me and Mr. Fairbairn. Immediately afterwards, Mr. P. D. Rose took up the country between me and the Grampians. At this time the whole of the country on the Avoca, Avon, and Richardson was vacant, as also was the whole of the Wimmera below the Ledcourt station, then owned by Mr. Benjamin Boyd, now by Mr. Carfrae. But in a few months, Messrs. Taylor and Macpherson, Darlot and McLachlan, Splatt and Pinsent, Wilsons, and Major Firebrace occupied the Wimmera down to Mount Arapiles. In 1844, I left Glen Isla in charge of my overseer and returned to the Loddon. Consequently, from personal knowledge, I can't enumerate any further particulars as to the occupying of the country. During my residence at the Glenelg, the Aboriginal natives were very troublesome, constantly taking sheep in large lots by force from the shepherds or stealing them from the fold at night. I had to follow them 3 different times, driving my sheep away, but each time overtook them, after several days' harassing tracking, and took from them all the sheep they had not eaten or destroyed, but not without running considerable risk in doing so, and having received several wounds from their spears and boomerangs. The last time in particular they broke the legs of about 60 of my sheep, leaving the poor animals to lie in a heap in a small yard in, of course, the greatest agony, and whilst I was examining them my horse and I were both severely wounded by a discharge of spears from a body of the natives in ambush. The whole of the country about the Pyrenees that I had passed thus on my way to the Glenelg was, in 1844, taken up by Messrs. Ellis, Elliot and Shore, Mr. James Campbell, Mr. Cottus, and others, and although it has been several times very nearly dry, it has never been completely so, as in 1843. In 1846, having purchased a station near Albury, I took up a large amount of country, on the Billabong Creek, about 30 miles northwest of Albury, but finding it impossible to dam the creek sufficiently full to ensure a permanent supply of water, I gave it up to Mr. Charles Huon, who, I believe, now holds it. I have had other stations in my possession by purchase, of which I know the particulars of occupation, but as you have most likely received these particulars from other sources, I do not consider it requisite for me to send them. I am, sir, your most obedient servant, H. Norman Simpson. To C. J. Latrobe, Esquire, Melbourne. End of section 4. Section 5 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 5 from John Carfrae, Ledcourt. Ledcourt, September 1st, 1853. Sir, I have the honour to acknowledge Your Excellency's circular of the 29th of July, requesting information connected with the taking up of this station, also with the habits and customs of the aborigines. In reply, I have to inform Your Excellency that, having been a resident on this station for only 5 years, I am unable to give you any authentic account of the first settlement. This, combined with all the original occupiers having left this district, must plead my apology in not going into any detail. Mr. P. D. Rose of Rosebrook has taken a wide circuit, including Ledcourt, and in his report has entered fully into this station. Therefore anything I could write on the matters would be merely repetition. I have given Mr. R. various little gleanings I have picked up since my residence here, which he has embodied in his report. Trusting my explanation will be a sufficient excuse for not entering into particulars, I have the honour to remain Your Excellency's most obedient servant, John Carfrae. To His Excellency C. J. Latrobe, Esquire. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 6. From David Fisher. Roslyn, Geelong, September 21st, 1853. May it please Your Excellency, I have to apologize for my apparent delay in replying to Your Excellency's circular of 29th July, requesting information upon the subject of the first settlement of Port Phillip, now the colony of Victoria. In this my reply, I have the honour to state that my remarks upon this subject will be confined to matters in which I was personally concerned, or what came under my own observation. In the year 1835 I was a resident of Van Diemen's Land, when the rumour of this fertile land reached that place, and induced many of my fellow colonists to make a voyage to spy out the land. Their report being favourable to Port Phillip as a grazing land, a number of persons formed themselves into a company under the style of the Van Diemen's Land Association, who, with some sheep, started for Port Phillip. With this party were the Messrs. J. and H. Batman and J. Faulkner. Mr. J. Batman and Mr. J. Faulkner settled at Doutagalla, now Melbourne, while Mr. H. Batman returned, and by his flattering accounts I was induced to forward to Port Phillip a flock of 750 sheep, with 6 freedmen as shepherds, under the charge of Robert Moody, Esquire, in the ship Adelaide. Mr. Moody, having settled the flock with the shepherds, returned, and again sailed in the Norval with 500 sheep and 5 shepherds. And on the next voyage of the same vessel I sent 1100 sheep and 7 men. On this voyage they encountered a heavy gale, and were compelled to run into what is now called Western Port, where it was deemed necessary to land the sheep, and in doing so my good friend Moody lost his life by the upsetting of the boat in a heavy surge between the ship and the shore. With the exception of 75 sheep which were recovered, this large flock became a prey to the natives and native dogs. On this voyage Messrs. Gellibrand, W. Robertson, and 1 or 2 other gentlemen visited Port Phillip. On their return I was made acquainted with the melancholy loss of my friend Mr. Moody, and then set about making arrangements to come over myself, and took my passage in the ship Caledonia, having Messrs. Strachan, Anstey, Gattenby, G. Russell, Dr. Thompson, and a few others for fellow passengers. We landed, after a pleasant voyage, at what is now called Williamstown, where Dr. Thompson pitched his tent, the others proceeding to Doutagalla, Melbourne. Here we found a house of entertainment where we could not get entertained. This building was of turf or sods, with a portion of wood, and comprised 6 apartments of a very primitive order, occupied by Johnny Faulkner as a public house, and was, of course, the Royal Hotel, it being the first and then only public house in the district of Port Phillip. Here we could get a glass of bad rum and plenty of water by paying a good price for the same, but we could get nothing to eat nor a place to sleep in. This celebrated hotel stood on the site now occupied by the Custom House in Flinders Lane or Street. Mr. Batman, having built himself a hut about the spot where the Clarendon Hotel now stands, hospitably invited us to share his home, for which we were exceedingly grateful, and dined, supped, and next morning breakfasted on a snapper fish and damper, our host being a bit of a fisherman as well as occupying the proud situation of High Constable, having been appointed by the Van Diemen's Land Association, under whose auspices Mr. Batman was thus the first and then the only man who wielded the baton of authority. The mansion house was a mud hut about 20 feet long and 12 feet broad, the one side of which was occupied by the family of our host, whilst our party, consisting of Dr. Cotter, Messrs. Anstey, Mager, Gattenby, G. Russell, my working overseer Ferguson, and myself, 7 in number, pigged on the other side in the best manner we could, and were thankful for the shelter. On the following day we got our luggage, provisions, etc., from the ship, and on the next day we started to find our way to Western Port, in hope of recovering the remains of my lamented friend Mr. Moody. We took an aboriginal for our guide, but he, being of a tribe near Sydney, was little acquainted with the Port Phillip district, and consequently no more use to us than to afford us a good deal of amusement by the antic manner in which he managed to roll himself over the soft mud creeks. On coming to a large creek or river which we could not ford, and not being over sure of our course, we considered it prudent to retrace our steps. Having spent 2 days and slept 2 nights in the bush, we were again grateful for the shade of friend Batman's hut at Doutagalla, Melbourne, where we were again hospitably received, and availed ourselves of our host's kindness for 2 days by way of resting. We then started for the Western District, some of my men having taken up a station on the river Werribee. Having found matters there to my satisfaction, we made our way downwards to the junction with the Barwon, which we followed to the station which had just been taken up by Messrs. Cowie and Stead, on the ground afterwards the racecourse, now a cultivated farm, the property of Joseph Griffin, and known as the Old Racecourse. Here we were kindly received, and passed the night. On the next morning we started for Indented Head, which had also been taken up by my men as a station. Here I found 2 of my men were missing, and was informed that they had been killed by the natives. Having seen the stock, etc., all correct, we spent 5 days searching for the remains of the poor fellows, without success. About 12 months afterwards, their bones were pointed out to me by an old aboriginal named Woolmurgan, who described the manner in which they met their deaths as follows. The men were on their way with a pack bullock laden with provisions for the Werribee station, and were met by a tribe of aborigines near the Murradock Hill. The men were both armed with fowling pieces, which caused the wary tribe to entrap them by a stratagem thus. By persuading one that he could shoot an emu, they got him to accompany a portion of their party to the one side of the hill, whilst, under pretence of having shot at a kangaroo, they prevailed upon the other to go in a contrary direction. Having thus managed to separate the men, the latter became an easy prey to these heartless savages, who also killed the bullock, and made themselves masters of a plentiful supply of provisions, and all the property in possession of their unfortunate victims. I had their bones gathered together and decently interred. After resting a day, we took a tour into the bush, following the course of the Barwon River to the sea, and much enjoying the romantic and picturesque scenery, particularly the Lake Connemara. Returning by an angle across the country, we made Corio, Geelong, where we were struck with the magnificent scene which burst upon our view as we reached the rise, now the centre of the town, known as Church Hill. The splendour and magnitude of Corio Bay, the gentle rise from the bay to where we stood, about 3/4 of a mile, and the like gentle fall to the river Barwon, the You Yangs, Station Peak, the Barrabool Hills, with all the varied scenery of hill and vale around, clothed in the beautiful verdure of nature, seemed to proclaim this spot as the site of a great mercantile city. Lost in contemplation, we were overtaken by night, and had the satisfaction of finding the shelter of a gum tree near the place now called La Trobe Terrace. Here we camped for the night. Next morning we made Messrs. Cowie and Stead's, where we were entertained with a comfortable breakfast, and likewise got our provision bags replenished. We then crossed the Moorabool River, and afterwards the Barwon at the place now known as Pollock's Ford. We tethered our horses in the valley and walked to the top of Mount Morier, from which elevated spot we had a beautiful prospect of this delightful district, and with the assistance of a good telescope we were able to trace the various windings of the rivers Lee and Barwon. Also from this mount we had another view of beautiful Corio and its lovely bay. In imagination we could picture a splendid city with the bay covered with ships of all nations, which fancies I have lived to see in part realized. This year, 1853, whilst yet under our first governor, a commencement has been made to remove the only impediment to the navigation of the bay. The town has been beautified by the erection of many elegant buildings, both public and private, and many more have been projected, some hastening to completion, whilst we have also had the pleasure of seeing the foundation stone of the first railway in the colony of Victoria laid in Geelong. Having thus far digressed from my subject, I must return to Mount Morier, where, having taken our bearings, we descended to where we left our horses, and there we encamped for the night, and next morning started across the country and made the river Lee at its junction with the Barwon, where I afterwards formed my home station. We then followed up the Lee River for about 6 miles to the place where Mr. Russell's station now is. Here we crossed the country in a direct line towards the Anaki Hills until we came to the Moorabool River, where we halted for the night. In the morning we ascended the highest of these hills, from which we had a most magnificent view of nearly all the hills, valleys, creeks, and rivers comprised within that portion of the country, now the county of Grant. We then proceeded to Station Peak, where our view was extended over the waters of Port Phillip, to the mountains on the opposite shore. From thence we took our course to the Werribee station, which we reached with much difficulty, and next morning we started for Dutagalla, Melbourne, intending to return to Van Diemen's Land, but finding that our ship had sailed, we had to content ourselves until her return. To fill up this time, we employed ourselves in building a house for Dr. Thomson near the spot now occupied by St. Paul's Church. In this we were engaged about 3 weeks, and our vessel having returned, we took our passage to Van Diemen's Land, with the full determination of returning to Port Phillip, having all been greatly delighted with this beautiful country. Being now satisfied that sheep farming would prove a profitable speculation in the new land, as Port Phillip was then called in Van Diemen's Land, we entered into a co-partnership to carry it out extensively. In this we were joined by Messrs. Swanston, Mercer, and Learmonth, and purchased up the shares and interest of the Van Diemen's Land Association. We took the style and title of the Derwent Company. In the latter end of the year 1836 I returned to Port Phillip for the purpose of forming the different stations, afterwards occupied by the Derwent Company, and pitched my tent at the south side of Geelong, on the north bank of the Barwon River, near where a bridge was afterwards built communicating with the Western District. Here I built the first house in Geelong worthy of the name. It is built of weatherboards of Van Diemen's Land timber, which house yet stands, and is still rather an ornament to what is now called Barwon Terrace. In this house I had the honour of receiving His Excellency Sir Richard Bourke, who had come hither to spy out the nakedness of the land, and with his suite encamped on the banks of the Barwon next to my house. It is worthy of remark that on the night of Sir Richard Bourke's arrival the district was visited by an earthquake, the shock of which was felt all over the district. Such a phenomenon has never occurred since that time, but I was informed by a very old native, King Murradock, that such had been felt before, but it was long, long ago. In the month of September, 1837, having finished my house and got all things comfortable for the reception of my family, I proceeded to Van Diemen's Land to bring them over, taking my passage by the James Watt, the first steam vessel that visited these shores. In the month of March following, 1838, I returned with my family, and having got them settled at Barwon Terrace, I proceeded to inspect the stations already formed, and also formed new stations at Mount Mercer and the Wardy Yalloak, and then, accompanied by Major Mercer, Mr. George Mercer, and our overseer named Anderson, started upon an exploring expedition to the interior, on which occasion we formed the station at Mount Shadwell, which was the farthest out station from Geelong on the eastward of Portland. During this tour I undertook a new occupation, Major Mercer and myself being occupied in shaving, which operation, being observed by some of the natives, afforded them much amusement, and one of them signifying a desire to be trimmed, I undertook the task, which I accomplished amidst the yells, shouts, and laughter of some 50 savages with their lubras, who enjoyed the affair very much, and thus I believe myself to be the first that shaved an aboriginal of New Holland, and that aboriginal the first that was shaved. Nor do I think he ever was shaved again, for his beard was very hard, and the razor none of the best, rendering the operation anything but pleasant, and I much doubt if he would ever again submit to the ordeal. This was nigh being my last joke, as soon after Major Mercer's servant, in taking a loaded piece from the luggage, by some means caught the trigger upon something, which caused the piece to explode, the ball passing under the Major's arm, striking a tin pannikin out of which I was drinking, and carrying it clean from my hand. The full details of this tour were kept by Mr. George Mercer, a copy of whose journal I beg to annex for your Excellency's information. From this time settlers were pouring into the district from Van Diemen's Land and New South Wales with their flocks and herds, and the land began to get peopled by mechanics and tradesmen. Stores sprung up in every quarter, and the whole country began to wear the aspect of prosperity. I here conclude this poor but correct account of what came within my own knowledge, and I feel assured that in most parts it will be corroborated by others, more able for the task than I am, in their returns to your Excellency's circular. But, should there be any particular transaction upon which your Excellency may think I can afford further information, I shall be most happy to furnish the same to the best of my ability. I have the honour to be your Excellency's most obedient servant, David Fisher. His Excellency C.J. La Trobe, Esquire. Mr. George Mercer's Journal of a Tour into the Interior of the Port Phillip District in the year 1838. First day, 22nd March, 1838. Started from the Wardy Yalloak S.W. to Elephant Hill, 22 miles through Tea Tree Scrub. Second day, 23rd March. Course, south to Manifold's Creek on the Saltwater Lake, 23 miles. Third day, 25th March. Course, west to Mount Appin, 12 miles Tea Tree Scrub. Bearings. First, Mount Marathon, northwest half north. Second, Mount Elephant, northeast by north. Third, Warrion Hills, east. Fourth, Mount Kate, southwest. Fifth, Mount Mary, north. Fourth day, 28th March, northwest 1/2 north to Mount Marathon, about 12 miles. Bearings from Mount Marathon. First, Mount George, west by north. Second, Mount Janfron, west. Third, Mount William, Grampians, northwest. Fifth day, 1st of April. Course, west by north to Freshwater Creek, 15 miles. Sixth day, 2nd April. Course, west by north to Mount George, 12 miles, no water. Bearings from Mount George. First, Mount Janfron, west. 2nd, Mount Alexander, supposed, northeast by north. 3rd, west end of Grampians, due north. 4th, east end of Grampians, northeast by north. 5th, Mount William, north-northeast, supposed. 6th, distant hill east by north. 7th day, 3rd April. Course, about north-northwest to Native Well, 12 miles. Brackish water. 8th day, 4th April. Course to southeast end of Grampians to river, 12 miles. Bearings from southeast hill, Grampians. 1st, Mount Alexander, supposed, east by north. 2nd, Mount Elephant, east by south. 3rd, distant range of hills supposed to be the Victoria, northwest. 9th day, 5th April. Course, northeast about 10 or 12 miles, no water. 10th day, 6th April. Course, northeast to Native Well near the hill, 10 miles, good water, but little. 11th day, 7th April. Course, northeast to creek near hill, Pyrenees, 3 miles. 12th day, 8th April. Course, about east-northeast to near the further end of the supposed Pyrenees, 15 miles, no water. 13th day, 9th April. Course for about 6 miles east by south, for other 5 miles southwest by west, 2 miles southeast, distance direct about 6 miles east by south, a little rainwater. 14th day, 10th April. Course south-southeast to bottom of low tiers, 12 miles, no water. Crossed river and passed Stony Hill. Bearings from Stony Hill. 1st, Mount Elephant, south by west. 2nd, Mount Marathon, supposed, southwest half west. 3rd, Mount George, supposed, southwest. 4th, end of Grampians, west by south. 15th day, 11th April. Course east-southeast to creek, crossed tier and thick scrub. Much time lost in cutting round for the cattle. Distance 12 miles. 16th day, 12th April. Halted this day. 17th day, 13th April, 1838. Course southeast to creek 5 miles beyond our Wardy Yallowick station, now Mr. McMillan's. Good water, distance 13 miles. 18th day, 14th April. Course about southeast to station at the Barwon. Distance to the Weatherboard House, 25 miles. D. Fisher. End of section 6. Section 7 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 7. Letter from T.H. Pike, Upper Werribee, Ballon. 12th August, 1853. Sir, I have the honour to acknowledge the receipt of yours of the 29th of July, requesting information as to my first occupation of the Werribee country, etc., etc. I succeeded Mr. John Gray, who was the first person on this run. I purchased from him in July, 1842. The adjoining station, Balliny, I purchased from Mr. Kinnear, who had purchased 6 weeks previous from Mr. John Steiglitz, who was the first person that occupied it, having come into the country the same time as Mr. John Gray. The Morton Plains station, in the Wimmera district, I purchased from Mr. Joseph Raleigh in March 1850. He took the run-up 2 years before, and was the first occupier of it. My brothers at the Pennyroyal Creek, now the township of Melton, took that country up in 1838. They were the first persons that remained on it, several others before them having left it as useless. The aboriginal natives here are very few, and have always been harmless and useless. At the Morton Plains they are in considerable numbers, but have always been, as far as I know, perfectly harmless, and in many instances very useful. I shall be always pleased and happy to render you or your government any information when it is in my power to do so. I have the honour to remain your Excellency's obedient, humble servant, T.H. Pike. His Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor. End of section 7. Section 8 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 8, Edward Dryden, Macedon. August 1853. To His Excellency Charles Joseph Latrobe, Governor of the Colony of Victoria, etc., etc. May it please Your Excellency, in compliance with the request made by Your Excellency to me, I gladly avail myself of the earliest opportunity of endeavouring to give the information required in answer to the various queries contained in that request, and trust it will prove satisfactory. I arrived in Melbourne Land from V.D. Land, accompanied by Mr. Charles Peters, with sheep, in the year 1837, and immediately after took possession of a run for them at Killimane, where I remained only 2 years, leaving it in the possession of Mr. Robert Aitken. In 1839 I took possession of the Mount Macedon station, which I have occupied even until the present hour, depasturing sheep and cattle. It is situated to the north-east of that mountain, and had not been previously occupied by any other. At this period all the district was but thinly inhabited, and still more so as you advanced into the interior northwards, few having reached beyond the river Colaban. To the north of my station were 2 settlers jointly depasturing sheep and cattle, the one a Mr. Ebden, the other Judge Donnithorne, who became occupiers of their run in the year 1838. Mr. Mollison in the same year took possession of a station to the blank of the Colaban. Also Messrs. Munro, Yaldwin, and Jennings took possession of stations on the river Campaspe. To the northeast, Blankdny sat down, and to the east Messrs. Jardine and Fulton followed the same example. All those parties were depasturing blank, first 2 mentioned, and preceded me in the district about 1 year. Of the aborigines at my time of locating there was one tribe consisting of about 150, including adult male and females, and children of both sexes, who camped from place to place in their mia-mias, between Mount Macedon and Mount Alexander, generally calling at the various stations on their way for the purpose of soliciting food. They were unable to converse with Europeans, but made signs as the means of communicating their wants or desires. They were exceedingly simple in their manner, and perfectly harmless in their bearing to strangers, possessing none of that sanguine temperament which characterized many other tribes. I never heard of a single outrage committed by any one of them upon any settler, not even on any of their servants, unto the present hour. As to those who followed me in extending the settled districts around, I cannot say anything definite, otherwise it would give me pleasure to do so. All I can say is that during the years 1840 and 1841 several individuals settled the Mount Alexander and the Loddon districts. In answering the queries I have confined myself to the facts which came within my own knowledge only, without adopting another person's account. Should it prove to be what Your Excellency required, I am most happy in subscribing myself Your Excellency's most humble and obedient servant, Edward Dryden. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 9 from John G. Robertson, Wando Vale, 26th of September 1853. To His Excellency C.J. La Trobe, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor, Victoria. Dear Sir, I am in receipt of your circular by last post, and I am afraid I can give you but little information connected with the settling of our district, but if a few extracts from the store of recollection will be of any use to you, you are welcome to them, with part of my own personal narrative. I arrived in the neighbouring colony of Van Diemen's Land in the year 1831, and, like many of my countrymen, with a light purse. 1/2 crown and a 6pence was all my pocket contained when I landed at Hobart Town with a few fellow passengers. After walking through the streets for some 2 hours, they proposed having something to eat and drink, which I could not refuse joining. After bill was checked, the little now I was left with, only 6pence, I found it would not do for me to keep company any longer, so I left, under the pretence of seeing a friend, but in reality to look for employment, which was easily found. Next morning I left the ship for my work, and never saw any of the passengers again. I remained for 9 years in Van Diemen's Land as overseer with 2 different masters on their farms, and at the end of 1840 I had saved about £3,000 from hard work. About this time I learnt that one of my sisters had been recommended to come to the colony on account of bad health, and that another of them would come with her. I determined to form a home of my own, and owing to the extravagant price of land and stock in Van Diemen's Land, I looked to this colony as the place where I ought to invest my little all. In January 1840 I bought 1,000 ewes for £1,800, a team of 6 working bullocks, 2 cows and a horse for £195. Freight, stores, tools, etc., etc., cost £311. With 4 men at a wage of £175, I left for Portland Bay on the 17th of February 1840, and had to wait near Portland for the return of the vessel. I had previously agreed with a Mr. Corney to take half of the vessel for fear of a bad trip, so as to divide the risk. But we were fortunate. By care and attention and fine weather, we only lost 10 sheep, and a working bullock of mine had its neck broken, to replace which I had to pay £30 for another. I had no difficulty in finding a run, as the Messrs. Henty were applied to by my former employer to forward my views, and by doing so they would be conferring a favour on him. They pointed out their boundary, and I took possession of the land adjoining, as there were but 3 settlers here before me, Messrs. Henty, Winter and Pillow. The latter had no sheep, but had taken up a run. White brothers from the Pendland Hills near Melbourne came on to the Wannon country the week before I arrived, following in the track of the Wedge brothers, who stopped at the Grange, passing all that fine sheep country from Fiery Creek to the Grange for permanent water. Messrs. Addison and Murray arrived on the Glenelg River from Portland the same day I came on the Wando, and they ran about putting up frames of huts, thinking to secure country by that means that would have kept 200,000 sheep, if they had got leave to keep it, with 700 sheep. The same week, the 2nd in March 1840, Messrs. Savage and Dana took up Nangila on the Glenelg. Messrs. Rentmore and Butcher took up Warwick Station on the east bank of the Glenelg, and Mrs. Corney brothers occupied Cashmere on the east and west bank of the Wando River. Thomas Tuller, the Wannon Falls. In April following, Mr. Thomas McCulloch put himself down between Anderson and Murray, Mr. Corney and self, taking part from each, but most from me, from fear of going outside where there was plenty of land, from fear of the natives. The same week Mr. Perbrick took part of White brothers, Pillows and Tullers. As we had all arrived from Van Diemen's Land direct, we knew nothing of the squatting regulation, and by the end of April we were all quarrelling about our boundary, and as we had no communication with Melbourne but by water occasionally, we all looked forward to the arrival of the Crown Lands Commissioner, and his duties seemed at that time very ill defined, and owing to the conflicting testimony of the witnesses, he had a most difficult task to adjudicate. Although I had contented myself with about 12,000 acres, as there was a sort of natural boundary, by the end of June, when Crown Lands Commissioner Fyans arrived, I was left with less than 2,000 acres, and even the place where my home station was formed was not secure. Although myself and my neighbour, Mr. Henty, decided on a boundary when he pointed out the land to me, he, Mr. Henty, procured a letter from the Crown Lands Commissioner for me to remove my home station, as it was too near his boundary, which letter was not presented to me until the Commissioner had left the district. I was exceedingly anxious to get on with my improvements, and I liked the spot I had chosen. I did not consider myself justified in going on with the improvements until the return of the Commissioner 6 months afterwards, for fear I should have to remove my head station. By this time my quarter was about the best in the district. I had a paddock with plenty of hay and corn for a hungry horse. When I learnt that the Commissioner was in the neighbourhood, I waited on him about 20 miles off, invited him to my place, and held out the bait of hay and corn to his horses, knowing some little of human nature. I did not forget the man as well as the horses. It had the desired effect. He promised my place the site I had chosen, told me I had been misrepresented to him, and after seeing his horses next morning, offered to extend my boundary in order to put my place in the middle of my run, which offer, to his astonishment, I declined. And by this second visit I was put in possession of my original boundary. I may here observe that the Crown Lands Commissioner made my place his quarters for 9 years afterwards, and I saw a good deal of the wrangling among the squatters in this part of the district. And I may remark he had a most difficult task to perform. There was no possibility of his seeing the boundary of the different lands, and if he had, it was through thick forest, where each tried to lead him astray, and where he had never been before. His district was large, which did not admit of the time. The land was taken up so rapidly. The most conflicting evidence was given by unprincipled men, and often, I'm sorry to say such matters, so that there was no getting at the truth who was the first to occupy the land. From what I have seen, the Crown Lands Commissioner's office was no sinecure, in this district at all events. Numbers of the young gentlemen who came out to this colony about that time with a few £100 took up runs with 300, 400 and 500 sheep, clubbed together and expected to make fortunes in a few years from the way they spoke and the way in which they managed their sheep farms. Few of them knew anything of mechanics, and they were totally unable to make comfort for themselves or their servants, in consequence of which they fell back lower in morality and energy than many of their men, for dirt and filth were noticeable in places and persons, and their pride was who would rough it best. They even went so far with their indolence as to drop shaving themselves, and it was no bad criterion to know how a man managed his station if the owner was seen looking out through a large wisp of hair on his face. The 3 eventful years which will long be remembered in this colony of 1841, 42, 43 swept off most of these young gentlemen with their herds and all. About 20 of the squatters in the Portland Bay district that were fast men were sold off. 3 or 4 I know compromised for less than half with their creditors, and 3 other large stations were so overwhelmed in debt that they are only recovering from it now, and there is not one station that I knew but my own and Addison and Murray's in the Portland Bay district that is occupied by the original squatter. Every station has changed hand, either by dissolving partnership, letting or selling, even that of Murray and Addison. This is the 3rd brother of the Addisons, 2 having died, so that I am left the only one now that I know of. I did not feel the effect of the 3 bad years like most of my neighbours. I had still £500 in Van Diemen's Land to fall back on, which all went to carry on my station by the end of 1843. With the wool of that year, I bought for my cousin Warwick Station on the Glenelg, with 2,500 sheep and a team of bullocks, and all improvements, for £300. This station had been formed by Messrs. Rentmore and Butcher under Mr. Wilmore in Van Diemen's Land, and cost that gentleman £5,700 forming and keeping it for 3 years. Nangila was offered to me a few days after with the same number of sheep for £400, which station had been bought by the gentleman who offered it to me at a sheriff's sale in Melbourne for £230, the price of a dray and a team of 6 bullocks, with the expenses of bills and law added, that had been bought for the station in 1841 and paid for by bill at the time. As I have before said, in the 3 years from 1840 to 1843, I had invested £3,000 in my sheep station. It is true that in that time the station had fallen in value to £300 or £400, but still the money was sunk. I did not come here as a sheep farmer with the intention of making a fortune in a few years and leaving. I came with the intention from the first to form a comfortable home for myself and 2 sisters, and live by the way, making and having as many little comforts within ourselves as the country could afford, with frugality and industry. As a leading feature with us, we kept only 1 house servant, and often none, so that the housekeeping expenses never reached £300 a year. I commenced with 1,000 sheep. At the end of 5 years, there were 7,300 sheep on the run, and from 8,000 to 10,000 is the number I keep on it when full stocked. There are 11,810 acres of land, a pretty little station, well watered. I shall have been here 14 years in March next, and all the cash I have taken out of the concern is £5,324, with expectations 1,500 more in wool now coming into the London market. It is true, if my stock and station just now was sold, they would bring, with purchased land and improvements, about £13,000. But if the government resumed the land or took it away for any purpose, the stock and station, that is, purchased land, would not be worth more than £4,000. So that I have worked hard for 14 years for £11,824, and £3,000 of this sum was money invested. I may here mention that £4,324 of the above money was given away, as it was saved, to relatives who needed it, so that I have never had money at interest since I came here. This £11,824 gives me somewhere about £845 a year. Suppose my run to be required by government, and if you deduct interest on the £3,000 at the rate of 12.5%, which merchants charge for money borrowed on stations, that would leave me a clear profit of £470 a year for the last 14 years, and allow only for the keep of myself and wife, and for my labour, for which I received £500 a year and keep when I left Van Diemen's Land. The above is a true statement, which I can show data for at any time, and you may make such use of it as you think proper. There is not a station in the Portland district better managed for its size, both as regards economy and care of man and beast in it, and I have always endeavoured to live as a farmer should do with such an income. I have no doubt there are numbers here who make their stations pay better, but most of them live little better than my pig does, and this kind of sheep farmer mostly, when he goes to town, does not like to return to his station, and often spends a deal of money at taverns in town, because he has such a comfortless home. In the month of June 1840, the station that is Willis and Swanston's, Glenelg, Pigeon Ponds, Chetwynd, was taken up by Thomas Norris for a Van Diemen's Land company of 4 gentlemen. Messrs. W. and A. Forlong sold their farm of 3,000 acres in Van Diemen's Land for 9,000 sheep, and William Forlong went into partnership with 3 merchants in Hobart Town. They were to keep all the female stock until they had 100,000 sheep, sell the male stock, the manager Norris to have £500 a year, and 10% on the sale of stock. 2 of the merchants turned out to be men of straw. The other, Mr. Thomas Winter, told me he had £9,000 in cash to keep the station going for 2.5 years, and Mr. Winter came over in the winter of 1843 to try what he could do to recover his money. They sent 4,000 sheep to Hobart Town, but they hardly paid the freight. He then left to sell the place, when he found he could not carry it on for want of money, and the splendid run with 20,000 sheep was sold to the merchants in Hobart Town for £1,900, and it required all the purchase money to pay the liabilities, so that poor Mr. Winter lost all his £9,000. Mr. Forlong lost all his sheep. To show the reckless way business was managed in those days, William and Andrew Forlong were partners in some purchased land near Melbourne. William Forlong only in the sheep station above. William offered Andrew his share of this sheep station for the share in the land near Melbourne, which was accepted by Andrew, and it was not until Mr. Andrew Forlong arrived as far as my place to arrange with Mr. Winter that he learnt it was sold to pay the debts of the station, and delivered only the day before he came here. This was partly to be attributed to the want of postal communication, as I have before remarked, for our letters were sent from here to Van Diemen's Land, and from thence to Melbourne in those days. In October of 1841, Messrs. Jackson and Gibson from Melbourne came on the remaining unoccupied land on the right and left banks of the Glenelg, between Warwick on the right and Nangeela on the left, as far up as the company stations of Winter, Forlong and others, thus 14 miles on both sides of the river. This was the farthest west station for 2 years. In the Gibson family there were 2 ladies, on the verge of the wilderness, one of them an old lady of 70 years of age. Mr. Jackson left for Scotland, leaving his station in charge of a Mr. Bell, who occupied the Dergholm station on the west bank, Mr. Gibson occupying Roseneath on the east bank, about 6 miles apart. The ladies, Mrs. Gibson and Mrs. Macfarlane, lived in tents for 10 months. Mr. G. was but an indifferent manager, and had indeed hardships to encounter. Soon after they arrived, they congregated a large number of natives about their place, whom they kept hanging about, doing and undoing, to keep them employed. The ladies were anxious to get a garden formed, as they had a quantity of English seeds. They got the natives to work in the garden for them, but they were expensive labour. I have gone to the station and found as many as 20 natives round the place, and not one white man near the station, Mr. Gibson and his men being away splitting or doing something from home. I used to expostulate with them about the impropriety of allowing the natives to remain about the place when there was no one about but the 2 females. Mr. and Mrs. G. just laughed, and said they were poor harmless creatures, and the only precaution used was Mrs. G. carried a broken 3-barrelled pistol in a leather belt which she wore around her middle. This formed part of her toilette. On one occasion, Mr. G. and his only available men were making hurdles, and they were in want of nails that were at Dergholm station 6 miles off. Mrs. G., who was fond of riding, offered to go for the nails as they were so much wanted, and to take one of the black men for a guide. They arrived at Dergholm, the 6 miles, Mrs. G. riding, the black man Yarra walking. They got 6 pounds of nails in a leather bag, which Yarra had to carry. On the way back in a thick forest, Yarra, who was a little before on a dray cart, stopped suddenly, caught the bridle of Mrs. G.'s horse, ordered her to get off and walk, and he would ride. Mrs. G. had presence of mind to pull out her pistol from her belt under her shawl, and presented it at the man, who let go the bridle in a moment. With her whip she struck her horse, which dashed off and saved her life. Some days after, Yarra brought home the nails, and they all laughed at the affair, which they told me some nights after that there was nothing there to laugh at. A few days after this, Mrs. Macfarlane was in the garden with some of her poor black creatures, as she called them, and she was reproving one of them for pulling up the young potatoes. Yarra came running at Mrs. Macfarlane with an uplifted rake, evidently to strike Mrs. Macfarlane, when Mrs. G. heard the scream and rushed out with the pistol in her hand. All the natives, 9 or 10 of them, leapt over the fence and were no more seen. In the evening, the shepherd at the home station did not come home. His dog brought about 300 sheep long after dark. Mr. G., the only man about the place, next morning went in search of his shepherd and sheep. The poor dog went direct to the dead shepherd about a mile from home. Mr. G. had to walk about 6 miles to Bell's, for his own horses were away. Mr. Bell had one man, and Mr. G. tracked the sheep through the long heath towards the Wando, and there they found about 500 sheep coming back again, which they had to return with. Mr. Bell rode 21 miles for me and 2 others. We all got to Roseneath about 3 in the afternoon. Mr. G. returned with the 500 sheep about the same time, still 700 away. 5 of us started, leaving Mr. G. to take care of the ladies, as they had been thus without the least protection all day, and now became afraid to stop by themselves all night with the dead shepherd. After a smart ride of 14 miles, we came upon the main body of the sheep, but no natives. The sheep were nearly all dead. Such wanton destruction no one but those who saw it can imagine. There were 610 fine ewes just about to lamb, for which 42 shillings a head had been paid the year before, all dead, some skinned, others skinned and quartered, some cut open and the fat taken out and piled in skins, but most of them just knocked on the head with a stick, meat, fat and all mixed up with the fine sand of the stringy bark forest. It was quite evident the natives had left in the morning, for all was cold, and we saw no cooking or cooked meat. We agreed to all ride back for 2 miles, taking the few living sheep with us, and one man being left with the horses, to creep back after dark and then all remain, but no natives came. We returned to Roseneath in the morning, buried the shepherd, and 6 of us started in search of the natives, but never found any of them for 2 days. I was out on the 3rd night. 2 of our horses got away. One of them was mine, and I had to walk home, which I was afterwards very glad of, for the party fell in with an unfortunate native and ran him down, and I believe shot him in retaliation, and I now have no doubt he never heard of Mr. G.'s sheep. On my way home I came to an outstation hut of my neighbours for a drink of water, and there was our friend Yarra, the native, chopping wood for the hut keeper. I looked at him closely and saw a pair of Mr. G.'s old trousers he had on at the time, all smeared with blood. Whether the poor shepherd's or the sheep's, I know not. I was only a mile from home, and there I found Mr. Gibson's bullock driver with his team and 2 men splitters, returning from Portland on his way home. I told the bullock driver what had happened, and that I saw Yarra at the hut, and if he could take Yarra on with him in the morning in his dray, he might perhaps tell who had killed the shepherd. They called friend Yarra and easily induced him to go with them, but when he came in sight of the station he got off the dray and was running away when one of the splitters shot him. So ended poor Yarra. After this there was a constant war kept up between the natives and the 2 stations, Bell's and Gibson's, and I regret to say a fearful loss of life to the poor natives by 2 young heartless vagabonds Gibson and Bell had as overseers when they left. The first day I went over the Wando Vale station to look at the ground, I found old Maggie, that Sir Thomas Mitchell gave the tomahawk to, fishing for mussels with her toes in a waterhole up to her middle, near where the Major crossed that stream. Poor old Maggie died about 14 days since, a dreadful sufferer from rheumatism. Nearly all her male relatives were killed 3 days before I arrived on the Wando by white brothers. 3 days after the whites arrived, the natives of this creek, with some others, made a plan to rob the newcomers, as they had done with the Messrs. Henty before. They watched an opportunity and cut off 50 sheep from white brothers' flocks, which were soon missed, and the natives followed. They had taken shelter in an open plain with a long clump of tea tree, which the white brothers' party, 7 in number, surrounded and shot them all but one. 51 men were killed, and the bones of the men and sheep lay mingled together, bleaching in the sun at the Fighting Hills. It must have been a great relief to me and most of this part, for for the females were mostly chased by men up the Glenelg, and the children followed them. This I learnt since from them. The man who escaped was afterwards known as Long Yarra, a very fine-looking man. He afterwards lived for some time with a Mr. Dash, a settler who had taken a fancy to Yarra's gin, Lewequeen. There had been some very unpardonable conduct on the part of Mr. Dash, who I was of opinion was at times deranged. In the autumn of 1843, Mr. Dash and his man Larry went to strip bark, taking a bullock dray, Long Yarra and another native with them, about 8 miles back on the Adelaide road, intending to stop out all night. As soon as they were gone, Lewequeen went away, taking her child with her, and did not return. And on the 3rd day, the shepherd put his flock in the pen and came for us. We went out, following the track of the dray, and came on the dead body of Larry, with 2 eagles pecking the remains of his skeleton, and at a short distance, Mr. Dash. They had been in bed when they were attacked, and a frightful struggle they must have had, for Mr. Dash was a very strong man. It was evidently a concerted affair, there being a number of natives, and Lewequeen leaving the shepherd's wife, which she had not done before. A Mr. Dash of Dash on the Glenelg run, near me, kept a harem for himself and his men. The consequence was he, like many more, had to sell out. All the men and masters got fearfully diseased from these poor creatures. They, of course, quarrelled with the natives about their gins, and the natives, to be revenged for some of the insults, took away 48 ewes and lambs. They were followed by some of the neighbours and Mr. Dash's own men. They rushed their camp, shot 2 of the natives, one of them a female, said to be Mr. Dash's foremost black woman. All the sheep were dead, which they burned, and one of the neighbours who was out brought with him to my house for the night a native basket or beanak, with all the female paraphernalia of red and white clay to paint, a flint, 2 dead frogs, some shells, and a very neat female foot, half grilled, with a large mouthful taken out of the hollow part of the foot. My neighbour brought these to me, as he said he knew I was curious about such things. In the end of 1843, I was passing through the run when I came on a black lad crying, with his face fearfully scalded. I asked him how it happened. All I could get out of him was George had thrown a pot of tea in his face. I took him home with me and dressed his face with lime water and oil. He felt grateful for what I had done for him, and he was the first I ever allowed about my place. He and his wife and child are the only ones ever employed by me. They have been with me ever since, and I give them 12 shillings a week and 2 rations. He is always very clean, but the woman Jenny is never clean. The native lad, Joe, told me he was defending his gin, which he had just got from the man George, a bullock driver, when he pitched the scalding tea in his face, and this man was the terror of all the fighting men on the Glenelg. About this time Mr. McCulloch parted with his overseer, who was too quiet and short-sighted and always lost himself in the bush. He was stopping with Mr. Corney until he had an opportunity of returning to Van Diemen's Land. He went out gathering mushrooms about 800 or 900 yards from Mr. Corney's house. He had a red handkerchief gathering them in, when a native started up a few yards from him, asked his name, and he said, "George." Immediately another rose behind him and spoke to the front native, who, dashing a spear at Mr. Lewis, struck him on the breast. He turned, and now another spear struck him on the shoulder blade, and about 4 inches of the spear broke off close in the wound, which we had to open up, and we took out the spear with a pair of pliers. The poor man was very ill afterwards, but I think as much frightened as hurt. He used to say in his sleep that the men were eating him, which he seemed to have a great horror of. He often used to say if he had called himself Lewis instead of George, the natives would not have touched him. This is the only outrage I have known of where the whites were not the first aggressors, or that the natives had not theft in view. In all my rambles, I have never seen but 5 natives in a state of nature. I have never thought them numerous. I'm sure I've never seen 500 all put together, from the Grampians to the sea. I do not mean to say that there were not more, for if I were to believe what I have heard of as having been killed in different affrays with the settlers, they would amount to more than that number. I have on 4 different occasions, when they committed murders, gone out with others in search of them, and I now thank my God I never fell in with them. There is no doubt I should be like many others, and feel that sting which must always be felt by the most, regardless of the deed done to those poor creatures. And in 20 years more there will be not one in the Portland district. There are now but 2 settlers in the Portland district I know who have been severe on the natives, and they are doing little good. It seems strange none have done any good who were murderers of these poor creatures, either man or master. I will here change the subject, for it is too painful to dwell on, and I cannot see the way it could be avoided, for no law could have protected these poor people from such men as we had to do with at that time. When I arrived through the thick forest land from Portland to the edge of the Wannon country, I cannot express the joy I felt at seeing such a splendid country before me, where my little all that I was driving before me was to feed. The whole of the Wannon had been swept by a bushfire in December, and there had been a heavy fall of rain in January, which has happened less or more for the last 14 years, and the grasses were about 4 inches high, of that lovely dark green. The sheep had no trouble to fill their bellies, all was eatable. Nothing had trodden the grass before them. I could neither think nor sleep for admiring this new world to me who was fond of sheep. I looked upon the 37 grasses that formed the pasture of my run. There was no silk grass, which had been destroying our Van Diemen's Land pastures, for I had watched its progress with uneasiness, and I wrote to my friends there that I had never been able to detect any of this noxious grass. The fire had been so great that one could not get as much grass as would thatch our hut. We were obliged to take large cut tail grass out of the waterholes. The sheep thrived admirably, and with a little care were clean from the scab, and I did not know that there was such a thing as clean sheep. The few sheep at first made little impression on the face of the country for 3 or 4 years. The first great change was a severe frost, 11th of November 1844, which killed nearly all the beautiful blackwood trees that studded the hills in every sheltered nook, some of them really noble, 20 or 30 years old. Nearly all were killed in one night. The same night a beautiful shrub that was interspersed among the blackwoods, Sir Thomas Mitchell called it Acacia glutinosa, was also killed. About 3 weeks after these trees and shrubs were all burnt, they now sought to recover as they would do after a fire. This certainly was a sad chance. Before this catastrophe, all the landscape looked like a park with shade for sheep and cattle. Many of our herbaceous plants began to disappear from the pasture land. The silk grass began to show itself on the edge of the bush track, and in patches here and there on the hill. The patches have grown larger every year. Herbaceous plants and grasses give way for the silk grass and the little annuals, beneath which are annual peas, and die in our deep clay soil with a few hot days in spring, and nothing returns to supply their place until later in the winter following. The consequence is that the long, deep-rooted grasses that held our strong clay hill together have died out. The ground is now exposed to the sun, and it is cracked in all directions, and the clay hills are slipping in all directions. Also the sides of the precipitous creeks, long slips, taking trees and all with them. When I first came here I knew but of 2 landslips, both of which I went to see. Now there are hundreds found within the last 3 years. A rather strange thing is going on now. One day all the creeks and little watercourses were covered with a large tussocky grass, with other grasses and plants to the middle of every watercourse, but the Clonelk and the Wannon, and in many places of these rivers. Now that the only soil is getting trodden hard with stock, springs of salt water are bursting out in every hollow or watercourse, and as it trickles down the watercourse in summer, the strong tussocky grasses die before it, with nil others. The clay is left perfectly bare in summer. The strong clay cracks. The winter rain washes out the clay. Now almost every little gully has a deep rut. When rain falls, it runs off the hard ground, rushes down these ruts, runs into the larger creeks, and is carrying earth, trees and all before it. Over Wannon country is now as difficult a ride as if it were fenced. Ruts 7, 8 and 10 feet deep, and as wide, are found for miles, where 2 years ago it was covered with tussocky grass like a land marsh. I find from the rapid strides the silk grass has made over my run, I will not be able to keep the number of sheep the run did 3 years ago, and as a cattle station it will be still worse. It requires no great prophetic knowledge to see that this part of the country will not carry the stock that is in it at present. I mean the open downs. And every year it will get worse, as it did in Van Diemen's Land. And after all the experiments I worked with English grasses, I have never found any of them that will replace our native sward. The day the soil is turned up, that day the pasture is gone forever, as far as I know. For I had a paddock that was sown with English grasses in squares each by itself and mixed in every way. All was carried off by the grubs, and the paddock allowed to remain in native grass, which returned in 8 years. Nothing but silk grass grew year after year, and I suppose it will be so on to the end of time. Dutch clover will not grow on our clay soils, and for pastoral purposes the lands here are getting of less value every day. That is, with the kind of grass that is growing in them, and will carry less sheep and far less cattle. I now look forward to fencing my run in with wire as the only chance of keeping up my stock on the land. I am, dear Sir, your most obedient servant, John G. Robertson. End of section 9. Section 10 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 10 from Charles Whale Sherrod. Creswick's Creek, 10th of August 1853. My dear Sir, in answering your letter of the 27th of July, I feel much pleasure in sending you all the information I can remember as to the original settlers in the Western Port district. Beginning at the eastern head of Western Port Bay and taking the route towards Melbourne with a few deviations, the first station was Massey and Anderson's cultivation, known then as the Old Settlement Station, from the circumstance of there having been a settlement formed there some years previous, though not at the exact spot they occupied, and afterwards abandoned. At that period, namely 1841 to 43, a considerable quantity of wild cattle was running in the neighbourhood, supposed to have been the increase of some that were left when the original settlement was abandoned. About 2 miles from them was Armstrong, who succeeded John Thom, who succeeded Massey and Anderson. About 5 miles from Armstrong were Cuthbert and Gardner, original settlers, whose cattle I piloted myself from the Red Bluff, I believe in 1842. About 12 miles up the bay, Fitzherbert M. Mundy, original settler, Red Bluff. About 7 miles from him, Martin, who succeeded Robert Jameson. About 4 miles from him, Robert Jameson, original settler. These were all the stations at that time on the eastern side of the saltwater inlets. On crossing them, about 3 miles on, was Manton's, original settler, cultivation and cattle station. About 8 miles from him, Charles Dodd, original settler, on the south side of the creek, the name of which I forget. On the north, Turnbull and Rioch, original. 2 miles from them, on another creek, was Dr. Jameson, original. 2 miles from him, on the same creek, Captain Howie, I forget whom he succeeded. 3 miles from him, same creek, Captain Minton, original, who was killed by a tree falling on him. To return to the road to Melbourne, from Dodds about 3 miles were Bathe and Perry, original. 3 miles from them, north of the road, O'Connor, original, and about the same distance on the other side of the road are the Ruffies, original, 3 brothers. About 8 miles from them, and 3 from the road, Bacchus and Woolley, original. Next, Dandenong, Dr. McRae, original. Up the creek, the Blacks Station, Thomas, protector. Next, I believe, the Reverend Mr. Clow. Next, Mrs. Scott, on the same creek. 7 miles from Dandenong, on the Melbourne road, the no good Damper Inn, kept at that time by De Villiers, and 5 from that, the Man's Station, which was the last station I knew towards Melbourne. I must apologise for sending you such a vague account. It is now some time since I was in this country, and since my return I have never visited Western Port, and consequently I do not know by whom these stations may now be occupied, and the original names of stations and creeks I have forgotten almost entirely. My chief residence while in that district during the years 1841 to 43 was at Robert Jameson's. I never had a station in Victoria myself. The natives seldom visited the country on the eastern side of the inlets except on war excursions. Robert Jameson's station was attacked by blacks, but it was before I knew it. They were supposed to be Gippsland natives. In conclusion, I beg to state that all goes on well here with the gold miners, and the yield of gold continues steady. I beg to subscribe myself yours very truly, Charles Wale Sherard, to His Excellency C.J. La Trobe. End of section 10. Section 11 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 11 from Thomas Lemonth. Sir, Buninyong, 11th of August, 1853. At Your Excellency's request, I have the honour to forward the following memoranda regarding the first occupation of the country in the districts of the Barwon, Moorabool, Buninyong and Mount Emu, in which my brother and myself were personally concerned. The narrative is very brief and meagre, but may at least serve to mark dates. Early in 1837, a fleet of small vessels, perhaps 15 or 20 in number, and each carrying from 300 to 1,000 sheep, was employed in conveying stock from the Tamar, on the opposite coast of Van Diemen's Land, from January to the middle of May, during the prevalence of the easterly winds in Bass's Straits. The vessels were much crowded, and the sheep were generally on board for 7 or 8 days, so that, from want of a proper supply of food and water, or from stormy weather, whole shipments were sometimes almost entirely lost on the passage or shortly after landing. The average loss, however, on these importations was probably about 15%. The sheep were purchased in Van Diemen's Land at prices varying from 20 shillings to 35 shillings each, and the freight and expenses were about 5 or 6 shillings a head more. The original stock being composed entirely of breeding sheep, the first settlers lived exclusively on salted provisions during the first year of their occupation, the purchase of which, and the large expenses necessarily incurred in forming their stations, added to the small increase, and the loss of wool from the fever engendered by the crowded vessels, entirely absorbed the profits of several seasons, and in some cases ruined the adventurers. The first stations were commenced with flocks varying from 500 to 1,500, and one or two, such as the Clyde Company and Derwent Company, under the management of Mr. George Russell and Mr. D. Fisher, had 3,500 ewes respectively. In the month of April of that year, 1837, my brother and I landed 3 cargoes from Van Diemen's Land, or about 2,000 ewes, and we purchased 1,000 more at 2 guineas a head. These we drove up the Barwon River to a place about 20 miles from Geelong, and occupied a run on each side of the river and another on the native creek to the eastward of the Lee. About a month previous to this, news had arrived of the loss of Messrs. Gellibrand and Hess in the country towards the sources of the Barwon, or towards Colac, and as the aborigines were committing depredations within 15 miles of Geelong, which at that time had not even a hut to mark its present site, settlers were afraid to penetrate into the interior in order to take up runs, and a line drawn at little more than 25 miles from the shores of Port Phillip Bay comprised nearly the whole of the sheep stations at that time and for some months later. In the occupation of the country, there was a tacit understanding that no one was to take up a station nearer than 3 miles to another person, the intervening ground being equally divided. And this regulation in general was sufficient to secure harmony among the adventurers as they arrived. There being no Crown Commissioner, however, at that time, nor any recognised authority but that of the strongest, feuds and quarrels with regard to boundaries did take place, which in some cases resulted in blows, though in general more good feeling and consideration for the rights of others were observed in the then lawless state of the infant colony than might have been expected. As it may be interesting in a record of this kind to give the names of the earliest adventurers, I enclose a rough map of the country on which the stations occupied at the date I arrived, May 1837, are noted in red ink. Those of which I shall now speak, and which were occupied in the following year, that is up to May 1838, are marked in black ink. In August 1837, a party consisting of Mr. Darcy, a government surveyor, Messrs. C. Hutton, G. Russell, Anderson, Fisher, Dr. Thompson and myself took a horse cart, and with a tent and provisions and one of the aboriginals as a guide, in order to explore the country in the neighbourhood of Buninyong, the only hill that breaks the horizon to the northwest of Geelong. We reached the hill on the second day, ascended it, and being disappointed by the thickly wooded and inferior nature of the country, and suffering from want of food for 2 days, having separated from the cart, the party broke up, some returning down the Moorabool to the settled district, while the remainder, on getting on the track of the cart, followed it, and continued their exploration till led by the native to Lake Burrumbeet, 20 miles to the northward of Buninyong. The water of the lake was at that time brackish, and the country was thought to be too distant for occupation. The party therefore returned. On our return home, we learnt from a person who with others had been in pursuit of a tribe of natives to the west of Lake Colac in order to recover some property that had been stolen by them from Mr. Ricketts, the furthest settler, that a large sheet of salt water had been discovered, that they could not see across it in one direction, and that there were shells and the appearance of the rise and fall of the tide on its shores. As soon, therefore, as we could arrange a second party, we again started to explore this place, which, from our informant's account, seemed to be an arm of the sea, We were 6 in number: Dr. Thompson, Messrs. C. Hutton, G.F. Reid, W. Scott, my brother and myself, and set out in September 1837. We travelled by Mount Gellibrand, crossed the Wardy Yallock near its mouth, reached a hill which we named Mount Elephant, a name which it still bears, and descended it, observing the magnetic influence on the rocks on the summit, which was so great that our pocket compasses were useless when laid on the ground, and would only traverse when we mounted one of our number on the shoulders of 2 of his companions, so as to get the bearings of different points on the horizon. From thence we went to the Cloven Hills and to the country subsequently occupied by the Messrs. Manifold, and returned eastward by the Pirin Yallock, having thereby convinced ourselves that the sheet of salt water was really an inland lake, and that the appearance of a tide, which had deceived our informant, was nothing more than the action of high winds on its shore. At the mouth of the Pirin Yallock we came upon a large tribe of natives who seemed to have been the plunderers of Mr. Ricketts' station, as they possessed some of the stolen property. We came upon them so suddenly that they had time only to set fire to their mia-mias as a signal of danger to the other tribes. We rode up to them, but without firing or injuring any of them, and encamped at a short distance off. Here we were in some danger, and had to keep a strict watch all night, for we saw by the smoke rising in different quarters that the signal had been observed and answered, and that the other tribes were on the alert. After much shouting and answering one another in the forest around us during the night, the savages decamped before daybreak, and our danger was over. Near our encampment we found a fishing weir of the natives, in which were small conical nets of good workmanship. Nearly a bushel of delicious little fish-like whitebait was in the nets, part of which we took, and faithfully remunerated the owners by giving provisions in return to a couple of men whom we induced to approach us. In the beginning of January 1838 we set out on another exploring excursion, the party consisting of Messrs. John Aitken, A. Anderson, W. C. Yule, my brother and myself. From Mr. Aitken's station we went to Mount Macedon, at which Mr. Ebden then resided, and thence to the Colaban, where Mr. A. F. Mollison had just taken up stations with stock from the Middle District. This was the farthest station at that time in that direction, but within 12 months the Messrs. Coghill, Captain Hepburn and others had pushed on farther. From Mr. Mollison's station we passed by Mount Alexander, followed the Loddon down over the localities lately rendered famous by the gold mines of Forest Creek and Bendigo, and crossed the plains at the Deep Creek to the Mount Beckwith Ranges, where, being in great distress from want of water, we passed a most uncomfortable night under the highest point of them, which we called Mount Misery, a foolish name, which it has unfortunately continued to bear ever since. I may be allowed to pause for a moment here to remark with regard to this mountain that it is one of the most conspicuous peaks in the country, and that it is seen as a landmark perhaps further than any other single elevation in the colony, being the culminating point from which rivers that flow into the basin of the Murray on the one side and into the sea to the westward of Cape Otway on the other take their rise. I cannot but regret, therefore, that it should continue to bear a foolish name that originated in a thoughtless moment. If I may be pardoned the liberty of doing so, I would suggest the propriety of your Excellency bestowing a suitable name upon it before leaving your present government, and further that that name should be your own, as a record of one who assumed the reins of government when Port Phillip was the weakest of the British possessions, and who is now about to leave it the fairest colony annexed to the British Crown. From this mountain we came to the northern side of Lake Burrumbeet, then covered with a few inches deep of intensely salt water, the more tantalising to us as both ourselves and horses were suffering much from thirst. One of our party, Mr. Anderson, had already seen Burrumbeet on the occasion of the first excursion I have spoken of, but he did not recognise it, and we left it on our right, returning home by way of Darling Forest, the Buninyong Ranges and the Moorabool River, at the head of which we found the newly formed stations of Messrs. Cowie and Stead and of Mr. R. Steiglitz. Immediately on our return from this exploring tour, my brother and I removed our flocks from the Barwon River, where we originally settled, and which we already found to be too confined, and pitched our tent at our present homestead at Buninyong, and in the course of the same year, 1838, extended our runs to Burrumbeet and the Maiden Hills, which we still occupy. At the same time, February 1838, Mr. Yule occupied Ballarat, which has lately proved to be so rich a goldfield, and within a year the station of Mr. Clark at Darling Forest was taken up, and those of the Messrs. Coghill, Birch and Captain Hepburn, and also of Mr. Bowman on the northern side of the Maiden Hills, which latter was purchased by us in the following year. In 1839 the Messrs. Donald took up their runs, and also Messrs. Kirkland and Hamilton that now possessed by Mr. Goldsmith. The Mount Emu country was occupied by Messrs. Bailey, Wright and Montgomery and Mr. Urquhart, and in 1840 the country to the westward towards the Grampians was being rapidly filled up. The remaining point on which Your Excellency desires information is with regard to the Aborigines, their number and their demeanour towards the first settlers. The anxieties and labour connected with the forming of our sheep establishments were so great and urgent at the time of which I write, that I never bestowed the attention requisite to form a correct estimate of the numbers or habits of the natives. They never were numerous at Buninyong or in the neighbouring district, though I remember hearing of a gathering of them at Mount Emu, which was estimated to amount to 500, but I think this statement will be much overrated. I should consider myself to be nearly correct if I set down the whole Aboriginal population in the district around Buninyong at the time of its settlement, taking a radius of 30 miles from the mountain as a centre, at 300 souls. Now probably there are not 300. In looking at this rapid disappearance of the native tribes in our own district, it is a pleasing subject of reflection that, notwithstanding our having had a servant killed, others attacked, and sometimes our sheep destroyed, we have never been brought into personal collision with them, nor have we been instrumental in taking the life of a single individual. And moreover, I am free to confess that, considering the wrong that has been done to the Aborigines in depriving them of their country, they have shown less ferocity and have exhibited the desire to retaliate less than might have been expected. I consider the disappearance of the native tribes in this district to be owing not to the result of encounters with the stockmen and early settlers, but to the vices introduced by the white men among them, and to the change in their habits, by which the active exertion of the hunter's life was exchanged for the idleness and commonly the plenty they enjoyed in their new condition of beggars, thereby inducing diseases and catarrhal affections to which they were not subject before. For I believe that there is no surer way of extirpating a race of savages like the Australian native than by supplying them freely with food, and thereby taking from them the necessity for personal exertion. If there are any other details which Your Excellency may desire, and which it is in my power to give, I shall be happy to furnish them. I am Your Excellency's obedient servant, Thomas Learmonth, to His Excellency Charles J. La Trobe, Esquire. End of Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 11.
Section 12 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 12 from John Hepburn. Smeaton Hill, 10th August 1853. Sir, in accordance with Your Excellency's circular, I have used my poor endeavours to furnish Your Excellency with such information as I possess, which I am sorry to say is very limited. With respect to the Aborigines and the settlement of this interesting country of my adoption, such information as Your Excellency requires will no doubt be supplied by a man of talent and education, and I trust Your Excellency will find plenty able and willing to contribute, and from better authenticated sources than I possess. What I have written is nearly all from memory, consequently I am not to be strictly relied on, having little memoranda to refer to. I must beg Your Excellency will pardon me for introducing many of my personal affairs, as they are quite foreign to the nature of Your Excellency's requirements, but I trust that some of the ups and downs of a squatter might be of interest to some of Your Excellency's friends, and might serve for a laugh at my ignorance, if no information can be extracted from my observations. I must also beg Your Excellency will favour me with plenty of latitude for my orthography, my education being a very limited one, and no improvement ever having been made until required step by step in my profession, which I acquired by perseverance only, having no friends but those I made from my services. I have been a mere adventurer cast on the world since I was 13 years of age. For want of education my progress was slow, and a knowledge of astronomy, with other sciences belonging to my profession, was necessary, and for want of a good foundation I built on a very slender one. In fact, I began where I ought to have left off. Under those circumstances, I trust Your Excellency will grant me the latitude required. I have the honour to be Your Excellency's most obedient servant and sincere well-wisher, John Hepburn. To His Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor. It may be necessary here to state my inducement to become a settler in Australia after being about 21 years at sea in all capacities from cabin boy to master. In the year 1833, on my voyage from England to Van Diemen's Land and Sydney, I took from the former place to the latter a passenger named John Gardner, who had then been some 12 or 14 years in Van Diemen's Land, and who was determined to leave that colony and try his fortune in New South Wales as a squatter. After some weeks' travelling in New South Wales, he returned to Sydney, and from the flattering description of the country in the neighbourhood of Yass and Molonglo Plains, Mr. G persuaded me to invest a small sum of money, and held out hopes of a good return. By this time I had formed a very high opinion of Mr. G's integrity, etc., which opinion, I am happy to say, has been fully realised and continues to this day, 6th August 1853. I was never seasick, but had been for years sick of the sea, and was beginning to think seriously of turning settler. In the year 1835 my good ship, the Alice, was sold in Sydney. I was favoured by the merchants of that place with the command of a fine steamer, fine in those days, running between Sydney and the Hunter River. I then considered my fortune made, getting a much better salary than I had ever before, viz. £300 a year, with other means of making money. After being in command of the steamer Cerise for a few months, I found not only the duties of the vessel, but the whole duties of the board of directors fell on me, and this was more than I could do, being worked completely off my feet. Mr. Gardner, seeing the change, strongly advised me to give up this situation, which I could not do in justice to my employers, who treated me in the most liberal manner. However, I knocked myself up from overexertion. Another master was put in until I recovered, about the first week in August 1836, and on the 29th of the same month lost the vessel, two masters then being on board, Martin and Livingston, neither of whom would take the credit of losing the Cerise on the coast between Sydney and Newcastle. Everything was lost, and nothing was insured, not even the ship. Previous to this I had joined my friend Gardner and Mr. Joseph Horden in a Port Phillip speculation, to take a number of cattle to that place overland. From the time I was left on shore sick, everything went wrong on the steamer, and when my creditors met, I paid 20 shillings and was left with £72 to commence the world, with the exception of the sum invested in the above speculation, which was £200. Mr. Gardner strongly urged me to accompany the expedition to Port Phillip, which I did. I had sent to England for my family when I got the command of the steamer, and I saw clearly something must be done to provide for them. So now I determined to leave the sea and do something on shore. Neptune having given me my discharge, would have nothing more to do with me. To relate what took place in the first part of the journey would be most injurious. I tumbled twice off my horse in the first 8 miles, very much to the amusement of my fellow travellers, who had all the sport at my expense. In the month of October 1836, the party met at Howe's station on the Murrumbidgee by appointment, Mr. Hawdon having mustered the cattle and brought them to the above station. Howe's being the starting point, some delay took place which it is not necessary to mention. I took little interest in all that was passing. Mr. Howe was a squatter and kept a few sheep and a dairy station, distant about 180 miles from Sydney. I saw something of the management of sheep, etc., while there, and thought the whole very simple. I have no data beyond this point, having kept no journal. We started with the cattle down the Murrumbidgee. The whole river at that time on both sides was taken up as squatting stations. It must be observed that was the first expedition in which stock, either of sheep or cattle, started from the Sydney side. On our arrival at Gundagai, we met a part of Sir T., then Major, Mitchell's expedition, who had come direct from Portland Bay in charge of a Mr. Stapleton. He gave us some useful information respecting the route. We kept down the river to Guy's station, then the farthest down, and of course the outside squatter. This was a cattle station, with only 2 men residents and about 1,000 head of cattle. From this station we took our departure from the river and kept nearly a southwest course. Nothing particular occurred in the journey worth notice. We reached the Murray River in about 14 days. When the Major crossed the country it had been very wet, but many places where we had encamped were destitute of water when we passed, although the lapse of time was short. The tracks of the drays were deeply cut, and ours, which was moderately loaded, did not make a mark. The Murray was running bank high, and much discussion took place about the crossing. We first got the cattle across with a great deal of trouble, tied the tarpaulin round the body of our dray after the wheels were taken off, and got all safe across, taking a little of the load at a time. In getting the horses over, mine was drowned. This was a serious loss that could not be replaced for love or money, and, what was most annoying, I was compelled to walk or ride on the dray when tired. We kept the Major's track for the whole of the next 3 weeks. Black Dog Creek is named from Mr. Joss Hawdon, shooting a black native dog there. On our arrival at the Ovens River, we had the misfortune of breaking the axle of our dray, which delayed us some time. Here a number of natives made their appearance, and I must confess I was much surprised to see the alarm it caused among the men. Nothing but guns and pistols was in requisition, and at one time I was left to fish the axle by myself. Mr. Hawdon followed the blacks, who were very shy, but one who had seen white men before allowed Mr. Hawdon to prevail on him to come to the camp. After a short time he made quite free. We saw nothing of the tribe afterwards. This black caught several tortoises in a swamp close to where we were encamped, and cooked and ate them. This man showed me how the natives procured fire by friction. This was the only instance which has come under my notice. It was very simple, but required a quick action. This man continued with the party until we crossed the Goulburn, when he took his departure without ceremony. He was no use to us, with the exception of assisting to lighten our stock of provisions, which was not overabundant. After leaving the Ovens, we had much difficulty in getting across what is now called the Broken River. I named it the Portage Creeks, there being 5 in number where we crossed, and so soft was the ground that we had to carry the whole load across on our backs to save the fished axle tree for the remainder of the journey. On our reaching the Goulburn, we saw many symptoms that induced us to think the number of natives was considerable, but we never saw one. Still keeping the Major's line on a creek running into the Goulburn, we came on a very large encampment, about 70 Maiamayas, but all the natives fled on our approach, leaving their fires burning, etc., etc., also a specimen of their knowledge of naval architecture in the shape of a canoe about 12 feet in length, cut rudely from a half round of a box tree, which was bent, and gave the canoe a good spring at both ends. This sheet of bark would carry 4 men easily. At this encampment there were some small fragments of bottle glass. This was the first sign since leaving the Murrumbidgee of anything like a product of civilization. After crossing the dividing range that divides the Goulburn River and the Campaspe country, a council was held about our route, and from surveys taken from the most elevated spots, a dispute arose about the route. I wanted to go round the south part of Mount Macedon, and then take a more easterly course, but was overruled by Hawdon and Gardner to shape a course across the ranges in a straight line for our destination, which was done. After some rough travelling through the ranges, we came out on the upper part of what is now Dr. Bainton's Run. Here we took a day's rest, admiring the beauties of this interesting spot. I was so much delighted with it that I cut my initials on a large tree, and said this will be my abode at some future period. This we considered the commencement of the Port Phillip country. We then took a southeast course across the Mount Macedon ranges, and a very tough journey we had. After surmounting all difficulties and getting safely through the range, the PP country opened to our view, very much to the satisfaction of the whole party. We came on the upper branches of a creek, now Deep Creek, east of Mount Macedon, and from the top of an elevated spot discovered the bay, and with the aid of my glass saw a ship at anchor. We continued our course from one eminence to another, and at last saw the smoke rising, as we supposed, from the settlement. We here determined to take the cattle no further for the present. The next day, Gardner, Hawdon, and myself started for the settlement. The horse I rode was quite done, being one of the stock horses. Hawdon, who travelled too fast for Gardner and me, left us about noon. We arrived about 4 p.m., but Mr. H, having overshot the mark, did not arrive till 9 p.m., his horse being quite done up. There were only a few huts in the settlement. Buckley was the first man I saw. One hut was occupied by a Mr. Batman, one by Dr. Thompson, somewhere near where the Prince of Wales Hotel now stands. The other huts were only slabs stuck in the ground, forming a roof and covered with earth. One little wooden box belonging to Strachan stood where the Western Market is now, and the old Lamb Inn was building, but no accommodation was to be had for money. This was in December 1836. There were several horses and 15 head of cattle in the settlement. We were looked on by most of the people in the settlement at the time with great jealousy, and many would not believe our report. Hawdon and Gardner started next day for the cattle, and brought them into the settlement while I amused myself in looking out for a run for them. My first object was to get an interview with Buckley, thinking I might get such information, but found him what he had been represented, a very stupid fellow, not possessed of any knowledge of the country. Before taking leave of Buckley, I may be allowed to observe that all writers on this to be a great empire have lost sight of this man who laid the foundation stone, if it may be considered so, of this interesting colony. Buckley built chimneys of bricks imported from Van Diemen's Land for Mr. Batman. This, I consider, constituted the foundation of the capital of Victoria, which seems to have been entirely lost sight of, but nevertheless is true. A staff of government surveyors had arrived previous to our arrival with the cattle, and I believe Captain Lonsdale was commandant, but I do not remember having seen Captain Lonsdale. Provisions were very high during our stay, and we killed a bullock, one of the best, of course, for the good colonists to keep Christmas in good English style. The next step towards settling was making a station, which was done. We crossed the Yarra River at the only ford we could find just at the point above where Dyte's Mill now stands, and took up the ground on the south side of the river, where Mr. Pinnock's house now stands, and what is known as Gardiner's Creek. This was the first cattle station in Australia Felix. There were a few wretched sheep up the Moonee Ponds, and a few about the settlement. The farthest out stations were Mount Aitken and the Werribee. The number of sheep, I suppose at that time, did not exceed 4,000 in the whole country, the fame of which began to attract attention both in Van Diemen's Land and Sydney. Mr. Gardner and myself purchased Mr. Hawdon's share of the cattle, and some 6 months after, Mr. Gardner purchased mine, so that he became the sole owner. The station was left in charge of a Mr. Hitchcock. Mr. Gardner went to Van Diemen's Land. Hawdon and myself hired a boat of about 10 tons, and took the stockman back to his brother's station on the east coast in New South Wales. On the 1st of January 1837, I landed Mr. Hawdon in a small canoe opposite his brother's place, called Begalia, and then proceeded with the men to the small harbour of Bruley. Some days after I took this boat, the Hope by name, into the Maru River. This was the opening up of the navigation of that river, which is still continued. I shall now leave a blank in the time, as my overland journey to Sydney could be of no interest beyond the first day's journey. John Hawdon's son, John, then a little boy, was to accompany his uncle and me to Sydney. We started early in the morning from Begalia, forgetting all about the tide in the river, which was full tide or high water when we came to the bank. Mr. Hawdon said, "What is to be done? Shall we go back?" Answer, "No, we must proceed." So we both stripped off our clothes for a swim. Hawdon took the lead, and when about the middle, the horse rolled over him. He extricated himself from the horse and got hold of his head, and would have drowned him only for my advice. So he and the horse both struck out for the shore, and he landed safe with his clothes tied behind his neck, of course well drenched. We had arranged that the little boy was to be carried over behind me on my horse. After seeing what had happened, I would not attempt to cross with the boy, but to our great relief, one of the stockmen came down at the time and took the boy across. I was assured the horse I had was a first-rate swimmer. I was stripped, ready for the worst, with my shirt and all my underclothes with Hawdon's watch, and my own all stuffed into my boots and slung around my neck. So in I go. This horse had been in the habit of crossing here at low tide, and as soon as he found that he would have to swim, he began to plunge up and down, reaching the ground at each plunge, first with his fore and then with his hind feet, and dipped me up to the neck. However, I kept my seat and landed safe. We then set about drying our clothes and preparing for our journey. The Maru River was at this time the southern boundary of the colony of New South Wales. Mr. John Hawdon at this time was a squatter, and the only one between the boundary and Twofold Bay. On my arrival in Sydney, I found Port Phillip was attracting much attention, and to keep up the excitement, I addressed a letter to the editor of the Colonist newspaper, stating the possibility of running a post. I laid down all the stages from the Murrumbidgee to the settlement, with estimated distances, and showing how easy it was to provide hay. Grass then was so abundant almost at any point. The Governor, then Sir R. Burke, took up the matter. No questions were asked, tenders were issued, and taken by Hawdon after much delay. This was, however, an advantage. Before the post was started, the line of road was considerably shortened from the Goulburn to Melbourne. I believe to this day the originator of the overland post was never known. About the middle of the year 1837, a perfect mania took place. The price of sheep advanced to 60 shillings per head. In consequence of this, I was long before I could make final arrangements for my settling, my exchequer being too low to meet the prices. However, I met with another old tar, and also an old colonist, and we entered into a partnership. I then proceeded to a station of his to gain information and await the arrival of my family, determined to take them with me at all risks. My share, my partner putting in an equal share, was 700 ewes at 55 shillings, 1,925 pounds, 25 rams, 150 pounds, 100 wethers for use, 100 pounds, supplies, drays, bullocks, etc., etc., 575 pounds, so that my debt to my partner amounted to 2,750 pounds without interest for 5 years. No man in his senses would have undertaken to pay such a debt from 700 ewes, which was all the producing stock when the partnership terminated. Not one fraction of the debt was paid. I then saw my way a little better, and made an offer to my partner either to take the whole stock and station at a valuation made by myself, to take or give. My partner then sold to me, not wishing to have anything more to do with sheep. I had many difficulties to surmount with such a debt, for all was credit. However, I paid all in time with interest, so I may safely say I never fingered 1 shilling I could call my own for nearly 10 years, but after the debt was paid, I found I could not save much money for a long time. I suppose the rigid economy was relaxed, and my family increased my expenses. This is quite foreign to the matter now intended, and I trust will be forgiven. On the 15th January 1838, I started from Strathallan, County St Vincent, New South Wales, with 1,400 ewes, 50 rams, 200 wethers, 2 drays, 18 bullocks, 10 men, all prisoners of the Crown, 1 cart and horse, 1 saddle horse, 2 brood mares, private property, and Mr. Horden and 2 children. In travelling, I found the greatest hospitality from the settlers. Mr. William Coghill had mustered his sheep on the Murrumbidgee to accompany me to Port Phillip about the end of the month. After joining Coghill's party, one of my drays broke down, which caused some delay. In this delay, Mr. William Bowman overtook us, and arrangements were entered into for the 3 parties to keep company until all were satisfactorily settled in the new country. After leaving the last settlement on the Murrumbidgee, we took a route more to the eastward than my former track, several parties having preceded us on this route, Ebden, Howie, and Hamilton. We crossed the Murray at the point where Hovell and Hume had crossed many years before, and where a tree with the name of Hume still stood to mark the spot. We now were out of reach of all stations, Ebden's cattle station being the last. At this point we overtook Mr. W. Hamilton, who had been 8 days crossing his sheep and had suffered some small loss. Mr. Bowman had about 5,000 sheep, Mr. Coghill 2,000, making with my lot in all near 9,000. From our arrangements we crossed the whole of the sheep in 2.5 hours without the loss of a single sheep. We followed the track of those before us, which was not difficult, and in a short distance came on to the Major's line, which was easily recognised at this time. My men, who had the lead of the party, refused to keep the advance, thinking their labours were more than the others, but they were soon taught a lesson which they never forgot, and they behaved well for the remainder of the journey. We reached the Goulburn, surveying all the fine-looking country, and saw many beautiful spots, very beautiful spots, between the Ovens and the Goulburn, but I was anxious to avoid what was likely to become a general road, and to get within 100 miles of the settlement, and no large river between. At the Goulburn we met a large party of natives. Mr. David Coghill and myself, being in advance, came suddenly on them. In an instant about 100 spears were pointed towards us. We halted to consider what to do. We got boldly off our horses, took our guns in one hand and a bush in the other, and advanced slowly towards them. The women and children fled, but the men stood their ground. After a short parley, in which not a word was understood on either side, the natives began to lay down their spears and approached us without fear, put their hands on us, and felt the horses' skins. After spending about an hour amongst them, my cart with Mrs. H. hove into sight. The day being far advanced, I determined to encamp on a favourable spot for that purpose. Shortly after, my sheep appeared. The men, my shepherds, were dreadfully alarmed at first, but this soon wore off. I had nets for my sheep, set them up, and pitched our tent, etc. I sent a man back to inform Bowman that we were come to an anchor for the night. In the evening I heard a strange noise of birds, which proved to be a large flock of white parrots, a bird I had not seen before on my former journey. Having my gun in my hand, I fired both barrels, and by good chance shot 2. This occurrence gave alarm to my sable brethren. All disappeared, but only for a short time. They appeared in much larger numbers than we had seen before. They examined the guns with great curiosity, and wanted to see me fire again, which I declined. However, Mr. Bowman gratified them. Next morning, March 2nd, 1838, we crossed the river all safe, without any molestation from the natives. Here we overtook Mr. John Harrison and Mr. Hamilton, who had pushed on to get the choice of the country. We assisted these gentlemen to cross their sheep. Hamilton advanced, and we took a day's rest on this beautiful spot. Before advancing any further, I may now state what country was taken up and by whom. The station holders were A. Mollison, C. H. Ebden, Captain Brown, Harrison, Coghill, Bowman, and myself. No other sheep herds crossed the Goulburn up to the above date. A. Mollison, after crossing the Goulburn, kept the Major's line and took up the Collibel, afterwards sold to Mr. Orr. Mr. Ebden took up the Sugarloaf Creek, but abandoned that part of the country and took up Carl's Rue. Howie, about the same time, took up his run on the east side of the mountain, now Riddle and Hamilton's, in the township of Gisborne. This station was the first connecting the runs taken up by the VD land settlers. Captain Brown took up the spot described in my former journal. Now Dr. Bainton's station and Mr. William Hamilton took up the Sugarloaf. Footnote. The journal of his first trip to Port Phillip. See page 48, editor. End of footnote. Now Dr. Bainton's station and Mr. William Hamilton took up the Sugarloaf Creek left by Mr. Ebden. About this time, or shortly afterwards, an old military officer named White took up the adjoining country. Coghill and myself started with Bowman, who took up the north side of Mount Byng, now Alexander of far fame, kept it a short time and sold the stock to Umpleby, who sold to Orr, in whose possession it now is. Coghill's and my own stock we left on the Campaspe plains, and we advanced to look for country suitable for our purpose, which we found. I took up Smeaton Hill on the 5th of April 1838, having just been 3 months travelling. About 10 days after, the Coghills took up their stations, Glendaruel and Glendonald. Harrison, who was too wise to be advised by me, came nearer the settlement and took up a country I am not acquainted with, viz. the Plenty. After being some months on our respective stations, that is, Coghill and myself, we found to the south of us the country about Buninyong, taken up by Learmonth, the Lee River by Uele. Between the last mentioned parties, Anderson took up a station, thus crowding the stations so close that in a short time they found out their mistake. The same year, Pettit and Francis took up Dowling Forest, which would have been my run only for my ignorance, thinking it too rich for sheep. Messrs. Irvine and Birch made their appearance and sat down between Smeaton and Glendonald, and called the station 7 Hills. In 1839, the early part of this year, Mr. W. Kirk took up the run outside me, but abandoned it, and took up a large run west of Mount Cole, afterwards Ross and McGill's. Then came Captain McLauchlan and D. Cameron, who both sat down on Smeaton. McLauchlan, after much persuasion, took up the ground left by Kirk, and D. Cameron that left by Irvine, now known as Clunes. About this time, Simpson, Dutton, and Darlot took up the Loddon. Then Bowerman took up the ground where Robertson and Skeens is, and all about Burnbank. In the meantime, Learmonth extended his run in a direct line, purchased Bowerman's stock, and connected the whole line of country from Buninyong to Burnbank, about 30 miles. He afterwards sold part to Dr. Griffin and Elms. After this there were many subdivisions and parties surrounding, which did not come within my knowledge. I think in 1839 John Horden took up Mount Greenock, afterwards sold to McCallum's party. L. McKinnon took up the Loddon above Simpson's, now W. Hunter's. Churnside took up first Muckleford, then the Deep Creek, afterwards McKinnon's, and then Bucknell's. After subdivision of the Loddon Run was to see McKinnon, now Joyce's. Next, adjoining 7 Hills, a station was taken up by Lyon Campbell, named Bullarook. About this time, I suppose in 1840, Jim Crow was taken up by Mr. Mollison, and all the available country between that and the Colaban. The Bowyards and Strathloddon were sold to Campbell and McKnight, and then to D. Cameron of Clunes, then to Captain McLauchlan, then to William Campbell, and a portion to A. Kennedy. Forest, Barker, and Friars Creeks have all got their names since those days. I may here state, on my first visit to Castlemaine, I was surprised to find the Church of England placed on or about that very spot that I had pitched my tent on the 12th of April 1838, then in all its virgin beauty. I may be here allowed to make another digression from my story, which by the by is nearly spun out. On getting fairly settled, I wrote a long rigmarole account of all my journeys through these ranges to an old friend of mine who was a gold refiner. The reason of my travelling through those ranges was that I was compelled to divide my party and leave some ewes on the Campaspe plains, they having commenced lambing. John Betts of Birmingham says, in answer to my description of the country, "John, look closely into all the streams, dig and wash the earth, search diligently for gold, for I am sure your feet are passing over immense wealth every day." How true the prediction of my old friend! I believe this my letter might be had, if thought worthwhile. It was like all my writing, badly written, and John Betts sent it to another old friend of mine, Rhodes and Son, Minories, London, to be corrected, and a clean copy written, which I believe was done, but whether in possession of Rhodes or Betts I do not know. On the brink of a waterhole at the junction of the creeks known as Barker's and Forest Creeks, I buried the skull of a prisoner of the Crown. He was murdered by his mates after absconding from the service of Mr. Ebden. It was dug up by the natives twice, and the third time I buried it in the dry deposit in the waterhole, which was dry at the time, but on my next visit full from a thunderstorm. If I had been unfortunate enough to have found gold then, I should most certainly have never acquired my present position, but I was not to be the Hargraves. With respect to the natives I can say but little, having had little intercourse with them. It will perhaps be necessary here to relate what took place with myself, to show that a hostile feeling did exist, although much blame might be attached to my men, who paid smartly for their impudence. One lot of sheep was left at the Campaspe, and another at the Loddon, 3 men having been left at each place, well armed for defence, and 3 men of Coghills having been left at the Campaspe for the same reason, viz., that the ewes were lambing. After taking possession of Smeaton as before stated, I had to go between the 3 parties. I have not got dates for these perambulations. I left Smeaton for the Loddon, passed the night with the men, gave directions for their removal to a point where I should direct the others to join them. There was a man of the name of Knight, who was one of Bowman's party, a veteran. He had at this time been several days amongst the natives, perhaps weeks. He pretended he had lost himself. I took him back with me to Bowman's station and there left him. I arrived at the Campaspe Plains at night after dark, found all right. In the morning I earmarked all my lambs, mixed them with Coghills, and started them for the Loddon, giving them their regular stages, and they were to be 6 days in order not to hurry the sheep. I wanted to see something of the country. Went that day to Mollison's station and started the next morning for the Loddon. I first took a southeast direction to the top of a hill about 7 miles off, for the sake of having a view of the country through which I had to pass, and went regularly from one hill to another, Jim Crow being the last. I had then an open country to the spot where I directed the men to halt. It was after sundown when I got down. I saw the sheep and lambs, as I thought, all right. I cooeed loudly, but there was no answer. This was only the 3rd day from the time I left them. I then fired a shot. No answer. I had purchased 2 dogs on my journey, being kangaroo dogs. I coupled them with a strap and tied them to a tree for fear of their disturbing the sheep. I was very much troubled in my mind about the men, one of them being a very bad character. All I thought of was that the 2 had murdered the man in charge and made off with the cart and horse. I walked round the sheep all night, heard the howl now and again of native dogs, but not near. As soon as day appeared, I started off to the old camp, and found the fire had been out some time. I then returned to my charge. Seeing them all right, I thought I would make a circle and try to discover what direction they had gone with the cart, but the country being so dry and hard, not a track was to be seen. I kept the sheep all this day, and in strolling about I found part of the sheep nets and a dead sheep. I took a good sleep during the day and mounted guard at night. The dogs got a good feed off the dead sheep, but there was nothing for me. I began to feel a little hungry, but, as the sailor says, I took in a reef by tying my neckerchief round my body. Next day, about sunrise, I began to think of driving the sheep to Smeaton, and had just rounded them up when I heard a cooey. This rather alarmed me. I put the saddle on my horse, took the cap off my rifle, saw the powder up and all right. I rode off in the direction I heard the cooey. Coming towards a bed of reeds on the river bank, knowing the men were alarmed, and having, I must confess, little confidence, I was not inclined to put myself in their power. I made a stop and then cooeyed, which was immediately answered, and I saw a man crawling out from amongst the reeds. I made straight for him, and saw to my great surprise one of Mr. Coghill's men. He exclaimed, "Good God, sir, I am glad to see you alive." I said, "What's the matter, William?" "Oh, sir, murder, murder." This confirmed my opinion. I said, "Who is murdered?" and he answered, "Lee." This was still a further confirmation of my own idea, for I thought Williams or Trainer had murdered Lee and made off. I got quite impatient at the old man's slow answers. At last I said, "Who has murdered Lee?" He then replied, "The blacks." This, of course, altered all my ideas. It appeared, when the three men had arranged to remove from the first camp, two were to take the sheep, the other the cart with the traps. The sheep started, and after travelling a short distance, the two men with the sheep were attacked and fled to the cart for their arms. But they soon found the cart was captured, and poor Lee dreadfully wounded and left, no doubt, for dead. Williams fled first without injury. Trainer got a slight wound in the shoulder with a spear, but Lee was dreadfully mangled. He had on his body 15 wounds and 3 severe ones on the head. While I stood talking to William Freeman, I saw the reeds moving and something in the shape of a man moving. I lifted my rifle, but heard a voice, "For God's sake, sir, don't shoot me." To my great surprise, this was the man Knight. On being asked how he came there, he said he was lost. Only 3 days before, I left him at Bowman's camp. In about 2 hours, the cart with the sheep and men all made their appearance. All the weakly lambs had been killed and forced marches made. After meeting the cart which had gone back, I purposed going home with the cart and Lee, who was very near dead, but all exclaimed if I took the cart away with a man, cook, to drive, they would all leave the sheep and follow. Finding this would not do, I got some hot water, bathed the wounds, got a piece of bread, and started home alone, giving directions how to come through the ranges, and I would meet them the next day. After all the delays, it was very late when I arrived at Smeaton. I said nothing to Mrs. H., but got a little lint and dressing for the wounds and started late, thinking the party would advance. I rode over range after range and gully after gully, but there was no appearance of the sheep or party until I arrived at the spot where I left them. I felt a little vexed at the men for not starting, but they declared that as soon as I left them, the natives made their appearance, and they were so paralysed at the sight they dared not move. And also, they said, they heard cries as if of murdering someone, which appeared to be nothing but imagination. I got the wounds on Lee's body and head, which was the worst, dressed. He kept in good spirits after my arrival. He thought I was murdered, which had troubled him much. In the night they all kept up and kept firing their muskets at the wind. I am now drawing to a period which will perhaps throw some light on this mysterious fellow Knight. He kept in the camp all night with my men, but after starting the party in marching order, this man disappeared and took with him a young dog which was given him to carry. All the men got so alarmed that I was compelled to threaten to shoot the first man who flinched from the position given him. I closed the order of marching so that I had all within my own view. I made a search for Knight, but could not see either him or any of the natives. I learnt many months afterwards from a black boy that Knight was killed that very night by the blacks, and buried on a hill which I have designated Knight's Fall, known now by the name of Yanduit. I have no doubt of the truth of the murder, as the boy's story of the dog showed that the boy knew something of the matter, and since I have had further testimony of the fact. I have no doubt in my own mind that this man was at the bottom of all the mischief, but at the same time he did me much service by making the natives believe that I should kill them all, for from that day to the present all the natives gave me a wide berth, at least when met in the bush. I am happy to be able to say I never injured one beyond thumping him with a stick. This was after they were protected, and he well merited the correction. Some few months after this, several parties of natives made their appearance, but always disappeared when I showed my face. On one occasion I heard 2 shots fired. I went to see what was the matter. The shepherds saw several blacks on a plain not far off. I went in the direction, and saw a number of men all running off as fast as possible. I pursued and overtook 2 men and a woman. The men both took safe positions behind a tree and balanced their spears. I got off my horse, laid my gun down, showed them my bare hands. After a short time the oldest man came out onto open ground, using his spear as a staff. The other kept his safe post. The old man began to talk at a great rate, and frequently pointed to the Loddon, of course relating all that had transpired there, which I could not understand. The old man perspired so, the perspiration dropped from his nose profusely. I left them and returned home. In less than an hour, 2 shots were again fired, The horse being ready, I started off to the shepherds, but could not find them. The two flocks were mixed, and I saw one sheep lying on the ground. I rode up and found a fine ewe with a long spear driven right through her. I pulled it out, she got up, but soon died. The shepherds all this time were watching my movements, and after a short time made their appearance and took the sheep homeward. We saw nothing of the natives. The men said they never saw them even when the sheep was speared, although within a short distance. No more was heard of the natives for some months. The spear was newly scraped, no doubt for the purpose for which it was used. The next party that made their appearance were much bolder, and insisted on camping alongside of my folds. These were evidently natives from another quarter. They had a few iron hatchets, and began to strip the bark from the trees and build their mears. I took the trouble of carrying some of the bark to a distance, but this would not do. I then ordered them to remove, but no, all efforts were in vain. They had a dog which they tied up by the forepaw to the neck, showing they knew what sheep were. I had my double-barreled gun, and 2 useless double-barreled pistols. I discharged all the 4 barrels, and they could see nothing, and did not know from whence they were taken. I shortly after this left them, but intended watching their movements. I returned in an hour, found all the fires out, and the whole of the natives gone. Saw nothing more of them. In the latter part of this year, 1838, say November, for I only write from memory, I was sheep washing, had always carried either a double-barreled gun or rifle, but this being the first day of washing, I did not take my gun. In returning home in the afternoon late, I saw the blacks had set fire to the grass closer to my home station than I liked. I began to fear something serious had happened. On approach, I saw one of the shepherds crouching behind a tree. I rode up and asked him where the sheep were. His reply was, "The blacks have taken them." I asked which way they had gone. He pointed to the east. I made for the hut as quick as I could. The double-barreled gun was loaded before I left, the rifle lying in the case out of the stock, but loaded and capped. Mrs. H. was in great fear, but had not given way until she saw me. I took both guns, and off I went. A man of the name of George Cook, a prisoner of the Crown, who was hut keeper, had left his hut and come to Mrs. H.'s assistance. He now followed me on foot as fast as he could. The grass being long, I got on to the tracks of the sheep, and presently saw them, with 4 men hustling them along. But the weather being hot, they did not make much progress. They kept at the sheep, expecting to get them into the timber, but I was too quickly on them, and they ran for the timber themselves, but made no resistance. I headed the sheep homeward, and met Cook, quite out of breath. The poor fellow could not speak for some minutes. He brought the sheep back, and then the cowardly shepherd made his appearance. When sundown came, I found another shepherd did not come home. He also left the sheep, but not one was lost. He did not return to the station till morning, being lost in the bush all night. Now for Mrs. H.'s story. About noon, about 30 men mustered round the hut. They had a musket and wanted powder. Mrs. H. sent one of the children for old Cook, who shut his hut door and answered the summons. He loaded all the muskets and carbines, placed them all in the hut, and covered them up, determined to defend if required. While Cook was thus employed, Mrs. Hepburn took them some tobacco, but this weed was not known to them at this time, for they threw it all away. She then gave them some flour. Old Cook, being an old poacher, knew well the use of firearms, and, boldened by their peaceable, friendly appearance at the time, although suspicious of them, asked to look at the musket they had, opened the pan, and, unperceived, drew the point of his thumb across the pan, which act cleaned the priming clean out, which saved his life. For shortly after this act, the same black laid the musket on the top of a round post about 30 yards distant, took a deliberate aim, and snapped the musket at Cook. Cook, perceiving his danger, rushed into the hut. Mrs. H. made her appearance at the door with a brace of pistols. The natives then fled. Cook fired a ball over their heads, and it was in their retreat they took the sheep, but they made a clean sweep of the men's blankets, etc. This was the only time any attack was made on the hut. There were several other times I turned out the men to drive them off the run. The number of sheep lost never exceeded 10 on any occasion, and all the depredations were by natives belonging to other districts, which I learnt in the course of time. A friendly intercourse was first made in a very extraordinary way. I was from home, and the women visited the station. Mrs. H. treated them well, and shortly after this about 7 or 8 of the women belonging to the tribe that claimed Smeaton as their beat, or as they called it, carooting, came to the station. They had left all their usual traps and fled to the huts for shelter. Nothing could drive them away, but no force was used for that purpose. They stopped about 6 or 8 days, and after this we had many visits from them. But finding the men making too free with them, I gave them very little encouragement. So after all my residence among the natives, I never learnt a word of their lingo. Nearly the whole of the tribe belonging to this district is dead. I only know of one in existence that was born on my station, and he is about 14 years of age, but looks quite a man in his prime. I do not now know of a woman that was on the station 12 years ago. If there be any at the Protectorate, the fact is not known to me. I do not believe I have seen a native black, or a party of blacks, for these last 4 years, that stayed a night on my run. I believe Mr. Robinson and Mr. Parker made their first appearance here in 1840, but I have no date, perhaps 1841. Their object was to form a station. I strongly recommended them to take up Jim Crow, now Mount Franklin, for an aboriginal station, but this did not meet the views of the above-named gents, and of course it was not done at that time, although it was afterwards. For a time the natives appeared to improve much under the management of Mr. Parker, but of late years the number has been limited, and principally children have been kept. Some of the young men have turned out very well as bullock drivers on the station, and made themselves useful otherwise. All I can say about the natives only shows I know nothing about them, or at least very little. Some of my southern neighbours could tell better tales of them, but it will be seen that I have not cultivated their acquaintance much. With respect to the country generally, I know a few miles round. I shall commence at the river Loddon and come southward. On the upper Loddon, about Glenlyon and Holcombe, there is some good land, but most of it heavily timbered. The whole of the upper Loddon is volcanic, and where the earth has a reddish or chocolate colour, it is generally very good, but in this district it is so in small patches only. There is plenty of fine slabs of slate between Holcombe and Kennedy's station, with patches of good land the whole way down, but not to any extent. About Kennedy's and down to Hunter's, there are fine flats of considerable extent. On the government reserve for the Aborigines, there is also some good ground, with a great deal of bad, much of which will be at no distant period trenched for gold. At Joyce Brothers, Bucknell's and McLaughlin's, there is but little that would be considered good land, although the flats on the creeks have produced crops of wheat much heavier than I could see on much better land. On my run, there is much good land to appearance, but the crop is below the average of my neighbours, which I can only attribute to the want of proper drainage, the land being very wet in winter. To get a good crop, wheat ought to be put in the month of March or April, in order that the wheat may be well rooted before the wet weather sets in, which is generally about the latter end of May. The summer frost is also a great drawback, particularly for horticulture. Gooseberries, currants, cherries, and raspberries do well, vines not at all. At only 20 miles to the north, vines grow well and produce good crops. The land on my run is very prepossessing in appearance, but in many places there is only a shallow soil, which lies on a bed of lava, which dries up early in the season. But this is not the case all over it. There is some very fine land. The 7 Hills is much the same, but all the best land on that station is heavily timbered. At Glendonald there is little good land, but it might be much improved. Clunes and McCallums perhaps have less good land than any other runs of the same magnitude in this part of the country. Glendaruel, Coghills, and Dowling Forest, with Wynnum, have perhaps more prime land than any country of double the extent in this part of the country. On the Lee River there are many good spots, and through towards Burrumbeet and Burnbank, not to the township, which is poor, but as far as Robertson's and Skeens, there is some beautiful country. To the southeast of Ballon, and much of the Pentland Hills, is a first-rate country for wheat or other grain. The average crop of wheat grown at Smeaton for 12 years does not exceed 20 bushels per acre. At Dowling Forest and Glendaruel, about 30 has been the average, to the best of my knowledge. My information is very limited, and having no general knowledge of the qualities of land, it must therefore be taken for what it is worth. Nearly all this memo is written from memory. Before closing, I should state the result of my experience amongst prisoners of the Crown under the old system, more particularly those under my own charge in this part of the country. I brought from Sydney Francis Smith, Isaac Howe, William Butson, George Lee, George Carmichael, George Cook, all 6 men well behaved and useful. These men were paid £30 per annum while in my service. They were the assigned servants of John Coghill. They are all in existence and have done well. Edward Traynor and Bartholomew Williams were both bad men and petty thieves. Dennis Walker and Joseph Woodford, 2 boys, turned out middling, but were troublesome while in my service. I forgot to state that Lee had, after his conflict with the natives, to be sent to Melbourne for surgical assistance, and had a piece of a spear 9 inches long cut out of his back by Dr. Cusson. One word more in favour of old hands. On our first expedition in 1836, Mr. John Gardner had a man named Doggerty, a prisoner of the Crown from VD land, brought to Sydney by permission of Governor Arthur. That man has been in my service for these last 10 years, has a family, and is a well-doing man. I do not make these statements as an advocate for prisoners, for I am not, but it only shows that prisoners are sometimes painted in worse colours than they deserve. I may also add that I have had many other old prisoners in my service, and have in general found them very good servants, the Pentonvilles being the worst without exception. English training avails little in this country. I trust I shall not be considered partial or egotistic in these memoranda, for I can only state what I know myself, and what I have learnt from others to a very limited extent. The first Commissioner of Crown Lands for this district was Peter Snodgrass, Esquire, now MLC, the next H. F. Graham, Esquire, then Foster Fyans, Esquire, after him F. A. Powlett, Esquire. The new one I have not seen. I have had disputes about boundaries, settled by all the above gentlemen, and also by Mr. Grimes, and in all cases without favour or affection to any party or parties. So much for the officials. It may be considered I am some place hunter, or looking for some favour. This is not the case. I look for my rights as a British subject, and will maintain them too, so far as my knowledge goes. I unfurled but one flag, and to that I will adhere, I trust, for the remainder of my life, however long it may be the pleasure of God to spare me. J.H. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 13 from William Thomas. Brief account of the Aborigines of Australia Felix. Their government is patriarchal, the head of each family having control over his household, nor is he accountable to the community for his conduct touching them, even after his children come to years of discretion, if they be unmarried. They, however, are by no means arbitrary nor cruel, and with the children are foolishly indulgent. It is only in passion that their conduct is revolting, and then they are generally checked by one or more powerful friends arresting the angered, while others try to appease him by reason. Although the head of the family is not accountable to the community, a mother will not tamely see her child ill-used, and when a son is grown up, if his mother is ill-treated, he will show fight. I have witnessed some dreadful frays between father and son on the mother's account. Should one kill his wife, the friends or relatives of the woman will have satisfaction. When the tribes meet, the slayer must show himself naked among them, and unflinchingly await their anger. Each tribe has a chief, who directs all his movements, and who, wherever he may be, knows well where all the members of the community are. About once in 3 months the whole tribe unite, generally at new or full moon, when they have a few dances, and again separate into 3 or more bodies, as they cannot get food if they move en masse. The chief, with the aged, makes arrangements for the route each party is to take. In their movements they seldom encamp more than 3 nights in one place, and oftener but one. Thus they move from one place to another, regardless of sickness, deaths, births, etc. They will not wait for anything when they have an object in view. I have known instances of females having an infant at night, and compelled to tramp in the morning, and the men to carry their sick from one encampment to another. In each body are a few old men who take charge of the small community, and give instructions in the morning where they will encamp at night. They seldom travel more than 6 miles a day. In their migratory moves all are employed: children in getting gum, knocking down birds, etc., women in digging up roots, killing bandicoots, getting grubs, etc., the men in hunting kangaroos, etc., scaling trees for opossums, etc., etc. They mostly are at the encampment about an hour before sundown, the women first, who get fire and water, etc., by the time their spouses arrive. They hold that the bush and all it contains are man's general property, that private property is only what utensils are carried in the bag, and this general claim to nature's bounty extends even to the success of the day. Hence at the close, those who have been successful divide with those who have not been so. There is no complaining in the streets of a native encampment. None lacketh while others have it. Nor is the gift considered as a favor, but a right brought to the needy and thrown down at his feet. In warm weather, while on the tramp, they seldom make a meum. They use merely a few boughs to keep off the wind. In wet weather a few sheets of bark make a comfortable house. In 1/2 hour I have seen a neat village begun and finished. The harmony that exists among them when none of another tribe is in the party is surprising. I have been out with them for months without a single altercation. Wherever one is born, that is considered his or her country. They have no regular burial places. Their bones lie scattered through the bush. Over the men, according to their importance, an oration is delivered, the purport of which is that they, his survivors, will avenge his death, and begging the defunct to lie still till they do so. Over the women and children no ceremony is performed. After the body is interred, the encampment breaks up, leaving a fire at the east of the grave. Orphans are taken great care of. It is considered a great honor to have an orphan added to the family. They have many ceremonies on particular occasions, such as when a youth or maiden comes of age, installment of the bush, marriage ceremony, etc., etc. To give them in this brief account is impossible. One must suffice. Marriage. The men engross the right of giving the women away. The women have neither choice nor will in the matter. They are the property of the father. If he is dead, of the brother. If there is no brother, of the uncle. There is seldom a marriage without much fighting, as there is a great preponderance of males over females, and the old chiefs not being satisfied with less than 2, and sometimes 4, increases the value of the women. Most females are purchased. The general price is 2 large kugras, or opossum rugs, 2 or 3 dozen opossums, and other trifles. The woman is handed over to the spouse, who has scarce got her when some others, those who were desirous to obtain her, may be seen naked, discharging wangwims, etc., at the bridegroom. A general family fight takes place, and the bridegroom seldom gets off without a broken head. At night the dame is sulky, and when her spouse is asleep generally creeps to her mother, and when he awakes and finds her gone, he claims her. Her father in a rage knocks the poor girl about with his bludgeon or tomahawk, drags her by the hair of her head to her coulin, where she gets another drubbing. This is often continued for 2 or more days, until the poor creature is regularly broken down. She resigns to her fate, and generally proves a constant and affectionate wife. Laws. Of laws they have 3 principal, that is, to punish murder, theft, and adultery. Murder is punished by the whole of the tribe throwing a spear and a wangwim at the murderer. If he escapes without any material injury, the male who is the nearest of kin to the murdered may with his bludgeon or leonile strike at the murderer's head, no other part, till he is tired. During the punishment the murderer is not allowed to throw a single weapon, but may ward off the spears, etc., with his shield. I knew an instance of a man having 100 spears thrown at him, who warded them every one off. Theft is of a rare occurrence, and is punished by blows on the head of the thief by the party wronged. I never knew but one case of this kind. Adultery is a crime that keeps the encampment, when 2 or more tribes are present, in continued broils. The adulterer and adulteress are both punished, the latter awfully severe, but the former having, what the poor females have not, a way of warding off the weapons, comes better off. There is one particularly amiable trait in the aboriginal character, which is, that no animosity remains in their breasts, nor does any shrink from punishment. At the close of a fight or punishment, those who have inflicted the wounds may be seen sucking them and doing any other kind office required. Most tribes have intercourse with, or hold a kind of alliance with, 3 or 4 neighboring ones, with whom they barter for lubras, etc. They generally once a year at least unitedly assemble. There are many disputes, imaginary or real, to settle which cannot be done without some fighting. When all is settled, they will corroboree night after night till they separate. All the tribes beyond the district of their friends are termed wild black fellows, and when found within the district are immediately killed. The blacks were formerly very superstitious. A most awful superstition is that they believe that man would never die unless he were killed, that the sick man has been opened, and his kidneys and fat have been taken out, which has caused death, and that nothing short of the kidneys and fat of another will appease the dead. They also believe that, as the kidneys and fat are the life of man, the eating of the same gives double strength and vigor to those who partake of them. Hence they never kill a wild black, as they term him, but they rob the body of that part. They also have another cruel custom of sacrificing the fruit of the womb till a male is born, so that, should a female have 3 or 4 girls, all are killed until a male is born. The poor innocents are put out of the way by strangling or smothering, and generally on the 9th or 21st day. To go into the various traditions they have of the creation of the world, man, woman, and animals, stars, etc., is impossible here. Suffice it to state that they are a people that have names for particular stars, as the Southern Cross, Magellanic Clouds, etc., and their traditions are not more ridiculous than those of other savage nations. They have also an idea of several imaginary beings, almost all of the dreaded class; also superstitious notions of certain birds, native bears, and extraordinary appearances in the heavens. Dances. They have various dances day and night, although a stranger, after seeing one, may think the whole alike and merely a monotony of sounds and motion. Such is not the case. The song and words are to the motion of the body, like our country dances and reels. One ignorant of dancing would look upon the movements as monotonous. There is as much sense in the one as in the other. If the blacks' orchestra is inferior, their time and motion are better. Games. They have many, all admirably adapted to strengthen and expand the corporeal powers, as running, jumping, throwing, etc., but the most manual is wrestling, and certainly every one who has ever seen them at this exercise has acknowledged that it is equal to any description given of the ancients, and destitute of the brutality often resorted to by the ancients to gain the mastery. The Aborigines is sheer, fair wrestling. They challenge each other by throwing dust in the air towards those they desire to strive with, which is answered by a return. They run towards each other. On approaching, each puts his hands on his antagonist's shoulder, and it is not till both are nearly exhausted that one is down. I should have stated that besides chiefs, they have other eminent men, as warriors, counselors, doctors, dreamers, who are also interpreters, charmers, who are supposed to be able to bring and drive rain away, also to bring or send plagues among other nations, and to drive away the same, as occasion requires. Although they have chiefs, doctors, counselors, warriors, dreamers, etc., who form a kind of aristocracy, yet these are in no way a burthen to the community. The chiefs govern, doctors cure, counselors advise, and warriors fight without pay. All alike seek their food, and he who is mindful of the ravens is not unmindful of these sable sons of Australia. Their war implements are 1. The wangwim, thrown in battle and useful in the bush to knock down birds. 2. Kuruk, or throwing stick, with which a reed spear is hurled out with great force. 3. Wara wara, a common club used in single combat. 4. Leonile, the most dreadful hand weapon used in single combat only. 5. Kudgerin, a thick club, very weighty at the end, used in close combat only. 6. Mulga, a shield used in single combat only, to defend the head from the hand clubs 3, 4, and 5. 7. Geam, a large shield used to ward off long spears. 8. Tirer, a reed spear used for distant objects. 9. Tare, a long spear pointed at the end used for distant combat. 11. Mongile, a double-glassed jagged spear, the most fatal of their weapons. 12. Wavoit, mostly used in play, it is thrown by the hand, the knob end bounds on the hard ground a considerable distance, as a stone would do when thrown on ice. He whose wavoit is the greatest distance is considered victor. Men composing the native police on 1st January 1843. Billibellary was a chief of the Yarra tribe. He stands foremost, and justly so, as ever having been the white man's friend, generous, frank, and determined as he was. Having received intimation that government was desirous of forming a native police, I consulted this chief who had often protected my life. I remember well the day I and the Captain Dana, on a huge gum log, on the 17th February 1842, made known to Billibellary the government's intention, and to further it stated that his influence was applied to first. He begged 7 days to think. Night after night did this faithful chief address the encampment. True to the day, on the 24th he had the company together, leading the train. After stating the duties, he signed his name first, not, however, before saying, "I am king. I no ride on horseback. I no go out of my country. Young men go as you say, not me." Through his influence the native police was first formed. This good man used often, after the first fortnight, to appeal to me on being ordered to march up and down for 2 hours. Nothing like command would do for him. I at length brought Captain Dana to consent that he be permitted to be on duty when he pleased. Regimentals, gun, etc., were at his disposal. Generally an hour before sundown the chief would dress himself and take it into his head to march to and fro from his lubra's miam to my tent, which invariably was adjacent. This good man died on the 10th of August, 1846. After preserving the lives of the first settlers, checking in the bud any jealousy or revenge in the precincts of Melbourne towards the whites, He was engaged with the Mount Macedon tribe in transferring the land to Batman, Simpson, Swanston, and others. Fostering all missionary and other exertions to better his race, he lamented much the deterioration of his people. He lived to see them become drunkards and refractory to their own laws. He was the last chief who was recognized as having any power. On his demise, missions, schools, and police began to totter, and were subsequently kept up, I may say, through pressing from distant tribes. Bugup, a fine intelligent young man. After 2 expeditions he was made a corporal, and received pay. He continued in the police till his death, had been on much arduous duty. From the effect of one very long day's ride, somehow his ankle was hurt by the stirrup iron, which was not considered of any consequence. However, after some months, it so affected his leg, then his thigh, that to save his life, amputation above the knee was required, which he consented to. He was one of the first in the colony who underwent an operation under the influence of ether, and did well. The operation was performed by Doctors Hobson, Thomas, and Barker. He lived a year after the operation, making himself useful at the police quarters till his death on the 2nd September, 1848, after nearly 6 years' service. Berbero. This black remained but a few months in the service. His habits and disposition were too restless for restraint, and too immoral to be kept in subjection. He latterly was a notorious drunkard, and on the last meeting of the tribes was killed, while drunk, on Richmond Swamp, and shoved into a rut, 28th May, 1852. Benboo. This harmless man, like Billibellary, was but a short time in the service. In fact, was not by nature or disposition adapted for the police. He, however, to the time of his death, was seldom seen out of uniform, which was generally that of a commissariat in full dress, except the cocked hat. Mr. Erskine used invariably to give him his left-off uniform, and Benboo never shrunk when he wanted uniform from asking for it. This good and inoffensive chief died on his way to Moody Yalloak, at Little Brighton, on the 5th July, 1852. His few subjects were drunk for 3 days previous, and neglected their king. Baring. This young black, who continued in the service for some time, was in 2 journeys. He subsequently went to the Devil's River, and has not been heard of since. Culpender. This fine young man was son of Billibellary, but widely different in disposition and character. I think he went but 2 journeys. He was an awfully dissipated character after his father's death, and was eventually killed at the Goulburn in a drunken fray with the Goulburn blacks. Correc. Remained but a few months in the police. Afterwards he was continually going to and fro to Gippsland, where he died some time in 1848. Coonerdigum. I can't recollect or find in my papers a name in the least like this. Those enrolled on 24th of February, 1842, were all correct. I wrote their names down. Gellibrand was a faithful black, much respected by the whites, especially the gentry. He took his name from the unfortunate gentleman who was lost with Hesse. His real name was Baruche, a kangaroo rat. It is said that while he was being brought into the world, a kangaroo rat ran over his mother. The natives invariably consider such occurrences as omens for something, and he was named after the animal. He was one who accompanied the whites in search of Gellibrand. He remained in the police till his death, which was premature. Having come with the government dray from Narre Warren for a month's provisions, he drank to much excess, as reported to me by the blacks, at the clubhouse, that he died on his way back with the dray, and was buried near South Yarra Pound. He had been on duty in all parts of the colony, was a corporal, and had received pay for years. Gibberook. This was a noble-looking black, but sullen, and in no way to be depended upon. He soon left the service, after his first orders to accompany Mr. Commissioner Powlett to Mount Macedon. He went subsequently to the Gilbourne, and, for aught I know, is still alive. Murrumbeen. A fine powerful black, next to Billibellary, of the greatest influence over the Yarra blacks. He, however, soon left the police. As they assured me afterwards, they only joined to set the example. He died on the 16th October, 1849. He was never addicted to drink, and endeavoured, with his cousin Billibellary, to stop this growing vice. Many and many times have the young men's heads been split by these two worthy men, that is, those who came in drunk overnight to the encampment. But all to no avail. The vile whites made others drunk daily. Had this man and Billibellary the power, such was their determination, they would have summarily dealt with the case, and have taken a band with waddy and spears, and have discharged the contents of every spirit cask in Melbourne, and have felt no repugnance, if opposed, in shedding blood to accomplish their object, for with aborigines murder is no crime when for the public good. Mooney. This was a fine young man, who was sent 2 important journeys, and died in the service while at the Wimmera in August 1845. Ningoolabin, alias John Bull. A fine, powerful black, but no sooner were the police ordered upon distant duty than he and several others deserted. He being a man of importance, Captain Dana was awfully prejudiced against him, which prejudice on the captain's part had nearly been fatal to the life of Ningoobelin, insomuch that the second in command, for giving evidence which I compelled him to give, of the native police, ever afterwards was under the displeasure of his superior. Ningoobelin was afterwards tried for the murder of Booby, an aboriginal from the present colonial secretary's station. I was so convinced of his innocence, having daily intercourse with him at the time, that in spite of official opposition, which was truly unpleasant, I persevered in order to prove such, and at length, after 4 months, from circumstantial evidence brought forward, the jury, in spite of direct evidence, after a tedious trial, which lasted till 8 o'clock at night, acquitted him. Nunooptoon. Remained but a few months in the force. He was a good-tempered fellow, but as restless as a hyena in confinement. He subsequently was, unjustly, accused of taking Mr. Willoughby's child at Western Port, which so frightened him that for years he scarce rambled further than along the coast from Mount Eliza to Point Nepean. He died under Mount Eliza, 11th of August, 1849. Nirimbinuk, brother to the unfortunate Windberry, shot by Major Letsom's party. He continued in the force for a considerable time. Getting tired of it, he left, and for some years rambled along the Gilbourne to the Devil's River and Magulumbuk tribes. Like his unfortunate brother, by family connection he seems to pass safely through different remote tribes. He is still alive, and left some months back our encampment by the ranges for Bacchus Marsh. He is a terrible drunkard. Peerup. There have been 2 of this name in the police. The one who was in the force in 1843 continued in it till 1847. After leaving it, he was scarce in his district for a month's continuance, going to and fro with others, purchasing or stealing Gippsland lubras. He was subsequently, with 2 others, killed there in May 1850, on the Mitchell River, through the treachery of a knowing Gippsland black named Tyers. Perpeen, better known as McNoel. An active, shrewd, able, and intelligent policeman. For 2 years highly serviceable. He had the boldness to be the first to fire at a white man, when with Commissioner Gisborne's police up the Yarra. On leaving the police, he, like most others, became a notorious drunkard, and was dangerous when so. In a drunken fray with 2 of his own tribe, he received a spear wound, from which he died 4 days afterwards, on 2nd May, 1850, at the encampment between the Mary and Darebin Creeks. Puligary, an able-bodied black, intelligent, and to be fully depended upon. He went through a routine of service for government, being selected for most of their important journeys. On leaving the force, he accompanied Mr. Booney and others in an expedition, I think, in quest of the lost Dr. Leichhardt. He is still living. In Booney's correspondence he is designated as Black Jimmy. Moonmoonginner, a fine and faithful black, of good disposition and temper. Had been out on 3 expeditions. The Wimmera was the last, where he was taken ill, and returned before his comrades. The black doctors recommended rambling through the district, which he did to no effect. He died at Mahoon, Western Port, on the 16th August, 1845. Tonmiel, a young, steady, and faithful policeman. He continued in the service till his death. He had been on duty the whole round of the colony from Portland Bay west to Gippsland east and the Murray north. He died at the police barracks, Nari Nari Warren, in November 1850. Tomboko. This black continued in the service for at the least 3 years. Captain Dana was particularly partial to him. His lubra was also of great service. She could wash, iron, and do needlework almost as well as a white woman. An altercation, however, took place at the police barrack, Nari Nari Warren. The sergeant brought Tomboko to Melbourne handcuffed, and lodged him in the watch-house. My blacks at the Mary Creek gave me information of it. I attended the police office next morning. No one appeared against him, and he was discharged. With all I could do, I could not get him to return. He was industrious and sober. He went a few trips to Gippsland after the death of his lubra, where he now is, and has been for the last 18 months, shepherding. Waurarong. This black continued in the service, I should say, at least 4 years beyond my expectation. So much so that, when Billibellary presented him, I told Captain Dana it was useless to have his name. Neither he nor any of the Murray family could be kept for any continuance from the Yarra ranges. He, however, was enrolled, and proved a faithful servant of government. But becoming at length constitutionally affected with the venereal disease, he left or had leave of absence. Dr. Jameson and others gave him medicines. His disease gained on him, and, like all blacks in great affliction, wandering seems the last recipe. He went rambling with a few Yarra blacks, and died in the Yarra ranges. The date I cannot exactly give, but it was between 1849 and 1850. Wiggy Gulk, also a fine youth, was in the force nearly 2 years. After returning from the Murray River, he became tired of that kind of life, and though continuing in the force, was continually asking for furloughs, and would come to Melbourne, plant his police clothes, and get drunk with impunity. He subsequently was tried for larceny on 15th July, 1844. Since then he has led a dissipated life. He is at present, if alive, in Gippsland. Yammerbook, an intelligent and faithful black, good-tempered, and no one on a bush excursion more to be depended upon. Was a considerable time in the native police, and had accompanied most of the journeys through the district. On leaving the police, he commenced, with others, to go to and fro to Gippsland, and is, for what I know, still alive in Gippsland, but he has for years been a notorious drunkard. Yeptune. One of the coolest, commanding tempers that ever I saw in a black, but when drunk, the most determined on mischief. Captain Dana and other officers have assured me that for patience, perseverance, and other requisites in a long journey, no European could equal him. This was the black who, in the conflict with the blacks to the westward, had the full opportunity of shedding blood to no small extent, but would not on his race, although he received several wounds, 2 on his head being very severe, in saving the life of his superior officer, for which he received on his return the commendation of His Excellency, the present Lieutenant Governor. He was made corporal and received pay. However, since he left the service, and while in it when opportunity offered, he would get drunk, and to such excess that he was in continual trouble. The last time he was convicted with imprisonment. I advised him when I got him from the jail to keep to the bush, which he has done since. In every other respect, a more kind-hearted, feeling black could not be found. In the early history of the colony, his father, mother, and elder brother were shot by the settlers in a sheep robbery between the Gilbourne River and the Ovens, which left him to the care of Billibellary, chief of the Yarra tribe, to whom his aunt was married. He is still alive with the Devil's River tribe. William Thomas. Pentridge, 6th April, 1854. Memo. His Excellency will perceive that the names forwarded are strictly given, but when a material difference exists in the orthography, I have indicated in brackets the real name. Thus, Bellibellary, etc., etc., etc. W.T. It will be seen that in all these cases, except bore turning, alias Billy, merge into drunkenness, that is, culpendure, violently drunk, going to cut in two the rope at Richmond Punt, because the punt man in an instant could not convey him across. Bunger Burnanook, leaving a butcher's in Geelong, in whose service he had been for some length of time, upon a drunken spree, forgetting to return the knife in his belt, was had up for larceny. Yeptune, one of the best of blacks and most faithful of the police, when sober, and the worst when drunk, was figuring away among a mob of constables, and with difficulty secured. The white man Gilmore was drinking hard when he fell in with 3 blacks, 2 of them belonging to the police. All were drinking hard together. A dispute subsequently arose about a bottle of rum. Gilmore became frightened, and thought one was going to kill him. Gilmore shot at him, and he fell. Fearful of the others, as he said, he shot and wounded another. Bore Turning's case is more what I would call your attention to, as it is more important to my mind than the others, though there was no loss of life. It is from such cases the danger of the aborigines may be calculated. My impression ever was, and is still the same, that, from the blacks as a body, to Europeans there is no danger whatever. It is our damnable drink that has made them so nauseous even to ourselves, without our for a moment calculating the beam in our own European eye. But to proceed with Billy, his case was enveloped in mystery. From the child known in the neighbourhood from 8 years of age, with the native police highly respected by every officer, from Mr. Dana downwards. Hurst, Lydiard, and others assured me that he must be innocent. All rested on the evidence of the girl, who subsequently being found to be of a most objectionable character, I lost no time in preparing a memorial to His Excellency for a commutation of sentence, which memorial was signed by the foreman of the jury, and by the whole except 2 who had left for the diggings. More than one of the jury remarked to me that, had they known an hour before the trial what they knew an hour after, a verdict quite the reverse would have been given. My impression is still the same, that he is and was an innocent man, and as such I do not for a moment consider that the aboriginal character is in any way the least affected to its prejudice by this trial. The Guardian of Aborigines, 27/3/54. Returns with remarks. 1. Return showing the number of Aborigines in the Yarra and Western Port tribes 1852 to 1853. 2. Return showing the number of deaths in the Yarra and Western Port tribes 1850 to 53. 3. Return showing the number of births in the Yarra and Western Port tribes 1850 to 53. Grand total in 4 years in both tribes, 2, and for 3 years previous in the 2 tribes there had not been a birth. However, these 2 both died or were killed within a month. 4. Return showing the number of Aboriginal children under instruction, 1851 to 53. Deaths. It will be seen by this return that, from the end of 1851 to the end of 1852, there was a mortality of 18 out of a population of 77, nearly 1/4. The mortality has been among the males principally, that is, 14 males and but 4 females, one of the latter being an infant. 8 were murdered, and 2 of the murderers were subsequently arrested and killed. It is true sickness prevailed to a great extent among them, and, notwithstanding my continued attention, and the truly fatherly visits of the late Colonel Surgeon, Dr. Sullivan, 8 died. 3 of these, however, were, during the drunken freaks of May and June, almost perpetually drunk. 5 only out of the 18 may be said to have died by the visitation of God, the remainder by violence. This year of mortality was ushered in as satisfactorily as could be. The Yarra blacks were engaged with the farmers by the plenty, and most of the Western Port blacks in the country of Mornington were engaged at different stations. In February, some Western Port blacks returned from Gippsland, bringing about 10 Warrigal blacks with them. I tried to remove them. They promised day after day to leave. While engaged with them near Unwin's Survey, south of the Yarra, some messengers were dispatched, and Melbourne had in a few days 3 encampments within 10 miles of it. They begged very hard to remain, and said they would leave in 3 weeks and not come near the town. They had not met for years, and wanted to have once more some corroboree together. I got the 3 encampments at length to one spot in a government reserve on a bend of the Yarra, about 12 or 13 miles from Melbourne, and addressed His Excellency upon the indulgence which was granted, and night after night, for 14 days, did they enjoy themselves. From this time, however, they visited Melbourne, and scenes of the most awful dissipation ensued. As they were shifted from one spot, they would be found 2 or 3 miles nearer Melbourne in another direction, until, in April and May, from morning to night, there was naught but drunkenness. While I was taking one party off, 2 were murdered, and 3 were subsequently found dead, which, with the previous murder at Brighton, regularly disgusted the public. After, by the aid of police, I got the Gilbourne, Barrabool, Booning, and Gippsland blacks off, assuring them that never more should there be an assemblage. By the end of June, the Yarra blacks were settled at the ranges, and the Western Port near the coast. During this year, reserves were granted the 2 tribes, and provisions secured for them in the bush, so that they were now left without the least excuse. I may add that some important correspondence between the Guardian and the Government took place, resulting from the awful outrages of the Aborigines inter se touching their case. The difficulties, however, seemed to increase as correspondence went on, and the question receded to its former position, and justly so. The fact is that all must rest upon aboriginal evidence, to admit which, in their present state, would jeopardize the life of any they had a pique against. A proof of this is the murder of one Buller Bullup this year. I missed him for 3 weeks, before any of the other murders were discovered. I made continual inquiries about him, received such evasive replies that I was far from satisfied. In fact, felt that he must have been killed by some of the number of strangers in the encampment. King Benbow, his brother, and another left for Williamstown for 7 or 8 days about the time. I was about getting a trooper or two to drive off the whole of the blacks, and said to a fine young man of the Yarra tribe, formerly of the native police, I should like to know if poor Buller Bullup is killed, what tribe did it, and I would have the black, if possible, before I sent them away. He took me aside and told me, in as cool and deliberate a manner as a man could, that King Benbow, his brother, and another had killed Buller Bullup on account of Yal Yal being killed at Brighton, and that they had buried him in a scrub near Williamstown. After a little further inquiry, this appeared substantiated, and I reported the deed to His Excellency. Benbow subsequently returned, and I felt thoroughly convinced, from his protestations, that he was innocent. Buller Bullup's murderer, after all, I found to be this very black and 2 others, and his body was found, not at Williamstown, but mangled near Richmond Swamp. I lost no time in communicating to His Excellency how grossly King Benbow had been accused. W.T. Before I close, there are 3 documents transmitted to Government, not noticed here, of some import, which will put His Excellency in possession of the whole of the history of aborigines of the Melbourne tribes, that is, on 21st December 1852, particular statistics of aborigines from 1836 to close of 1851, numbers, schools, etc., with notes. December 17th, 1853, returns required by Legislative Council, 3, 4, 5, with notes. December 29th, 1853, returns furnished to Registrar General, that is, 1, 3, 36. The above, with the particular returns I left as appendices to my last report as Protector, 31st December, 1849, will make all aboriginal matters complete as respects returns. The manners, etc., of them are too numerous for me to be able to supply. W.T. There are, however, a few, and but a few, lines I can furnish in a day or two, which are, nevertheless, necessary to make the whole complete. That is, those blacks who have been committed and tried since the end of 1849, and the whites who have been committed and tried for outrages on the blacks since the same date, all previous are in Government returns. And though I had the honour of first compiling such a return, I must say it is a most important one. The more so, as the Attorney General at Sydney said, some years back, such could not be furnished. End of section 13. Section 14 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Number 14. From William Thomas. There is not a more diffident subject to treat upon than the superstitions of savage nations, for in treating of their superstitions wrongfully, you may be an obstacle on the one side to their minds being enlightened, and on the other, place the people in the estimation of the world in a different light to what they should be. There is not a portion of the aboriginal character that I feel less confident in remarking upon than their traditionary and superstitious notions, not but that I am aware that they exist, and that to a considerable extent, but to know their full import and meaning, I feel persuaded that one had need become an aboriginal native. And yet much has been written by individuals who have had little or no intercourse with them, which has materially bewildered the world touching the aborigines of Australia, as to whether they have not been so low in creation as to have no conception, judging from the vague accounts that have already emanated from different authors, of a deity. D.E., an intelligent writer, whose heart is warmly engaged in the cause of these poor heathens, remarks, in No. 2 on aboriginal subjects, which appeared in the Geelong Advertiser in 1844, "It is doubtful whether there exists among them any notion of the existence of a Supreme Being which contains the slightest analogy to revealed truth," and further, "that where any idea of a supreme intelligence exists, there have usually existed some outward indications thereof, as manifested in sacred relics, idols, rites, and ceremonies constituting religion. The entire absence of everything of this sort among the savages of Australia seems, therefore, corroborative of the utter loss of the knowledge of God." Equally, on the same ground of reasoning, may the conclusion be arrived at in this colony a few years since, by one travelling from Gippsland to the river Glenelg, and from the bay to the Murrumbidgee, for what outward indications would he have witnessed among the white people? And had he come from some strange land, of a strange tongue, not having any idea from whence we came, who or what we or our fathers were, as far as outward indications are concerned, what other impression would the traveller have than that we had altogether lost, if we ever had had any, all idea of an intelligence supreme, and upon the very same grounds adduced by this zealous writer, that there are no "sacred relics, rites, or ceremonies constituting religion," to be observed among us? We should consider, moreover, that people may have notions of what perhaps their very superstitious laws enjoin perfect silence upon, and much of this mute solemnity is to be observed in the character of the aboriginal inhabitants of Australia. Mr. Assistant Protector Parker, of the Loddon, has supposedly discovered, "in their ceremonies and superstitions the obscure and nearly obliterated relics of the ancient ophiolatry, or serpent worship," and this from the Mindye. The Mindye is certainly considered by them as a visible and invisible being. According to their account, he is seen and not seen at one and the same time. But there is no ceremony whatever that I can trace among them that bears any analogy to what he supposes can give me any belief that they have any notion of the "ancient ophiolatry," so prevalent formerly, and still known in India and Africa. The Mindye has its residence, and some old prejudices exist among the aged that a certain family has the power of enchanting or incanting this being. The smallpox brought forward by Mr. Parker is no more than any other epidemic occasioned by the Mindye. The being called the Mindye has no independent power. He is under the control of the Creator of all things, and, as they superstitiously believe, the family aforementioned. The term Manola Mindye, as Mr. Parker has it, dust of the Mindye, is incorrect. Lalliput Mindye, which Mr. P. has as a further proof scales of the Mindye, is still more ridiculous. Lilliput means the cup which held the Pak. The persons of the other deities or superior beings spoken of by Mr. Parker do not tally with accounts received by me. Although I am in possession of much of their mythology, yet I am so dissatisfied with my own belief of the real meaning that I venture only to give you what I think you may safely commit to the press, worked up in your own superior style. What I give you has been tried over and over again from statements made by old and young of different tribes at various times. I have been so scrupulously doubtful of the accuracy, like Thomas the Apostle, I have done as much as could be done without becoming an aboriginal native to arrive at the truth. Australian deities. The Australian Aborigines believe in two principal deities, that is, Punjil, the maker of the earth, trees, animals, and man. Punjil, they say, had a wife named Boy Boy, but he never saw her face. She, however, bore him 2 children, one a son named Binbeal, the other a daughter named Karakaruk. To Binbeal is committed the sovereignty of the heavens, and to Karakaruk the incidental occurrences on earth, while great Punjil stalks like a big one gentleman in the clouds, on the earth, etc., always carrying a big one sword. The Australian's next deity is Palian, brother of Punjil. Palian made all the seas, rivers, creeks, and waters, also all the fish in the ocean, seas, rivers, etc. He governs the waters, was always in the waters, walking, bathing, and going over the seas. Creation of man. Punjil one day cut, with his large knife, 2 pieces of bark, mixed up a lot of clay, and made 2 black men, one very black and the other not quite black, more like dirty red brick. He was from morning till night making them. It was not bright day then, but the sun was like blood all day. He began to make man at the feet, then made legs, and so on to the head. He then made the other in like manner, and, smoothing them both over with his hand from the feet to the head, he put on one's head curly hair, and named him Kukenburuk, on the other straight hair, and named him Buruk Burn. After finishing the 2 men, Punjil looked on them, was pleased, and danced round them. He then lay on each of them, blowing into their nostrils, mouth, and navel, and the 2 men began to move. He bade them get up, which they did, young men, not like pickaninnies. He told them their names. He showed his brother Palian the 2 men he had made. Creation of woman. The next day Palian was in a creek, paddling and beating in the water, in which he used to indulge. After some time the water got thick like mud, so that he could scarcely move. He plucked off a small bough from a tree that hung over the creek, and looked through the bough at the water, and said, "Name you." He beat harder and harder, and he saw near him come up 4 hands, then 2 heads, and so on, till breasts, and 2 human figures complete appeared. Palian exclaimed, "Like my brother Punjil, me make 2 bagruks." He beat again the waters, and the 2 lubras came above the water and fell on the land, but they could not move. He carried one and then the other to his brother Punjil, who breathed into their nostrils, mouth, and navel, and Punjil gave them names, to one Kunawara, and to the other Kuuruk. They gave each Kulin a lubra. Punjil put a spar in each Kulin's hand, and Karakaruk, daughter to Punjil, put in each lubra's hand a kanan, woman's stick. Punjil, Palian, and Karakaruk go out with them some days, showing them how to get their food. The 2 men were taught to spear kangaroos, emus, etc., and the 2 lubras to get gum, roots, bandicoots, grubs, etc. One morning, when they awoke, they no see Punjil, Palian, and Karakaruk. They had gone up above. The blacks say that all this took place very far, far away, to the northwest, not where "now blackfellows all about here sit down," alluding to their belief that man and woman were first created in other countries. All agree, I mean different tribes, in stating that that country was far, far away, beyond what they know to the northwest, overseas. If the point they direct to be correct, it tallies with our position of the western part of Asia. How man first came in possession of fire. They say that, long time after Punjil made man and woman, blacks had no fire, were very cold, and eat all flesh raw. That some lubras went out to get food. They were with their kanan digging up murar, pissants' eggs, when several snakes of all kinds came up out of the earth where they were digging, that they were terribly frightened, kept beating the snakes, but could not kill them. To their relief came down Karakaruk with a large kanan, and 2 young men named Tort and Tarer. that Karakaruk and the lubras fought the snakes for a long time, when the end of Karakaruk's stick broke off. From the piece broken off arose smoke. A bird, by their account of the same kind as a crow, only of a great size, as large as an eagle, flew down and ran off with the fire. Tort and Terror immediately flew up in pursuit of the crow, while Karakaruk remained with the lubras. The crow flew to a mountain named Noon Nuwoon, where it was overtaken by the two flying young men. Terror returned with the fire safe, having pulled off bark from one tree and another to keep it from being exhausted. Tort no more come back. He was burnt to death on a mountain named Munio, where he had kindled a small fire lest what small quantity he had should be lost, and Punjil, for Tort's good deed, turned him into a large star that always looks like a fire. Karakaruk showed the lubras her stick, and, having examined the qualities of it, bade them never to be without fire. Terror afterwards directed them to where the stick might be found, and showed them how to make fire, disappeared, and was no more seen. Notions of the flood. The blacks say that after they had fire they were all marnumuk, meaning comfortable, and increased to great numbers, and after many, many years, blackfellows got very bad, wicked, when Punjil and Palyan big one sulky. Punjil came down with his big one knife and cut the earth all over like blackfellow cut up damper, and come up water, and Palyan drive all big one water from sea on land, then like great guns come up Kureen, storms, and pull up all trees, and come up water everywhere, and very bad blackfellows drowned, and that great many not very bad, Punjil take up and make stars of, and that Punjil, when all gone water, send another very good man and woman, named Berwool and Bobinger, and take and cut up one kangaroo and other animals into small pieces, and they become a great number. Karakaruk and Terror, directed by Punjil, again descend and make Berwool and Bobinger acquainted with the way to provide themselves with food and fire, but stop only little time, and then leave them. Tradition of the dispersion of mankind. The blacks have also a tradition of the dispersion of mankind over all the earth. They say that mankind, after many years, got very many and again very bad, fighting, killing, and eating one another. No work, blackfellows only beat and make lubras get 'em tunanen, victuals. Blackfellows all sit down only one country. Punjil come down again with his big knife, big one sulky, and cut into pieces all men, women, and children, kangaroo, and all living animals, but they not die. Then come up a great storm, Kureen, followed by many whirlwinds, Pitterring, and take up all the pieces, and carry them everywhere, far, far away, and drop them in every country. Then blackfellows in all countries. No blackfellows in all countries till then. And blackfellow no more see Punjil. He too much sulky. Black doctors sometimes dream of them. Tradition of the origin of wind. Hurricanes and whirlwinds, as well as wind, the blacks have a tradition came from an immense flight of magpies, a larger species than those at present seen. The blacks say that they came in great numbers, like flights of cockatoos, that after they came, a rushing wind and a number of large bags like sacks appeared in the air, at first not full. They filled as they passed along, as you would blow full a bladder, and when full, they busted, made noise like gun, and then came wind. No wind before this. It is singular that this occurred also far, far away, and came from northwest. Thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning they believe to be the voice and fire from the eyes of Binbeal when he is sulky with the elements, and will be obeyed, and when he has silenced all, he makes the sun stand before him. I should have stated in the Australian deities that Binbeal is a god that has a face that encompasses the earth, and has a lubra that always accompanies him. Binbeal is the rainbow, and his lubra is the reflection which may be seen occasionally. Mindyi. Of all the beings most dreaded by the blacks, the principal is the Mindyi. It appears to have no independent power, but by the command of Punjil is sent to destroy or afflict any people for bad deeds, that is to say, when they have done very bad things, or not killed enough wild blackfellows for their dead. Its form is that of a snake, but of great size, though it can contract itself into small compass, extend or contract as we would a telescope. The blacks give awful accounts of this being. It can make itself extend miles in length. They say that there are little Mindyi, that Mindyi inhabits a country named Lilgoner, to northwest in this district, and resides on a mountain named Bakr Bunel, and drinks at a creek named Kilkunun. That the ground for a distance round is so hard that no rain can penetrate it, Kulubik, that no wood but mulin grows near it, and that the land is covered with hard, small substances like hail. A family named Muni Brumbrum, the blacks say, have been the only blacks that have ventured to put foot on this awful country where Mindyi resides, and they are the only blacks that can stay the ravages of the Mindyi, or send it forth. It differs from a snake by having a large head and 2 ears. It has 3 fangs coming from its tongue, and when it hisses out its fury, the earth around is covered with white particles like snow, from which the blacks say the disease is inhaled. It often ascends the highest tree in a forest, and, like a ring-tailed opossum, secures its hold and stretches itself over a vast extent of 20 and 30 miles. When Mindyi is in a district, the blacks run for their lives, setting the bush on fire as they proceed, and not stopping to bury their dead or attend to any seized. Many drop down dead on the road. When seized, pains seize them in the back, with violent retching. When they try to get up, they fall down. Those not seized are quite well. The celebrated Muni Brumbrum, the blacks say, can arrest and stay the Mindyi by a secret move with his hand or finger. Such is the nature of the attack of the Mindyi. Any plague is supposed to be brought on by the Mindyi or some of its little ones. I have no doubt that, in generations gone by, there was an awful plague of cholera or black fever, and that the wind at the time, or some other appearance from northwest, has given rise to this strange being. Superstition about consulting bears. The bear is a privileged animal, and is often consulted in very great undertakings. I was out with a celebrated western Port black tracking 5 other blacks. The tracks had been lost some days at a part of the country where we expected they must pass. We ran down a creek. After going some miles, a bear made a noise as we passed. The black stopped, and a parley commenced. I stood gazing alternately at the black and the bear. At length my black came to me and said, "Me big one stupid. Bear tell me no you go that way." We immediately crossed the creek and took a different track. Strange as it may appear, we had not altered our course above 1½ miles before we came upon the tracks of the 5 blacks, and never lost them after. The bear, too, must not be skinned. The blacks have a strange tale of the bears having stolen their tarnuk (buckets) and drained a creek of water, and so bewildered the blacks that Karakarook came down, and it was settled by Karakarook on the part of the blacks that they would no more take the skins from the bears' bodies, and on the part of the bears that they would no more in any way molest the blacks in supply of water and vessel. The wombat, or warren, is also a sacred animal, and must not be skinned. Many birds are also sacred. Some may be eaten by the aged only, others by the doctors only. Superstitious notions of the Warmum. The blacks have superstitious notions of many places, in which, no doubt, in bygone days, some awful calamity had befallen their forefathers. Warmum is a very high mountain northwest of Gippsland, and northeast of Western Port. The blacks have a superstitious notion that whoever looks on this mountain direct will first be struck blind and then dead. No one can look at it and live unless through some medium. The lubras veil their faces when they come within sight, or put boughs and twigs before their faces. The men, when prompted by curiosity to behold it, look along a stick, as white people would do through a telescope. The blacks say that Big One Punjil once sit on that mountain. Charmers or enchanters. There are characters among the blacks who are supposed to possess powers according to their various qualifications. When a continuance of rain is desired, the charmer is applied to, who sings Wannerer Ngurween Barmwiar Wannerer Tinderbook Kudiyar Ngurween Kudiyar Tinderbook Karuleen. During the time that this is sung, the charmer sits in his mia, and with a piece of thin bark, about a foot or 18 inches long, continues throwing hot dust from the fire into the air, alternately mumbling and singing the above song. In fact, all their charmings are in mumbling language, not known to the rest of the blacks. We have in the Western Port tribe a celebrated charmer away of rain, old Bobbinary. I have known this man to be kept singing for hours. The blacks say, when Bobbinary was a child, that it had been raining for some days, and blackfellows all sad, their bellies tied up to keep off hunger, that the child Bobbinary began to sing, and that sun immediately came out, and no more rain, that ever since then he has been able to send rain away. Doctors. The blacks have various kinds of doctors, for eyes, bowels, head, etc., and, like white physicians, are noted in proportion to the remarkable cures said to have been wrought. But the highest pitch of the profession is flying. Among the tribes who have visited the settlement, there has been but one, that has come to my knowledge, possessed of this power, whose name is Malcolm, of the Mount Macedon tribe. I have known this man to be sent for 100 miles. The blacks say that he has power to soar above the clouds, and to fly like an eagle. He also can, in some cases, recover the marmbula, kidney fat, when it has been stolen. I have a most singular account of one of his aerial journeys, together with the solemnity of the encampment during his 2 hours' flight, but cannot trace it now. This Malcolm, aboriginal name Mingdurar, is said to have inherited his power from his father, who was famous before him. Marina Kuding, or strength lost. In the encampment south of the Yarra, on the evening of were Goulburn, Mount Macedon, Barrabool, Yarra, and Western Port blacks. The Goulburn lubras, quite naked, stole upon 7 young men. No sooner had the women their hands on the heads of the young men than the latter appeared helpless. They cut from each young man a lock of his hair. As soon as the hair was cut, the young men fainted. The women took the ornaments from the men's heads and decamped. The young men's friends came about them to comfort them, but life apparently could scarcely be kept in them. Their friends sat with them the whole of the night. On the following morning the doctors assembled. A fire was made about a quarter or half a mile from the encampment, and the 7 young men were brought, each borne by 2 friends bearing pieces of lighted bark in their hands, to the spot. The young men were placed round the large fire at some distance, and before each was the bark brought by the friends. The doctors, mumbling and humming, with a piece of glass bottle, commenced scraping off all the hair from the crown of the head to the feet, and then rubbed them from head to feet with werup, red ochre. The young men lay speechless during the whole of the time the ceremony was being performed, and every muscle of their faces seemed to be keenly noticed by the doctors. This ceremony lasted from sunrise to 3 hours afterwards. I understand that these young men would have died had not this ceremony been performed. Strength left them as the lock fell from their heads. Is not this some semblance to Samson's case? Native encampment. Although there may be 150 mia-mias, native huts, erected on the formation of a fresh native encampment, no alteration, to my knowledge, has ever taken place touching site or trees to be barked. They know beforehand where the chief's mia-mia is to be, and the distance required for his immediate connections, none asking his fellow permission or advice. They commence barking and building. In 1/2 hour I have seen one of the most beautiful, romantic, and stillest parts of the wilderness become a busy and clamorous town, and the beautiful forest marred for materials for their habitation, and as much bustle as though the spot had been located for generations. Although to a casual observer a native encampment may appear void of arrangement, such is not the case. If the whole or most of a tribe be present, it is divided into small hamlets of about 6 mia-mias each, distant from each other 5 or 6 yards, merely sufficient to prevent the fires of one from molesting the other. The hamlets are about 20 yards from each other, or more, according to the space of ground on which they are encamped. In each of these hamlets is one married man of consequence, whose duty it is to keep order, settle differences, etc. It often happens that one hamlet may have an altercation with another. A lubra may have been seduced or what not. The 2 hamlets will settle the dispute early on the following morning, the other hamlets no more interfering than if nothing was on the carpet, precisely as in some of our courts and alleys in England, when 2 neighbours quarrel, the others take no more notice than if nothing was the matter. I have often been much annoyed, when I have seen one knocking the other about and blood flowing from the head, to see an influential black of the next hamlet coolly sitting at his mia-mia smoking his pipe, merely looking on. They hold no animosity when the quarrel is settled by the magistrate of the hamlet. The combatants may be seen sitting together, sucking or cleaning each other's wounds, or smoking their pipes and eating together. Fight between Barrabool and Buninyong blacks north of Melbourne. When 2 or more tribes congregate, they are ushered in by the messengers, who have been previously dispatched with their diplomas, one of whom, some hours previous to the tribe's approach, will return and state the success or ill success of his mission. The newcomers will sit down about a half an hour, when the principal males assemble. If their meeting be hostile, which is known for days before, the war cry is heard for a mile or more ere they arrive at the encampment. At length the party arrives. All males are seated together, their heads and faces daubed with clay. They look beastly and terrific. The one I shall describe took place 5th December 1844 at 4:30. The Barrabool blacks, close lined, 10 lines with 8 and 10 in each line, seat themselves west of the Buninyongs. After half an hour, King William, chief of the Barrabool tribe, advanced and stated that charges had been made against his blacks of killing 2 of the Buninyongs and stealing lubras, that his blacks were not afraid of them, and had come down and were ready to have the accusers' spears thrown at them. While speaking, another advances, and brings charges against the Barrabool blacks, and bids them to come forward. This rouses the ire of the opposite tribe, when 2 step forward and rebut or acknowledge the assertions, remarking that they also are ready, in the presence of the other tribes assembled, to stand foremost and receive the spears of their opponents, etc. A general bustle may be seen now in both parties. The parties more particularly accused prepare themselves, or if murder undisputed, perfectly naked, and in mourning from head to foot, squatted on the ground, without spear or any other weapon save a shield to ward off the spears. In this case it is more a judicial proceeding, or the law being carried into effect, and though the tribes are all under arms, it is more to check any disturbance or interruption to the execution of what they consider the sentence. But if it be a disputed case, the parties accused on each side, generally 2, 3, or 4, may be seen stepping forward, capering round and round, with small bunches of leaves round their ankles, as sometimes in a corroboree. Both parties are now on the general move, shaking their weapons at each other, which raises their anger, giving 3 yells, stamping, and making the most frightful grimaces, and with distorted gestures gathering up dust and throwing towards their opponents, which excites both parties the more. A fire is made, then kicking the fire about, they form themselves again into lines, and their chief leads them. They generally branch out and form a crescent, or extend into a long straight line. They may be seen now on both sides capering in the strangest attitudes the body can be placed in, some running to and fro with long spears in their hands, with their noses almost touching the ground, others vociferating, lifting up their heels to their bottoms, some advancing even among their opponents, and as actively backing themselves, pointing and grinning their teeth, while others are dancing around and round like Jim Crow. Those with leaves round their legs are stationary. All the aforesaid moves and grimaces are merely flashes in the pan. The chiefs and other important characters keep on wrangling, pointing with their spears towards one party and another, till the word of command. Then each black is at his post, and wonguims, spears, etc., all beside each fighting man, and the real warm work commences with wonguims, which are hurled apparently indiscriminately, but not so. You would be apt to doubt, seeing them 5 minutes after they commenced, to which side some belonged. There appears such confusion. But among them it is otherwise, each knows his work. The missiles are, in the first instance, hurled without intermission, directed to those who have the bows on their legs. Some soon hit others, who plant themselves, purposely, near their friends, which causes a general fight. When the wonguims are all exhausted, then spears are used, and should, after all, the parties who should have received punishment escape, those with bows around the ankles, they are pounced upon with bludgeons, and at close combat seldom escape unhurt. If things get too serious, the chiefs of other tribes will interfere, for the blacks never fight but in the presence of 2 or 3 other tribes, aware of their own weakness or passions. And with leonile rushing between the contending parties, bringing the matter to a close, which is, like its commencement, ended in war, 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 as they call it, or high words. The fighting over, one after another may be seen moving off, grumbling as he goes. And in half an hour all is the greatest harmony, and generally there is a corroboree at night. They seldom do much execution in their fights, a few wonguim and spear wounds in some not dangerous parts of the body. They are too adroit in warding off from the breast and other mortal parts. Arrangement in encampment when different tribes meet. I have often been struck with the exact position each tribe takes in the general encampment, precisely in the position from each other their country lies according to the compass, of which they have a perfect notion. I have found this invariably the case, and latterly could form an idea on the arrival of blacks what part they came from. A particular instance of this I noticed when the greatest number of blacks, up to that time, that had ever visited the settlement, northeast by east from Melbourne about 2 miles, to witness the judicial proceedings against Poleorong and Warrador for killing the Warralim youth at Tooradin, Western Port, Mr. Manton's. There were upwards of 800 blacks by the settlement, no small portion of 7 tribes, that is, the Loddon, Campus Bay, Goulburn, Mount Macedon, Barrabool, Yarra, and Western Port. The two undergoing punishment were two of the leading men and greatest warriors in the Western Port tribe. A bird's eye view would look down upon the encampment thus. Generally speaking, there is not a more peaceable community than the blacks when but one tribe is present. I have been out with them for months with scarce an altercation, years back, when they were less corrupted and fewer settlers in the district. I should have stated, on the meeting of tribes, there is generally, in a short time, howling among the women. As the women are married from other tribes, they are permitted to go and sit down with the females. When they hear of one and another of their friends having died, they will anxiously inquire if their murder has been avenged, and if there is no flesh to assuage their grief, they mourn and mar themselves, as described by me in my burial of the dead, which I presume you have, though that was never finished. Ceremony of Tenderum, or freedom of the bush. There is not, perhaps, a more pleasing sight in a native encampment than when strange blacks arrive who have never been in the country before. Each comes with fire in hand, always bark, which is supposed to purify the air, the women and children in one direction, and the men and youths in another. They are ushered in generally by some of an intermediate tribe, who are friends of both parties, and have been engaged in forming an alliance or friendship between the tribes. The aged are brought forward and introduced. The ceremony of Tenderum is commenced. The tribe visited may be seen lopping boughs from one tree and another, as varied as possible of each tree with leaves. Each family has a separate seat, raised about 8 or 10 inches from the ground, on which in the centre sits the male, and around him his male children, and the female and her sex of children have another seat. 2 fires are made, one for the males and the other for the females. The visitors are attended on the first day by those whose country they are come to visit, and not allowed to do anything for themselves. Water is brought them, which is carefully stirred by the attendant with a reed, and then given them to drink. Males attend males, and females females. Victuals are then brought and laid before them, consisting of as great a variety as the bush in the new country affords, if come atable. During this ceremony the greatest silence prevails, both by attendants and attended. You may sometimes perceive an aged man seated, the tear of gratitude stealing down his murky, wrinkled face. At night their mia-mias are made for them. Conversation, etc., ensue. The meaning of this is a hearty welcome. As the boughs on which they sit are from various trees, so they are welcome to every tree in the forest. The water stirred with a reed means no weapon shall ever be raised against them. On Saturday the 22nd March, 1845, in an encampment east of Melbourne, near 200 strangers arrived. The sight was imposing and affecting, especially their attendance upon that old chief Cooler Kooloop, the oldest man I have ever seen among the blacks. He must have been near 80 years. Female coming of age. Ceremony of Murum Turukuruk. Murum Turukuruk is the name of the ceremony when a female comes to years of maturity, which is generally about 13 or 14 years of age, though age is no criterion, but the blood in the womb. When the first discharge of blood ceases, which they say is about 3 moons, they are of age. There were, at the time I am describing, 2 large fires of bark made, no wood of any kind save the bark, at about 100 yards from the encampment, at which was one aged lubra sitting down pensive. Bungarook, the young woman, daughter of the chief Billabellery, was brought forth in the encampment covered all over from head to foot with kunundure, charcoal powder, except white spots all over her face and body, which gave her a singular appearance. She was attended by her mother, and another who led her. Her mother aided her up on a log, where the young woman stood silent and sad, as though doing penance. She held a small branch in her hand, every leaf taken off, and on each twig was a piece of bread. About 20 young men went up to her slowly. Each threw a little stick at her, merely a twig. The young men then drew near, and each bit off a bit of bread from the twig of the young damsel, and then spat it into the fire, and turned back and approached the second time, stamping and making the earth shake under them as they do in corroboree, and raving and stamping about the fire. The same 2 lubras, who were her attendants, gathered the twigs thrown at her by the young men, and buried them deep in the earth. This was to prevent her kidneys from wasting and falling into others' hands. The twig held by the damsel was then demanded by the one who had charge of the fires, who gathers up the ashes and covers up the little twig when it is burned. She is then handed down from the log by her mother, who, with the other attendant, takes her to her father's mia. A corroboree, if it is a chief's daughter, as was this case, takes place at night, at which the father leads the dance. The young men before alluded to alone corroboree. She is after this of age to have a kulin, not before. The purport of this ceremony is, on the part of the young men, that they will not defile her person without her consent, or suffer others to do so, but will protect her to their utmost until she is lawfully married. Ceremony of Tib-boot, or male's coming of age. This is altogether a beastly concern. The young men have all the hair cut close from their heads, save a narrow streak from the front of the neck to the forehead, which gives them a raw-headed appearance. This is performed by a married man, and one of influence. The hair is first cut with scissors, the head then scraped with glass. The head is then daubed over with mud, closely put on like plaster, the streak of hair being raised up, which gives the youth a still more beastly appearance. There are strips of old rags, string, slips of opossum skin, and old rope, and all the variety of stripes with which a fringed apron girdles his body all round, flapping round his bottom, his face and body daubed over with motley daubs of clay, mud, charcoal powder, in fact, every mess. To add to his beastly appearance, he is not allowed to have a blanket to cover him or anything night or day, and it is generally the winter season selected for this purpose. He goes through the encampment calling out, "Tib-bo-bo-but." He has a basket under his arm which contains all the filth he can pick up, it not even omitting soil. In this plight, night and day, he is occasionally going through the encampment. He is not molested by anyone. He frightens and bedaubs all he meets with some of the beastly commodities contained in his basket, but must not touch any who are in their mias, or lubras on the way getting water, but in every other case he is at liberty to annoy and frighten all he meets. The children are awfully frightened at him, and will fly, screaming, to their parents. He must, when he is on the move, continually cry out, "Tib-bo-bo-but," which is the only warning the poor creatures have of escaping him. I have often been struck at the fear created by him, though the encampment knows what it is, and think there must be more in the meaning than I am acquainted with. When his days are over, which last some time, till appearance of hair begins to show itself, he is washed, and the females stripe his face with certain charcoal streaks mingled with werup, red ochre, and dance before him. P.S. You have read what I wrote for His Honor Judge Jeffcott. These scraps will give you a better idea of the people. Time will not permit me to give others, and much that I have by me I cannot give you as yet, as I do not understand satisfactorily its purport. You are a married man, or I would not have stated what I have on the female coming of age. It will show you that these people have some respect for laws of nature. In fact, they are more delicate than white people in many respects. There is one black who had a child by his daughter, and he is looked upon as a regular beast. These accounts are quickly put together, but the purport is correct, though you will find grammatical blunders innumerable. William T. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 15 from Reverend James Claw, Melbourne, 4th of August, 1853. My dear Sir, along with this note, I have much pleasure in forwarding a statement drawn up in answer to Your Excellency's letter of the 25th ultimo, and I have to express my regret that I have not been able in all instances to give dates as I could have wished. Your Excellency will also perceive that the account of the occupation of the Dandenong district before I went to live in it is given only on the information of others. I may not, therefore, be in every point correct. I remain, my dear Sir, very truly yours, James Claw. J.C. Latrobe, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor of Victoria. In the beginning of August 1838, the Reverend Mr. Claw took possession of the cattle run Corhanwarrable, which was so named after the mountain that formed its north-eastern boundary, but his home station was in Tirhatman, that part of the run which is adjacent to the junction of the Narwong with the Dandenong. Before that period, the more eligible portion of the country beyond him had been kept up. Mr. John Highead, he has been informed, was the first settler that crossed the Dandenong with stock, and that he was followed by O'Connor and the Riffys, and that next after him came Mr. Joseph Hawdon, who may be considered the first that settled in the Dandenong, as those who had preceded him had gone about 8 or 10 miles to the east of it. He transferred his right to the Dandenong run to Captain Lousdale, who had Mr. Alfred Langhorne for his overseer at the time Mr. Claw settled in Tirhatuan. Their head station was at the bridge over the creek, where the present township of Dandenong is situated. They had one outstation, Uemmering, and both of these were transferred to Dr. McCrae in 1839. Shortly afterwards, Uemmering was transferred by him to the Fosters, and by them to Johnston and Wilson, and by them to Mr. Power, by whom it is still held. The Dandenong station was retained by Dr. McCrae for several years, and then became the property of its present occupant, Mr. R.C. Walker. The run, which belongs at present to Mr. Charles Wedge, and which is generally known by the name of the Waterholes, was a part of country originally occupied by Mr. Hawdon, and has been since then in the possession of various owners. Along with Dandenong on the east side, towards the mountain and adjacent to Emmering, was the Corhanwarrable run, which was occupied 12 years by Mr. Claw, and transferred by him to Mr. Bailby, its present owner. In 1840 he formed an outstation close to the base of Corhanwarrable, on one of 3 rivulets which fall into a swamp, and which, on issuing from it at its southwest extremity, compose the Narwong Creek. These, on the side next the mountain, always continue to run, however hot or long the dry season may be, but in general for 2 or 3 months after the 1st of January the Narwong ceases to run, the water from the mountain being evaporated and lost in the swamp, where it has no channel, and is spread out over a large surface among long grass and rushes. In dry summers the Dandenong along its whole course also ceases to run for 1, 2, or 3 months, and like many other creeks in Australia, it spreads out, ere it reaches the sea, into a swamp, where a great portion of its water is lost and evaporated in the way that has just been described. Throughout the period of Mr. Claw's residence in Tirhatuan, his family was very frequently visited by the aborigines belonging to the Yarra Yarra and Western Port tribes. They often encamped near his house. They were uniformly treated with kindness, and in return they always conducted themselves peaceably and honestly. While encamped on the Melbourne side of the Dandenong, till a bridge was made for crossing the cattle and dray, his party was visited by a number of blacks, but the day after he crossed, about half a mile from his tents, an old man was found alone beside a crab hole in which was a little water, but he was without food and shelter. He had been left there by his tribe because he had fallen from a tree, and was so lame that he was incapable of accompanying them on a hunting excursion to Cornwarrable. He was removed to the tents, for he could not walk, and was taken care of till his people returned. But as they did not do so in less than a week, it was difficult to conceive how he could have survived so long had he not been removed to the tents and fed. For the kindness shown him he was very grateful. He appeared to be the oldest member of his tribe, but lived many years after that time, and often referred to the occurrence which first brought him to Mr. Claw's acquaintance, but never did so without the most evident satisfaction and thankfulness. Not very long after Tirhatuan station was formed, Jack Weatherly, who was one of the finest looking and most intelligent of the natives, was applied to by Mrs. Claw in Melbourne to carry some biscuits to her son, as she was apprehensive that his provisions must have been expanded, and as, owing to the state of the country after a heavy fall of rain, it seemed to be the best, if not the only way, she could send him a supply. He readily agreed to carry 4 dozen of biscuits to the station, a distance of 17 miles, on the very easy terms that he should have 6 to himself. With evidently great delight he stowed away his own in his dress, took up the bag containing the rest, and the note which was to be delivered along with it, and walked away, apparently quite proud that he was trusted. However, a few miles before he reached Tirhatuan, he fell in with a hunting party, and being one of the most athletic and expert of his tribe, he could not resist the temptation to join in the chase. But before he did so he handed over the note and biscuits to a young man with strict injunctions to take them on and deliver them immediately, and accordingly they were so delivered. Contrary to the generally expressed opinion at the time, Weatherly was dispatched, for it was well known that the aborigines were particularly partial to bread and biscuits, and it was therefore inferred that the temptation to appropriate those which he had in charge would prove too strong for his moral courage to resist. This trifling incident is a pleasing illustration of the trustworthiness of 2 of their aborigines, and reflects favourably on the whole tribe, for it is not unreasonable to suppose that there were others belonging to it, who, if they had been employed in the same way, would have acted in a similar manner. As to their honesty, no instance to the contrary was ever detected by Tirhatuan. Potatoes and melons were 2 articles of which they were very fond, and were produced at the station, and quite accessible, but never was a single instance known of any of them being stolen by the aborigines. They would not even go to a potato field that had been dug to look for potatoes, without first asking and obtaining leave. The principal annoyance resulting from their so much frequenting the run was occasioned by old Murray's dogs. That sable chieftain, who never could be induced to adopt any part of Whitefellow's dress, always travelled with a large pack, and as necessity compelled him to train them to the principle of self-reliance for a livelihood, they were very ready to hunt the cattle, and if possible make some little calf their victim. At the time the Tirhatuan station was formed, some of the natives expressed a determination to be vengeanced on one of the servant men. As soon as they saw him there, they recognized him as one whose conduct towards some of their women, before he came into Mr. Claw's service, had given them great offence. He confessed that he had been to blame, and asked for his discharge, which was immediately given him, and he was safely returned to Melbourne. It is probable that, had they had an opportunity, they would have murdered him, but in doing so they would have done more than has been done by many Europeans, though in a more refined way. Like other savages, they are naturally revengeful, but it is to be feared that on too many occasions their atrocities have not been committed without grievous provocation. The next settler on the Dandenong was Mr. Thomas Napier, who now resides in the parish of Juta Gala. His run, which he took up about October 1839, lay along the western side of the creek, and extended to the Tirhatuan bridge to Scott's Bridge. Both about a year afterwards he sold it to Mr. Scott, who died in Melbourne before he went to live there, but it was occupied by Mrs. Scott and family for 2 or 3 years, when they formed a small station on the other side of the creek and sold the other to a family of the name of Drew. It was afterwards subdivided and occupied by a number of small settlers, who were principally employed in taking timber from that neighbourhood to Melbourne and other places for the purposes of building and the enclosing of purchased land. Two brothers of the name of Rook, who were in the first instance sawyers on Mrs. Scott's original run, formed the station, which the elder brother took holds near the sources of the Dandenong. The aboriginal station of Neri Neri Warren was formed by Mr. Assistant Professor Thomas, and is so well known that it is unnecessary for me to give you any account of it. The first settlers below the Dandenong Bridge, and beyond the run belonging to Messrs. Lonsdale and Langhorne, were Mr. Solomon and Major Fraser. The former had his station above the swamp through which the Dandenong passes, and the latter had his below it on the bay of Port Phillip, about 6 miles in a north-easterly direction from Tirhatuan, on the south side of the principal stream which descends from the mountain of Corhan Warrable, and which mainly contributes to form the Narrewong Creek. Below the swamp is the sheep station of Monbollu, which was first occupied by Messrs. Kerr and Dobie. It is small and scrubby, and has passed through many hands since its formation. On the south-east of Monbollu is a small cattle station of Will Rock, originally formed and still possessed by Mr. Farquhar and his family. About the month of January 1850, during one night and a part of the succeeding day, an unusual noise, somewhat resembling that of a bush fire at a distance, was heard at Tirhatuan, and at an outstation about 3 miles off, situated near the gap in the ranges behind Neri Warren. At the former place it was heard by Mrs. Claw and others living there. She rose in the night time and looked out to see if any of the huts was on fire, and during the day she went repeatedly into the verandah in front of the house to listen, and as the noise seemed to come from the rises on the west side of the creek, she sent two persons as far as the bridge, with a view to ascertain what it was. On their return they said they could not tell, but that, when they were at the bridge, the noise seemed to be at the house. The overseer happened to come, and she spoke of it to him, but he said that he had not noticed any unusual sound, neither did he then perceive any. He was in a hurry and went off immediately, but, happening to go to an outstation at the mountain gap, he was asked by the two men there, both of whom had resided in the colony only a short time, and were therefore perhaps more liable to be easily alarmed, whether the fire was coming that way. He said he did not know of any fire. They told him that they had not slept during the night, for they had heard a noise as of a great fire at a distance, and were afraid it was coming in that direction, and that they could still discern it. He was thus forcibly reminded of what he had just before heard, and on going a little way to a rise, he listened, and acknowledged that he could distinctly hear a noise similar to that which had been described, but could not tell what occasioned it. As heard by Mrs. Claw, the noise was not always the same, but rose and fell, and after dying away for a little would begin again and gradually increase. To some it seemed to be in the air, but the prevailing impression on her mind at the time, and that to which she is still inclined, is that it was subterranean. It will perhaps be considered corroborative of this opinion that on two previous occasions an earthquake had been distinctly heard and felt there. The first was experienced in February or March 1843. It occurred at midnight, when the moon was full, the sky cloudless, and the wind still. To me and others who heard it at Tirhatuan, the sound was as if a light conveyance, making a sharp rattling noise, passed rapidly between the house and the kitchen, these buildings being about 8 yards apart. The tremor, though distinctly felt, was not great, but at the outstation near the base of the mountain both the shock and the noise were very considerable. The two men sleeping in the hut were instantly roused, and ran out to ascertain what was the matter, but neither seeing nor hearing anything unusual, they conjectured what had happened, and as the shock was experienced in the same manner at Rook's station about 5 miles off, it would appear that it was severest along the base of the mountain. The second shock was felt in 1847 at the same season of the year. It occurred at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and was experienced at the same time in Melbourne and other adjacent places. Those in the house of Tirhatuan, when they felt it moving, ran out in alarm, not doubting for a moment what it was, and a party that were out riding in the direction of the mountain heard it, and were struck with the noise as an extraordinary one. But instead of ascribing it to an earthquake, they thought it was caused by horses galloping in the bush, although the sound which has been described is not likely to have been produced by the action of wind on the forest, as the weather at the time is said to have been calm and settled, and although Mrs. Claw was then, and still is, of opinion that it was subterranean, yet perhaps it is possible that it was occasioned by currents of air in the atmosphere, but so elevated as not to disturb any objects on the face of the country, at least not in that immediate neighbourhood. It had often been observed that the wind blew very partially in that locality. Narrow belts of the forest, scarcely a quarter of a mile broad and several miles long, might be seen on the run, strewed with fallen branches and uprooted trees, showing that a hurricane had swept along that tract, whilst the forest on both sides remained uninjured, and it was no uncommon thing for one to witness the top of trees bending and tossed about in wind in wild commotion, though not broken down, although only a narrow strip, and to hear the sound thereby occasioned, as then, on the surface of the earth and within very circumscribed limits, so at some elevation above, very partial and very powerful currents of air may sweep along, and if they sometimes fly with increased and sometimes with diminished speed, as in a hurricane or typhoon, the swelling and subsiding of the noise which was heard might be thereby occasioned. No doubt it is difficult, if not impossible, to conceive how currents of wind in the atmosphere alone could make a noise, as in order to produce it, something opposing or retarding the current of air seems to be absolutely required. End of section 15. Recording by Chad Horner.
Section 16 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 16 from J. M. Clow, Jr., Pine Plains. On the 23rd of August, 1847, the application for this run was accepted and registered in favor of J. Clow, Jr., by the Commissioners of the Wimmera District. Owing to the scarcity of water between it and Lake Hindmarsh, the distance being 50 miles, no stock was put upon it until the month of May 1848. As the scarcity continued, the sheep were removed in November the same year. In April 1849, the right of station was sold to Andrew Russell, Esquire, merchant, Melbourne, for £15. It has been used as a winter outstation by him. The Wimmera River, however, has at last forced its way through the desert and along a former channel into this tract of country, and inundated it to such an extent that it is doubtful whether it was not more valuable in its former state than now. The water obtained there in 1848 was from a well 20 feet deep. It was sunk chiefly through the old red sandstone formation, and the spring of water fallen in with underneath it appeared to be a very strong one. The pasturage on the beds of the present lakes and on the slopes of their banks was of the best description, consisting much of salsolaceous herbage. Some of the Lake Hindmarsh tribe having been taken to assist in driving the stock hither, and in finding water for us on the journey, It obtained for us a friendly reception from the aborigines of this isolated tract. For months afterwards it existed, until the overseer, one night about 11 o'clock, fired at what he supposed to be a wild dog rushing the sheep in the yard, but which unfortunately turned out to be a blackfellow. The aim was fatal, the ball of the pistol going through his head. This tract of country was frequented by both the Murray and Wimmera River blacks. The Murray is distant 60 miles. I am given to understand that this run, which contains or did contain 60 square miles of good pasture land, was sold about a month ago for £1,500. This was solely for the right of station. J. M. Clow. End of Letter 16. Section 17 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 17 from J. M. Clow. About 30 miles to the westward of Lake Hindmarsh lies the large sandy desert, through which the boundary line between the Victorian and South Australian territories runs. The most northwesterly tract of pastoral country in the Wimmera district at that point, and forming a bay on the edge of this desert, was first occupied under pastoral lease by me in the month of May 1847. It is of the finest description of sheep country, very openly timbered, but scantily watered. It is dotted with swamps of no great depth, but the bottom being of tenacious clay, they, except in the droughty seasons, now contain sufficient water for the wants of the stock, since they have been, when dry, well trodden by the sheep grazing on them. I found the sole aboriginal occupants of that isolated tract to be one man of great muscular strength and proportions, his 3 women and 2 children. The custom of each head of a family being by inheritance or conquest the acknowledged proprietor of a certain tract of the territory of the tribe to whose chief he owned allegiance, over which the others were understood to hunt by sufferance from him, I found to prevail amongst the Wimmera and Lake Hindmarsh tribes. What I took up as a run was his portion of it. Although this native, whom I shall call Geordie, his English name, as I forget his aboriginal name, was apparently on the best of terms with his tribe, yet they hinted that it was his prowess, not right, that maintained him in possession of such a large tract of their territory, and more than his share of the women, when there were so many without one. Whereby hangs a tale of the deep treachery which they exercised a few months after my arrival to dispossess him of both, and all was so well planned that he did not seem to have the least apprehension of any impending danger. One evening, some 15 or 20 men of the tribe arrived at my station from the direction of Tetiara, whither they stated they had been to procure the rods of a water plant, with which they formed the heads of their spears, bundles of which they had with them in their crude state, and they were on their return to the lake. They appeared to be very much fatigued with their day's journey, and very soon encamped about 300 yards from our huts, having first prevailed on Geordie, who was encamped within 50 yards of us, to join them at their encampment, which he did without reluctance, as they showed him a good deal of deference, more from the position of lord, which his prowess had acquired for him, than as vassal to their chieftain, who was amongst the number. When I saw them lounging round their fires that night, they counterfeited their intentions so completely by laughing and joking with each other, that I was quite unprepared for the tragedy of bloodshed which I witnessed on the following morning. The first shades of daylight were just dawning when the shrieks of the women rang through the forest. On reaching the outside of the hut, I heard that peculiar sound which the men utter when engaged in fighting, when in the act of throwing any of their rude instruments of warfare. As the hour was the one usually chosen by a hostile tribe to make their onslaught of revenge, I concluded that they had been attacked by the Tatiara blacks, who had perhaps followed them up quickly to square a debt of blood with them. By the time that I had dressed sufficiently to go and see the fight, all was hushed except the low wailing lamentations of some women, a sure indication that there lay a corpse. It being yet too dark to see in one tableau their camp and surrounding forest, I made for the wailing. On reaching the group, which consisted of 2 of Geordie's wives and 2 or 3 men who were winding a blanket round a corpse which was lying about halfway between their camp and my hut, the men preserved a determined silence to all my inquiries, and it was from the women that I ascertained the corpse was their late husband, and that he had been murdered by some of the men who had been encamped with him. He had been attacked by 9 or 11 men at once, who, springing from their fires, poured their spears into him as he lay awake at his. He jumped from his lair, they said, and made for our huts, snapping the spears which were in his body close by the flesh, as I found to be the case on walking from the corpse to their camp, where the remnants lay on either side of his track. He had got about halfway before he received the mortal wounds from 2 jagged mallee spears, which now lay alongside of the corpse and were covered with blood from point to tip, from their having been drawn through his body to get them out. As the 2 spear wounds did not cause instantaneous death, they rushed in with their waddies and gave the finishing stroke to the deed of blood. By the time that the day had dawned, the murderers had decamped, and were then many miles on their way to the lake, impatient to recite to the council of war which had deputed them to the task the successful termination of the stratagem. Those who remained maintained that they had neither previous knowledge of what was to take place that morning, nor participation in the murder, and the testimony of the women corroborated the statement that they took no part in it. In the small open plain where the corpse lay we interred it. My men dug a grave, and having secured the top well with stones, to prevent the wild dogs disinterring it, crowned its summit with the murdered man's spears and other instruments of war, which remained there till some sacrilegious white hand removed them. The 3 women and the orphan children left immediately afterwards. The men told me that it was the custom of their tribe for the women after the death of a husband to secrete themselves in the bush for a week or 2, and that after a certain time, a week or 2, they become the wives of the first man who finds them. My informant I saw afterwards in possession of one of them. The aborigines in this tract of country subsist chiefly on a variety of roots, which are very abundant, possums, small kangaroos called cumma, which frequent the edge of the mallee scrub, an occasional emu, the fruit or flower of the stunted honeysuckle, very prevalent in the desert, and manna in the autumn. When the hot weather prevails, birds are easily caught by them in the following manner. They conceal themselves in an arbor of boughs close to the small remnants of surface water, or at wells, and snare the birds by laying a gin attached to the end of a rod, where the birds must or are most likely to stand when they come to drink. Having secured their victim, they draw the rod in, and by having the same snare attached to the end of the rod, they can set it again without leaving the arbor or frightening other birds away by showing themselves. While at this station I made several excursions into the large desert, with the view of discovering new tracts of pastoral country. We first went in a westerly direction. After proceeding about 15 miles into it, from the side next my run, we came to a steep ridge of sandhills, about 200 or 300 feet above the adjacent desert. The surface of them was composed of nothing but loose drift sand, and they were covered with a few stunted bushes. When on the summit, they appeared to be a chain of hills running from where we ascended them northerly as far as the eye could reach. To the westward we saw nothing but an unbroken expanse, for the next 12 or 15 miles, of the same dreary wilderness that lay around us. Some months afterwards, when 70 miles further north on the course of the Wimmera, we again struck a westerly course and encountered the same chain of hills, still possessing the same features, and bearing in the same direction. Interspersed but very distant from each other on this desert are oases of a few acres, where the eucalyptus and other trees grow with a fair sprinkling of grass. As the soil of them is very clayey, it was only on them that we found surface water to drink. The whole eastern extent of it is a loose white sand, covered chiefly with a very prickly grass, which grows in large tufts and is so stiff in the blade that it causes the horses' legs to bleed as they travel over it. Also, with stunted mallee and a very diminutive species of the honeysuckle tree, the flowers of which the natives crush and steep in water, in order to obtain what is to them a sweet and nourishing drink. The emu and the loan are the only birds of size on it. The former frequents the open desert, the latter the mallee thickets. A remarkable feature of this small portion of country I observed to be that it blew a strong fresh breeze both day and night, below which it seldom moderated, but occasionally increased to a tornado. One swept along with devastating fury in the month of December the same year. It passed over an outstation, snapping even trees of 2 and 3 feet diameter in two, about 5 or 6 feet from the ground, and lopping off the boughs of those it did not carry down. The tent in which the men were living was carried off into the swamp about half a mile, and few of the pannikins and plates were found again. It seemed to be confined to about half a mile in width. Owing to the constant current of air, I never saw any dews while there. As most of the Wimmera district was settled the year before I went there, I cannot give a correct statement of the deportment of the aborigine to the squatters when the latter first took possession of the territory. With regard to Geordie's behavior on the occasion of my taking up the run, he attempted a day or two after our arrival to disarm one of the hut keepers while in the hut with him, but failed, and luckily the man had presence of mind not to shoot him. We saw no more of him for 2 or 3 weeks. When he came back, he seemed ashamed of having violated the confidence we had reposed in him, ridiculed his attempt on the hut keeper, and apparently had made up his mind to have his little territory invaded by the sheep. At shearing time I found him and the other blacks very useful, placing all the flocks in their charge, as I was obliged, from a scarcity of shearers in that out of the way place, to employ all the shepherds in shearing the sheep. I never found them to have appropriated any to their own use. I sold this run, which I called Balerook, from the desert on which it lay, to Mr. George Urquhart in the following December. It has subsequently passed from his hands to Mr. Broughton, the present holder. Its registered extent is 50 square miles. It is bounded by the runs of Major Firebrace, formerly Grant's, Mason, and Little. End of section 17.
Section 18 from Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas, Melbourne, Victoria. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 18 From Captain Foster Fyans. Arrived, by order of General Sir Richard Burke, at Geelong in 1847, where, according to the General's directions, I was to take an absconded felon on my staff. This man had been a resident near Geelong for 33 years, and was therefore well acquainted with all the natives in that locality. My orders from the General being to assemble as many of the natives as possible, for the purposes of knowing their numbers in this part, due notice was given, and we succeeded in making a large muster of 275 of all classes, men, women, and children. The General sent bales of blankets, slop clothing, dresses for the females, shoes, and a large quantity of flour and tea, and 24 of tomahawks, not issued, but thrown into the Moorabool River. These articles were all divided among the natives. Unfortunately, a few blankets were deficient, whereupon the native men unprovided set up a yell, and became almost frantic, a state of things which instantaneously became general, and the assembly demanded more and more every minute. Fearing bad results from my visitors, from their general demeanour and manner, and becoming somewhat apprehensive, I ordered my 2 constables to load, and my 10 convicts to fall in close to my hut. The natives saw this preparation, and I kept some distance from them with my double-barrel gun, accompanied by Mr. Patrick McKeever, District Constable, also armed. It had the effect of making the natives retire, the interpreter Buckley telling them to do so. I was exceedingly happy at the result, not having the slightest trust in Buckley, and, I may now add, my conviction is that the natives assembled wishing an opportunity to murder every person in the place. After this escape, I never permitted more than a few to approach the place, when they were kindly treated and provided with some salt pork, which was not such a delicacy as mutton, but fresh meat was not to be had, and sheep were extremely dear and scarce. A few days followed. I saw a native in a rage take a child, giving it many blows, and eventually catching it by the leg and battering its head against a gum tree. This was on the opposite range of the river. On my arrival at the spot, which took some considerable time on account of the river winding so much, when I reached the tree, I found evident marks that the child had been killed and taken from the place, but there was not one native to be seen. A station at the lee was attacked. 2 men in charge defended a few hundred sheep, driving them before them to another station. I saw some 4 natives that had been shot dead. I investigated the affray and gave much credit to the men for their good conduct. Buninyong, only 50 miles from Geelong, was thought a great discovery. Some few of the settlers removed to that locality, where many disturbances took place. Shepherds were murdered and sheep stolen. On numerous occasions I have had to visit the place on complaint of the settlers, and also that I might have it in my power to gain information as to the reported depredations of the natives. I felt convinced of these depredations, and generally found the origin of theft and murder was from an over-intimacy on both sides, the women ruling, depraved and bad. So much of this existed that there was hardly a shepherd without disease. Large families of natives, husband, wife, boys and girls, were eaten up with venereal disease. The disorder was an introduction from Van Diemen's Land, and I am of the opinion that 2/3 of the natives of Port Phillip have died from this infection. During 1837 and 8 and 9, as the country began to be occupied, I had many journeys to stations of from 40 to 50 miles, Colac and Buninyong being the most distant. In all my investigations, I found where life was lost that blame was attributable to both sides. To the jealousy of the native and over-intimacy of the hut-keeper or shepherd, who was one day feeding the natives and the day following beating and driving them from the place. In 1840 I was made Commissioner of Crown Lands. I had 18 troopers. These men were soldiers who were sentenced by court-martial, when serving in America, for desertion to transportation to New South Wales. I never met with a more orderly or steady set of men. They had their horses always in good order, and were ready and willing to perform their duty. No pay was allowed by the government, and their only remuneration was the common ration. For the 7 years I held the office of Commissioner of Crown Lands, I had only one man who left me. He deserted to Adelaide. Every man I had could have followed him, and that too well mounted. I am glad to say, to their credit, not a man followed his example. In 1839, the squatters in Portland Bay District were very limited in number, not exceeding a dozen. In 1840, very few joined them, and the revenue in licences did not exceed £150. In 1842, the district began to become of some notice, and a vast number of most respectable establishments appeared. In 1843 and 1844, the district was rapidly filling, and during 1845 and 1846 there were 400 licences granted in a country almost without a European in it in 1839, and nearly as large as England. Mr. Gisborne was the Commissioner of Crown Lands for Port Phillip, which was divided when I was appointed. I may remark on the Portland Bay district, knowing it for years, and having ridden over it some 34,000 miles, that a finer or a more beautiful country cannot be. There are parts sandy and barren, but generally the ground is useful, many parts possessing great advantages for pastoral purposes, and many bits of ground being fitted for immediate agricultural purposes, I may safely say, without an outlay for grubbing a tree, so different from New South Wales, where every one cleared is attended with a serious expense. The district is exceedingly well provided with water. Many of the waterholes are everlasting, and there are besides reaches of rivers and many fine and valuable springs. In 1839, by order of Sir George Gipps, I left Geelong to proceed to Portland Bay. I was allowed 3 mounted police and 7 horses. Mr. Smith of the Survey Department had orders to attend me. The distance is about 220 miles. At that time, the squatting stations were chiefly about the towns. We proceeded, bringing provisions on a pack horse. We experienced great difficulties and obstructions. In many instances, we had to return for miles, the country being impassable, and seek another route. We were 2 days endeavouring to cross the Stony Range and had to return to Mount Eels without water. We found ourselves surrounded by, I suppose, 150 natives following us with their spears, yelling and brandishing their waddies. On leaving the range, we halted at a tea tree scrub where we found water. We were cooking some pannikins of tea when we heard the native cooey in every direction. This subsided. I suspected that the natives were close to us. I walked down the creek with my gun, first ordering the men to stand to their horses. I returned and told Smith that the creek, I thought, was full of natives. We took some tea, mounted, and rode about 50 yards when a formidable number, at least 150 natives, jumped from the brushwood in the creek, making after us for some miles. We escaped them and met others, but none would approach us. No inducement could persuade them. We chased one to endeavour to make him find water for us near Mount Rouse. He ran fast and got to a tree, climbing it like a monkey, and letting fly behind on some of the party as he ascended to his utmost satisfaction. We were 18 days before we reached Portland after leaving Port Fairy. On our left, we met many obstructions on the flat grounds and large swamps in that part of the country, which is intersected so much by 2 small rivers that with difficulty, after some days of consultation as to what we should do, as our stores were all expended, whether to push on or return, we came to a determination to endeavour to gain the high ground, which we fortunately did on that evening. After spending a truly miserable night with nothing to eat, plenty of rain and a good fire, we were glad at daylight to proceed again, when to our great joy we saw a vessel at anchor in the bay. We descended towards the beach when our hearts failed us. We were pulled up by a large river in front of us. Another consultation took place, when one of the policemen said, "Let us go on to the sea." In the former instance, Smith thought to keep up the river was our only plan, which we did. Smith swam across with a sabre in his mouth and got on the sandhills whence he could see the river, which close to the sea became a large lagoon. On returning, he explained it was useless to follow down. Therefore the party kept up following the river and rounding some large lagoons. In the second instance, we took the advice of an old policeman. We reached the beach, where a hard sand answered as a good road. Had we in the first instance travelled down to the beach, we could have crossed in like manner, for the river in this neighbourhood has an entrance into the sea. We reached Portland in a few hours, receiving a hearty welcome from Messrs. Henty, who kept a whaling establishment and were the only residents in the place. I had His Excellency's order to make some investigations, and after a rest of 3 days, our party proceeded towards the Glenelg, to a station held by Messrs. Henty and the Messrs. Winter on the Wando River. After finishing my business in 2 days, we purchased some provisions to carry with us on our return home. After crossing the Wannon River, we made a new route almost east, and met with no kind of obstruction, and were only 1 day without water. We reached Geelong on the 5th day after leaving the Glenelg. I may remark during this journey we did not meet with any natives. The country was desolate and uninhabited, and was covered with rich kangaroo grass 3 and 4 feet high. At that time I considered the country beautiful, particularly in passing Mount Sturgeon, and the long range of conical hills for many miles towards what is now called Mount William. We passed Terranallum Hill, now called Mount Elephant. Since the journey, I have again visited all these parts. On the hill, Mount Sturgeon, a large stone sits in a cradle. 1 or 2 of my policemen moved the stone. It is nearly round. Terranallum has a large crater, like every other hill in this part. Also basins, some of them of great depth, and 2 or 3 miles in circumference. 3 great beauties of the kind are close to Timboon. The country between Timboon and the Hopkins River would remind any person lately from home of a nobleman's park, with the expectation of coming soon to a magnificent house. Many a dreary ride I have had over this magnificent, splendid country, lying waste and idle, with an odd flock of sheep here and there, and fine fat bullocks with 100 of square miles to roam over. This land, for agricultural purposes, none can surpass, and it would maintain thousands and thousands of people by common industry, with a yearly surplus of grain, enough to feed the entire population of Victoria to this 17th day of August 1853. It lies, as formerly for years, in the hands of a few squatters at the nominal yearly rental of a squatting licence, which is nothing like the value of the ground. The country for many miles about Colac nothing can surpass in its fine rich soil. The lake is in circumference about, I suppose, 14 miles. A few years ago it became almost dry. On visiting it, it was my opinion that it would in a few years become a large swamp. Of late years it has regained its waters, so much so in May 1852 that its banks were overflowed, the water rushing over the plains into the Barwon and Lee, and causing the wonderful flood on the 20th of May 1852. At Geelong, the Barwon River rose about 12 feet higher than the highest flood experienced since my arrival in 1837, destroying a vast deal of property and carrying the bridge away on Barwon River, Geelong, and also several others. The squatting population consists of such various classes of persons that it is impossible to speak of it as a body. Many of the squatters are gentlemen, worthy and excellent men of undoubted character and well connected at home. Mount Emu is a beautiful country. A noble pack of hounds was kept up by gentlemen squatters who met every season, hunting twice or thrice a week, and meeting at each other's houses, where good cheer and good and happy society were ever to be met. I have sat down with 30 gentlemen at Mr. Goldsmith's to an excellent dinner given by that gentleman. There was an ample provision of all that was good set before his guests, who one and all had hearty and joyful faces, talking of tomorrow and the day's sport before them. We retired to rest on our shakedowns on the floor at 11 o'clock. At daybreak the master of the hounds, a squatter, sounded his bugle, shortly after his second for breakfast, and in half an hour his third bugle, when a fine pack of dogs let loose from the kennel appeared, full of life and glee, led away by the well-known master of the hounds, Compton Ferrers, followed by 30 well-mounted gentlemen squatters. The game was not far distant. In half an hour we came upon the scent of a native dog. He had a long start. The pack took up the scent and followed breast high. The ground was rather moist. Some horsemen were thrown out, but there were 20 in at the death after passing over 16 miles of ground without one check. The wild dog is noble sport, and as to the day I speak of, I doubt even if Leicestershire ever turned out a better pack or a better set of sportsmen in a field during a season. On the following day I had the pleasure of again meeting the same party, and on many occasions after this. I may now remark in a country like this, where dissipation prevails, among this class of gentlemen squatters in no instance did any man exceed or forget that he was a gentleman. Another class of squatters is a kind of shop boys. A plain man can barely approach them. They have wonderful sources of wealth and comfort, with dirty huts and no comfort, but with plenty of pipe smoking, grumbling, and discontent. For seasons, a hut would be just the same. On one side of the door you will see an aged tobacco plant. There is no garden, no vegetables, but bones, rotten sheepskins, and filth in plenty. Inside the door there was often a large hole in the mud floor worn by the heels of persons going in, and if not aware of this, 10 to 1 that you had a chance of upsetting the table, tin dishes, and greasy mutton chops. As to beds, this gentry are not particular. I lay on one for hours in great torment, tired and wishing for sleep. I envied 5 or 6 who were snoring close about me. Sleep I could not, from something hard and long under my loins. I took my knife, cut the sacking, when I pulled out the leg of a sheep with a long piece of the hide as crisp as toast. Here is a country yielding all that man can require for only a little labour. It abounds in a class who care for nothing except self-interest. For years they have the same hut, not so much as a drop of milk. For breakfast, hyson-skin mutton chops swimming in fat, and damper and fat chops for dinner, hyson-skin and the same for supper. No deviation, even in Lent. Another class consists of old shepherds. I have known this class to grow rich, the master poor, and in time the worthy would become the licensed squatter. I have known many of them to become wealthy, and some who did not forget themselves, but most were out of their places, and it would have been better for the community had they remained shepherds rather than become masters. Litigation is a favourite rule, and almost anything can be gained by an overwhelming evidence. I stated that on my arrival I mustered 275 natives. So many years have passed over that at the present day, August 22nd, 1853, I feel assured that not more than 20 Aborigines are living about Geelong. Some were children when I came, and within the lapse of these few years have become aged and decrepit. The life of the Aborigines cannot be of long duration, and I am of opinion longevity is unknown. Balayang was held up to be more respected than any native in this place. He was remarkable for his good conduct, decency, and good order. He was very polite, constantly sending presents of oysters and bustards. He was a particular friend of mine. By some means he became possessed of an old musket, on which I on many occasions told him to be careful or he would shoot himself, urging that it would be better for him to use his spear and boomerang. He laughed, saying the gun was better. This remarkably fine old man went to the Werribee River to shoot bustards. As he was one morning leaving his miam, on pulling the gun the lock went off, and the contents of the charge went through his body. He died in a few minutes, leaving some 3 wives and 4 young boys. One of the boys is still living in Geelong or the neighbourhood. He cannot be more than 19 or 20 years of age, but for a stranger to look at him, he must consider him an old man. Woolmudgeon was always with his relative, old Balayang, until the latter died, when he lived with Mr. Fisher for some years. He was taken care of and well provided for on the establishment, his father having been killed, and his old friend Balayang gone, so that he remained almost an inmate. As he grew rapidly, he became a man in a few years. His habits changed, he withdrew himself for weeks. On returning, he would only laugh at all questions put to him, saying, "The bush better than house, plenty of grubs good as mutton." Of clothes he always had a good supply, but when he left in the morning well dressed, if he returned in the afternoon he was always naked. He placed no value on anything. The latter days of this youth, he was about 20 years of age, were spent in drunkenness and riot. He was nearly 6 feet high, a powerful and strong man, but disease and filth gave him the appearance of age. He died near Geelong from inflammation. Bon John, another of old Balayang's tribe, lived with me for some 4 years. He was a stout lad, very civil and useful. He always attended me in the bush, and was often with me for a space of 3 or 4 months, going from one station to another, and during that time never seeing one of his tribe. I was passing Colac, and remained at Mr. Murray's for the night. The Colac tribe had a camp near at hand. Some 7 men, accompanied by a couple of women, came to us covered with white paint, a death warning, the women's faces torn and bleeding, the men carrying spears, langeels and waddies. One spoke to Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray immediately told me their intention, that is, to kill my boy, Bon John. Pointing to the men, I told the boy, who in a cool way replied, "I know it, I am ready for them," letting out a volley of abuse at the party. Taking his pistol and cocking it, "Come on, Mary Jig," he cried to the doctor, who came for the purpose of extracting Bon John's kidney fat. He defied all. For safety, I made my boy stay inside the house all night. The natives remained lurking about for an opportunity to murder him. This animosity was caused by the death of a Colac native, which happened at a corroboree near Geelong. It was therefore needful that a Geelong native should die. On the following morning, a numerous collection presented themselves, demanding Bon John, with the promise not to kill him, but merely to extract the kidney fat. I asked him if he would be satisfied to undergo the operation. "Me give," said he, "if you wish it," showing his pistol's clean new flints and his sabre as bright and sharp as a razor. All he required from me was liberty to have a quarrel on the ground. We mounted and left. About 2 miles from Colac, we met some natives on their way to Colac from the mission station. Approaching us and seeing Bon John, they were quite taken aback and ran from us immediately. In fact, the party were on their way to partake of Bon John's kidney fat and femoral bits. The boy was very brave. In fact, he had no fear. He begged me to let him only kill the one with the big knife, stating that he would not fire, and pointing out one who had a fine lubra, saying, "If you let me kill him, I'll get his wife." I had on many occasions tried the courage of this savage boy. Near Port Fairy in 1843, a shepherd was most barbarously murdered by natives, which attracted the attention of the police. I was out for many days with a party of 17 mounted border police. The weather was cold and wet, and we suffered in many ways. We were on horseback from daylight to night, examining all the creeks and stony lands between Port Fairy and Eumeralla. We spent 10 days in this way, and not a black did we fall in with. We were compelled to give up, owing to want of provisions and sickness. On the following morning, accompanied by Bon John, we set out to seek a passage for our dray in order to get away. We went about 7 miles, and meeting with great obstacles, returned in another direction, finding a far better country. When we came within 2 miles of our camp, on turning a tea tree copse, we met a most powerful native, and on asking questions, he related to Bon John that the clothes he had on belonged to the dead man at Mr. Ritchie's. It was a wet day. Bon John said, "This is the fellow we have been looking for." Again asking him if he had been at Mr. Ritchie's, and inquiring about the man in the clothes, we were confirmed. We threw our cloaks off. The native dashed his spear through and through Bon John's. Bon John pulled out his pistol, snapped it and missed fire, pulled out his sabre and dashed after him, when horse and all fell among the rocks and stones in a deep gully. We did all in our power to apprehend this savage, but we could not. He had 4 spears, langeal and shield. With one blow he dashed the sharp end of the langeal through my horse's nose. As we came up with him, the tribe threw many spears at us, making off. The man was left to us. Jumping on a large mound of rocks and loose stones, he howled out, "Come on, white bastards!" at the same time throwing his last spear at Bon John. He was not to be seen in a second. This native went into Port Fairy some days after, showing his shield with the sabre cuts on it. Some months after this, at Geelong, Bon John became quite changed. He no longer had a wish to follow me or wear his dress. Away with his tribe constantly, he came to me occasionally. He still had a strong grudge against the Colac tribe. He came to me one day, saying, "One Colac fellow down here with a gin, and that he would kill him." I desired him not. He was as good as his word. He loaded a carbine, followed the unhappy black with his gun, and shot him dead. Bon John and the gin, who was now occupying his time and attention, came back, and ate, drank, and were merry. Hearing of the murder, I had Bon John apprehended. He was quite indignant, asking me if I had forgotten the tribe at Colac that wanted his kidney fat. Bon John was tried before Judge Willis, a most disreputable old rip, who I think was in consort with the devil, for though the evidence was clear, Bon John was most honourably acquitted, and handed over to another booby of fame, old Robinson, a native protector, to be educated and told not to break the commandments. Bon John was killed shortly after this in a scurry with some natives at a corroboree. Over the body of the Colac native an inquest was held. I took Woolmudgeon to see the remains. On showing him the head, the back part of the skull being carried away, he wept bitterly and threw himself on the ground, roaring and screaming. For many days he appeared in sad distress, and long and many a time he spoke of the deed to me, always repeating the words, "Poor black fellow." These natives are all dead now, and as far as I can learn, only one remains of poor old Balliyang's friends. From long experience, particularly in Portland Bay District, I am convinced that the number of Aborigines in 1837 in this district could not exceed 3,000, and I feel thoroughly convinced that the race will be extinct in 20 years or less. In the district I met a native, his breast, arms and body muscular and in fine proportions. His legs were like fins and not larger than those of an infant. This poor cripple followed his tribe, travelling many miles during the day. He sat in a piece of bark tied round his loins. Emus and kangaroos on our arrival were plentiful in all parts of the district, also bustards in large flocks, from 10 to 30 or 40 or perhaps more. The bustards are now scarce, and only met with in distant places. The kangaroo and emu are nearly extinct in the district. The country is almost void of game. Quails in years gone by were plentiful, but I think are fast disappearing. Snipe we have in the season, but not in the same abundance as in other countries. We have also the painted snipe, the same bird that is met with in all parts of India. Black ducks, large and a delicacy, also various small ducks and wood ducks, etc. The bronze-winged pigeon, a fine game bird, fully equal to an English partridge. Black swans, useless and ugly. Snakes of many descriptions, and some exceedingly bold, more so than I have known them in India. The longest snake I have met did not exceed 6 feet. For an idler or a sportsman, this country affords nothing, and for a military officer it is the most damnable quarter in the world. There is nothing in the shape of sport, except in the season a few snipe and quail, then it ends until the next September. At the approach of the snipe season, when you seek your Forsyth or Joe Manton to brush it up for the sport, it is more than probable you will seek in vain, for some good and trusty servant has made it his own. Borrowing, as it is termed, these implements is common, but once taken by this class of gentry from your house, they are never regained. Of all the impositions inflicted on mankind, an inn in the district is the most dreadful abomination. It appears to me the licensee considers only one duty, that is, to persecute and victimize the traveller. The law makes provision for decency, but the landlord disregards it after a licence is granted. His sole object is money. Not to make it honestly by a return of common comfort. His bill is the object, and pay it you must, though 500% is overcharged. What could any man have in any part of England, staying at a hotel for a night, if he expended £2? I should think such an outlay among the middle classes would be unknown, but in Victoria the £2 would not afford you a nobbler. You have to put up with the curses of an ill-looking ruffian, the landlord, who heartily wishes that you never again trouble him, as he is not over fond of gentlemen beggars. The landlord is generally to be seen playing quoits in the front of the hut, with a pipe in his mouth, cursing and swearing, and surrounded by half a dozen idle drunken men, the stable-keeper always sticking close to his master to swear by him right or wrong for a nobbler. These games amuse some travellers, for a fight is generally the result. And in almost all instances, as one passes through the country, the landlord sports a black eye or two. The interior of the hut is generally built of wood and weatherboards, the floor is boarded, and a fine rattling breeze rushes in at all parts. Your company is not very refined, all smoking, spitting, singing loudly and rioting, cursing and damning the governors and formerly Crown Lands Commissioners. Horse races for saddles and bridles and cockfights are got up. You are told of fine bullock drivers, and that Tim was the fellow to shear sheep, with flat contradictions now and again, which nearly lead to a bout, but often to the destruction of the landlord's all, in the shape of a half-dozen wine-glasses and his large assortment of tin pannikins. In short, one of these licensed huts may be turned inside out during a row, and be nothing the worse for it on the following morning. A fortune is realised soon in one of these district hotels, and when made, the landlord sells his goodwill of the place, always to a very good man, in short, the best man in the world, who once installed is found to be a deeper vagabond than the former. These huts, though built on government land, are private property, transferred from one to another. Many pay for the goodwill £800, the house not being in value worth £30. £1,000 is commonly paid down, and I have known £1,500 paid in cash for a hut of this kind. The stable, as it is called, is a place tossed up of all manner of things. It has a kind of a roof, with slab sides of the rudest material, and is often dangerous in passing from old spike-nails and broken bottles. Dung and filth are there a foot or two deep. At the head of the stall is an old gin case fixed as a manger for oaten hay. If you neglect your poor horse, not a bite of straw will he get. And if you order some oats to feed him, the hostler is generally nimble in getting and giving. He on this occasion is more than civil, as a profit falls to him, the corn being generally found by him, and the more profit the better for him. This worthy has his measure, and fills it to the brim. At the bottom he has his thumb-hole, whereby he deposits the best part back for himself. A man who has a horse almost has to fight for his grub, paying dear for it. At the present time, the expenses for a night for one horse in a bush inn will cost the owner 20 shillings. A licensed man keeping a bush inn can charge as he thinks fit, but his great game formerly, before the goldfields, was the shepherd or hut-keeper on his way to town, with his cheque for perhaps a year or 2 years' wages. This unfortunate man was generally overwhelmed with kindness, made drunk, and kept so for 3, 4, or 5 days. On regaining his senses, he naturally seeks his hard earnings, which are not to be found. He applies to the landlord, who tells him that he is in debt, that the £60 is expended. On asking, "How?" repeats the host, "Do you forget the shout you stood? The shout for all hands? You are in my debt now, £5, and I shall keep your gun and pack until I am paid," says the landlord, pushing the unhappy fellow from his door, perhaps without a rag to his back. For a new colony, only 18 years inhabited, I consider that there is more vice than is to be found in any part of the world. On my arrival in Melbourne in 1837, Captain Lonsdale, 4th K.O. Regiment, was a police magistrate, having a guard of soldiers, some 40 men. The captain had a very small wooden hut, the military one nearly as bad. The few houses about are unworthy of notice, excepting the police office. This was a square building, or nearly so. The walls were sods, and the roof was covered with sods, without windows or a door. From this rude state of things, and a lapse of 16 years, the town of Melbourne has become a large, a populous, and almost an overgrown city, with a population of 80,000, and the surrounding country for miles covered with houses. In the annals of history, nothing equals the rapid progress of this wonderful place. The great mistake my good and worthy friend Sir Richard Burke made is in not placing Melbourne where Geelong is. In 1853, oat and hay sold at £35 a tonne, oats sold at £1 1 shilling a bushel, potatoes sold at £30 a tonne, or £1 15 shillings per bag, beef sold at 7 pence a pound, mutton sold at 8 pence a pound, turkeys sold at 2 guineas or 3 on some days, firewood cost from £4 to £5 a load, cart horses sold at £120 to £150, saddle horses £50 to £80, goats sold at £2, eggs sold for 5 shillings a dozen, cabbages sold at 2 shillings 6pence each. A servant cost £60 yearly. In 1848, 12 fine legs of mutton sold at 5 shillings, beef prime at 1.5 pence per pound, mutton less, oat and hay at £3 per tonne, oats at 2 shillings 6pence per bushel, potatoes at 4 shillings per hundred, turkeys at 3 shillings 6pence each. Fowls were to be had for nothing, eggs at 6pence per dozen. Good horses sold from £10 to £30, goats at 2 shillings, cabbages at 6 for a shilling, firewood at 7 shillings a load. A servant in house cost £18 yearly. As to Geelong, with many advantages over Melbourne, it is exceedingly backward. The trade of this place compared with Melbourne is a mere nothing. Our merchants are few, but good, honest, sterling men. But suffering as they do, great discontent prevails. Our ships and our letters generally go first to Melbourne. The only obstacle to our shipping is the bar. For years and years application has been made by the inhabitants to the government for assistance in clearing it away. Not 1 shilling has been expended, excepting by the inhabitants, who have paid surveyors' expenses time after time. Their work hangs in an office, and the bar remains untouched, and is very likely to remain so for long and many a day. If this bar was removed, and shipping came up to the town, Geelong must become a place of vast importance. It has a fine harbour, and great advantages over Melbourne. That most excellent Governor-General, Sir Richard Burke, made a choice, and placed Melbourne where it stands. He also visited Geelong. He was delighted with the place and the country. He remained 14 days, and having confirmed the site of Melbourne, I suppose he did not wish to alter it. This is to be lamented, for if Melbourne had been placed where Geelong stands, it would become as beautiful a city as is in the world. The locality is pleasing, cheerful, beautiful, and healthful, with a fine rising situation, the scenery grand and magnificent. Melbourne does not possess one of these advantages, lying low, with bad approaches on every side. Geelong increases but slowly. A few years ago, the census gave a population of 7,000, but at the present time there must be a population of 25,000, which daily increases from all parts of the world. Notwithstanding the mix of people, the place is exceedingly orderly. We have 4 small steamboats between this and Melbourne daily, making fortunes for their owners. Large vessels lie at Point Henry, 4 miles across the bay, but small vessels under 300 tons come to the jetty and discharge. The chief trade of the town, until the times changed so much on account of the gold mania, was wool, tallow, and hides. Wool was a considerable item in the shipments. From 25,000 to 30,000 bales were embarked yearly at Point Henry, in large ships, from 700 to 2,000 tons. But from the effects of the gold mines, I am of opinion that a great decrease will take place in the shipments of this article. You are aware of all the goldfields, the ruin of the colony. I shall never forget Mr. Wentworth, the watch-house is not fitted for a gentleman, and his bow to His Honour, the Superintendent, who was sitting in the corner of the slab hut on a stool with 3 legs, His Honour's graceful recognition of the salute, His Honour rising with dignity when the stool upset, making a noise, to the disgust of Mr. Pat McKeever, Chief Constable of Little Peddlington. The death of the black horse, the vet doctor, the CCL in giving copious glisters and bleeding, His Honour sighing, the vet privately telling him there is no hope, the burial in paddock with a case of bricks to the memory of the departed. I remember well the doctor coming to the hut when we were at dinner. Here comes that infernal rip. Doctor enters. Host rises to greet him. How are you, doctor? Sit down and partake of something. We are so glad to see you, with a hearty shake of the hand. This paper is not signed, but has evidently been written by Captain Foster Fyans, Editor. End of Letter 18.
Section 19 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 19 from W. Odell Raymond, Stratford. Stratford, 15th of August, 1853. My dear Tyers, in reply to your note enclosing me His Excellency the Governor's favour of the 29th of July, and requiring my reply on Wednesday at the latest, you give me but little time to collect my memory as to my first travels into this district, and certainly no time to enable me to address a letter to His Excellency upon the subject. I will therefore reply by giving you all the information I can bring to my memory, with the hope that you will put it in proper form, and at the same time express my regret at not being able myself to address His Excellency. The droughts of 1839, 1840, 1841 having caused great losses amongst our stock, sheep and cattle, at Wellington, where I had the management of my father's stations, I had recommended a removal of a portion of the sheep to the northward, and had fully made up my mind for a trip to New England with at least half our sheep. Just at this time, early in 1842, I got in possession of a pamphlet published by Count Strzelecki, giving a description of Gippsland and pointing out by a chart the route into it. This caused me to immediately arrange for the removal of a portion of our stock to Gippsland, and I had in 3 weeks after seeing the work 8,000 sheep on the road. I, however, had not started when I received information that Mr. Albert Broadrib had started from Brathurst with a number of sheep belonging to Mr. Reeve for the same destination, and I believe upon the same information the Count's work. I do not deem it required that I should enumerate all the casualties attending upon such a journey, say 700 miles, but suffice it to say that I arrived, after many difficulties, at the Mitchell River, Gippsland, upon the 20th of June 1842, after a constant travel for 4 months, with my stock and working cattle in better condition than when I left Wellington. With regard to that portion of His Excellency letter, if preceded, accompanied, or immediately followed, by whom and when, and the general state of the district around and in advance of me at that period, I beg to state Mr. Curlewis's and Mr. Reeve's sheep preceded me a few weeks. Messrs. Lognan and Taylor, with sheep, cattle, and horses, joined company with me at Mancrew, Mr. F. Jones at Omeo, and we travelled in company to the Mitchell River. As to the state of the district around and in advance of me at the period of my arrival, I am only able to refer you to a copy of a letter I wrote upon my arrival at Melbourne, at Mr. Parker's request for the information of Governor Gipps, as the only record of my first observations as to the state of Gippsland upon my arrival. Trusting that it may convey some of the information that Mr. Latrobe is requiring, I now conclude, begging that you will express my best wishes for His Excellency's safe arrival and happy meeting with his friends in Old England, and believe me to be, my dear Tyers, yours ever truly, W. Odell Raymond. Letter forwarded by Mr. Raymond to Mr. Tyers. Melbourne, 24th of August, 1842. Dear Parker, I should have before this written to you, according to my promise, but the sameness of the country through which I travelled, where you meet nothing pleasing to the eye or interesting to relate, induced me to defer writing up to this time, in the hope that I might be able to give you some information respecting Gippsland, which may not before have reached you. Count Strelecki's description of it as an agricultural and grazing country is fully borne out. In all my travels in New South Wales for those purposes, I have not seen its equal. His chart, however, gives you a very incorrect idea of the courses of the rivers, as you will see by Mr. Townsend's survey, which I suppose will have arrived in Sydney before this. That part of the country marked in the Count's chart between Gippsland and Omeo as Buckley's and McAllister's stations is a very extensive country, and better suited for sheep than Gippsland, and I have no doubt the greater portion of it will be taken up next summer. The richness of the soil in Gippsland makes it, with the exception of small portions of it, less suited for sheep, but it is capable of feeding an immense number of cattle. The runs which I have selected are on the Avon River, and extend to a lake into which the river empties itself, and are a fine, open, undulating country, sound to the water's edge. I, however, do not consider them equal to those I occupied at Wellington, had we the same moisture as I am led to suppose we have in Gippsland. The lake itself is a very large sheet of water, which I suppose to be in width about 12 or 14 miles. From what I saw of it from the mountains when coming to Gippsland, I should imagine it to be from 50 to 60 miles long. The water when I visited it was brackish, but not too much so for stock, and we were soon able to enjoy a good pot of tea made with it after a long day's ride. I am, however, assured by Mr. Macmillan, Mr. McAllister's superintendent, and the first discoverer of this country, who had visited it 3 times in the summer months, that he never found it so before, and the only way in which I can account for this is that I suppose the rush of water into the lake at this time of the year is so great as to break through some outlet or sandbank, leaving a passage for the salt water to enter, which passage fills up in the summer months. I, however, intend on my return to make an excursion on the lake, and examine the coast side of it as well as the soundings, the particulars of which I will give you when I return to Sydney after shearing. I have not as yet fallen in with any of the aboriginal natives, but from what I can collect respecting them, they are a wild race, and have already committed some outrages on the settlers. There are already in Gippsland about 7,000 head of cattle, belonging to Messrs. McAllister, McFarlane, Arbuckle, Cunningham, Pearson, Jones, Taylor, and Lognan, and some small squatters who, I understand, do not hold licenses. 35,000 sheep, brought by Messrs. McAllister, Curlewis, Reeve, Taylor, and Lognan, Jones, and myself, and about 100 horses, and a population of 144 free men, 33 bound, 26 free women, and 17 children, most of them in service, the remainder living God knows how on the beach, where they have erected huts for themselves, waiting, they say, for the town allotments to be put up on sale. We feel the want of a police bench very much here. The servants do just as they like, work or walk away as they think proper, and are harboured by those people on the beach. If my father agreed to my proposition to bring down the remainder of our sheep and to reside there, I shall willingly do my best as a magistrate to keep the district in order, if His Excellency will give me the power by granting a court of petty sessions, a clerk, and a few constables, or perhaps a party of the border police, under the direction of a sergeant of the mounted police, would be more available in the district. Mr. Curlewis, I understand, intends to reside in the district, so does Mr. Reeve, and these gentlemen would, I think, be eligible for appointment to the Commission of the Peace, and their services as magistrates would, I have no doubt, be of great advantage to the district. I arrived here last week after a very severe journey by way of Westernport. Mr. Albert Broadrib, Mr. Pearson, I, and my blackfellow whom I brought with me from Wellington, started on the information of a Mr. Campbell, who stated that he had ridden for 3 days in the direction of Westernport, and had got sight of that place. Upon this information we took with us 10 days' provisions and pack-horses to accompany us for 2 days. We, however, owing to the denseness of the scrub, found it impossible to bring the horses farther than the first day's journey, about 14 miles. Consequently, we shouldered our pack, blessing the informer, and with great difficulty made about 4 miles that day. For 14 days, during 10 of which it rained without ceasing, we never could exceed 8 miles in a day. On the 15th day we got into a lower and less broken country, the scrub still continuing, with water up to our knees, and our provisions, with the exception of a little flour and tea, were all exhausted. We, however, managed to exist to the end of the journey upon what the blackfellow could get in the shape of 2 pheasants, 5 monkeys, and a parrot, a small portion of which was served out in the morning with about 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, which we put to boil in a quart pot of water. In the evening, by way of change, we had the monkey and tea without sugar. In this way we lived for 8 days, at times so exhausted that when we walked a mile or two we were quite done up, suffering severely from the cuts we got getting through the scrub, our clothes and boots being completely torn off of us, and it was, I can assure you, to our great joy on the 18th day that we made Western Port, when we were picked up by Mr. Surveyor Smith, who is surveying the coast, and who kindly conveyed us in his boat to Mr. Jameson's and thence to Mr. Manton's, from whence we made this place, making the journey on foot in 22 days. As the mail by the Tambo is about to be made up, I must now conclude, assuring you that I will at all times be most ready to give you any information as to the district that may be in my power, and remain, my dear sir, yours ever truly, W. Odell Raymond. Gippsland. Footnote. This document is not signed. It was found by Mr. Raymond among his papers, and forwarded by him to Mr. Tyers, along with the preceding letter. Editor. End of footnote. Population, from 350 to 400, of whom 30 are bond. Probable amount of revenue. Licenses: Reeve, Raymond, Curlewis, Cunningham, Duncan and Mason, Lognan, Jones, McFarlane, McAllister, Macmillan, Arbuckle, Pearson, Scott, King. £400. There are several settlers squatting without license, keeping stores, grog shops, etc. If obliged to pay license, their licenses would produce Campbell, Bunton, Turnbull, Neilson, Kennedy, Fernham Cuts, £70. Assessment for this half year: 7,000 cattle, 35,000 sheep, 150 horses. £120, 8 shilling, 4 pence. Assessment for next half year, adding 50%, £180, 12 shilling, 6 pence. Probable amount of revenue for 1843, £511 and 10 pence. This amount is likely to be much increased as follows from the number of settlers going to Gippsland. Probable amount of customs duty now lost to the government. 3,600 pounds of tobacco, all can be landed free of duty from Van Diemen's Land. 2 public house licenses. £360. Spirits at an average of 10 shilling a gallon, £300. Total, £1,171 and 10 pence. This is the amount of revenue that can be collected in Gippsland with proper officers. This is allowing 12 pounds of tobacco to each grown adult male per annum, known to be less than the average, and say each man spends 5 pounds per annum in drink. Of this, 4 pounds is for spirits at 40 shillings retail price per gallon. The Treasury has also received £10,260 for 2 special surveys at Gippsland, and also £5,120 for a 3rd special there, but which has since been allowed to be selected elsewhere. The township is also being surveyed at this moment, and must bring a considerable sum to the land fund. End of section 19. Section 20 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 20 from Thomas Manifold. Warrnambool, August 30th, 1853. Dear Sir, I received your letter of the 29th ultimo, asking information as to the first occupation of various portions of the colony. This I have great pleasure in furnishing, so far as my recollections will admit. I shall therefore commence from my first connection with Port Phillip. I first visited it for the purpose of examining it early in February 1836, at which time there were not more than about 2,500 sheep in the whole district, although fully twice that number had been shipped, but from casualties had been reduced to about the number I have named. One of my brothers and myself reached Gellibrand Point early in July, where we heard that a number of gentlemen on a pleasure party had been with the brig Henry into Geelong harbour, and as we wished to settle westward, this at once determined us on attempting to land our sheep at Point Henry, then known by the native name Malopio. We succeeded in doing this, and I put the first sheep ever landed on the point ashore on the 9th of July, 1836. During the same day, Mr. John Stiglitz also arrived with stock. We immediately removed to the Moorabool and occupied both sides of that river from Sutherland's Creek down to the old racecourse. At this time there were only 3 stations west of the Werribee, that is Cowie, Steed and Stiglitz, at a place on the Moorabool known as the Bell Post, Dr. Thompson's station at the falls on the Barwon, and a Mr. Dark on the Barrabool Hills. These, I believe, arrived and occupied the country in the order I have named them, having landed their stock either at the Heads or at Gellibrand Point. We were immediately followed by Mr. William Roadknight, who occupied the country on both sides of the river where the lower vineyards are. In the September following, a great influx of stock into the Western District took place by the arrival of Mr. Joseph Sutherland, who settled on the creek now bearing his name. Mr. G. Russell, on account of the Clyde Company and the Moorabool and Lee, Mr. David Fisher, on account of the Derwent Company, occupying where Geelong now is, Indented Head, and the country about the junction of the Barwon and Lee. A Captain Pollock went on to the Barwon, where the upper vineyard is, a Dr. Sharp, on account of Colonel Cowsall, taking the upper part of Sutherland's Creek, and Mr. John Hyatt, who remained, moving about, a short time on the Barwon, finally removed into the Melbourne district. The above, to the best of my recollection, arrived during September and October 1836. I then, until the commencement of 1839, resided in Van Diemen's Land, with the exception of occasional short visits, and cannot say in what order the country was taken up. In November of 1837, my brothers and self examined the country about Banyang, Warrenheip, and Lake Burrumbeet, and encamped one night on the now celebrated Golden Point, Ballarat, little dreaming of the immense wealth beneath us. At this time there were only 2 stations on the upper part of the Moorabool, that is, that of Mr. J. N. MacLeod and that of Mr. G. F. Reid. It was in December of 1838 that my brothers first discovered Lake Purrumbete and Mount Lura country. We then abandoned our station on the Moorabool, which became a kind of depot for stock on first arrival, and removed our stock to Purrumbete, which we occupied about the close of January 1839. The Messrs. Bolden had a week or 2 previously occupied the run on the Pirron Yalloak, which they soon after sold to Scott and Richardson. The next station formed was at Mount Noorat, by a person named Taylor, on account of Messrs. MacKillop and Smith, who sold to Messrs. Neil Black and Co. This was taken up in March 1839. The Mount Shadwell country was now occupied by a Mr. Anderson, who removed from the stations now held by Macmillan and Wilson, Wardy Yalloak, with a portion of stock belonging to Derwent Company, and soon afterwards fell into the hands of Captain Webster. Simultaneously with the occupation of Mount Shadwell, the Messrs. Watson discovered the Hopkins, and took up the Merang run on the western side, and then sold to Mr. Ferry. The land on the opposite side to Ferry's was first taken up by the Messrs. Bolden in August 1840, and then sold to Mr. G. Roger. During the period from August to Christmas 1840, the Messrs. Bolden, by forming various outstations, occupied on the western side of the Hopkins all the country subsequently held by Messrs. Plummer and Dent, Strong and Foster, Manifold, Ryrie, Carmichael, Good, Mailer, Manning, Eddington, Walker, and Cosgrove, and on the eastern side, the part of the country held by Black, Johnson, Walker, Chisholm, and Allen. I cannot name the precise time when each of these stations was occupied, but believe that Plummer and Dent's, now Joseph Ware's, was occupied about the latter end of 1842 or commencement of 1843, Strong and Foster's about the same time, Ryrie's, the Lake Station, in June 1844, my own, the Grasmere Station, in the month following. The others were respectively portions sliced off the country claimed by the Messrs. Bolden. Allen's station was occupied first in 1841, and Chisholm's, junction of Hopkins and Emu Creek, about the same time. In reply to your inquiries as to the haunts, numbers, etc. of the aborigines, I am afraid I can give little or no information. Although each tribe has its own district, and each family its portion, I never could perceive that they became in any way attached to a particular spot, or attempted to construct a dwelling having any greater claim to permanency than the common Maya. Nor have I ever observed the slightest semblance of religion among them. With respect to their number at the time the country was first occupied, it has been in all accounts I have seen very much overrated. I come to this conclusion from having counted their Mayas when congregated, and do not recollect in any instance seeing more than about 30, nor do I think they would average more than from 4 to 5 in a hut. Their manner towards the first settlers had generally the semblance of extreme friendship, but this, I am convinced, did not in reality ever exist. It arose from the mere novelty of the thing, and a desire to gratify their curiosity, which, being satiated, they would, whenever they got a chance, plunder or murder even those from whom they had only a few minutes previously received presents and food. This may seem harsh, but I have known so many instances of it that I feel justified in speaking thus generally of them. Trusting the above may be of some little service, I remain, dear Sir, yours truly, Thomas Manifold. To His Excellency, C. J. Latrobe, Esquire. End of section 20. Section 21 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 21. From George Armitage. Hermitage, October 6th, 1853. Dear Sir, in reply to yours of the 29th of July, requesting information as to the first settlement of the country adjacent to the Barwon and Glenelg rivers, in the first week of May 1836, I left Georgetown, Van Diemen's Land, with a small flock of sheep in the brig Henry. 5 days after embarkation, they were landed at Williamstown, Port Phillip, where I found several, if not all, of the first settlers with their flocks, all of which had been brought from Van Diemen's Land within the 5 or 6 previous months, and which were left in charge of the shepherds near the beach until suitable runs could be procured. I have no recollection of any serious depredations having been committed by the aborigines at this time. The wild dogs were very numerous and troublesome, and destroyed several sheep. Their howling at night was terrific. While at Williamstown, and Mr. Franks and I agreed to take up a run together, Mr. Franks was to select it. After making these arrangements, I left my sheep and shepherd, and returned to Van Diemen's Land. About 6 weeks after, I received the melancholy intelligence of the murder of poor Mr. Franks and my shepherd, both of whom had been struck on the head by the blacks with a tomahawk while making a bush fence for yarding the sheep on the new run they had selected on Mount Cotterill, near the river Exe. Shortly after, during the day, my son Thomas, on riding up to assist in making the yards, found the unfortunate Mr. Franks and the shepherd lying on their faces, with the back of their heads split open. About this time there were other murders, one at Indented Head. Captain Flatt, a manager for Dr. Thomson, after being dreadfully beaten and left for dead, recovered. Several other murders and robberies were committed by the blacks, but I cannot particularize them. After this, my sheep were put into a flock of Judge Pedders, in charge of Mr. Darke, where they remained until the unfortunate circumstance of the loss of Messrs. Gellibrand and Hesse. These gentlemen had been missing some time, and doubts being entertained of their safety, my son, who was an articled clerk to Mr. Gellibrand, went with 4 or 5 others in search of the missing explorers in the direction where, from the information they had received, they hoped to fall in with their tracks. After searching and following the Barwon River in the westerly direction, about 30 miles from Geelong they found the tracks of the lost party, and followed them until they reached the place where Mr. Gellibrand and Mr. Hesse had camped. On this spot the searching party stayed during the night. Next morning they continued following the track up the river until the country became so stony and rough that they could not trace the party further. Consequently they struck off from the river towards Lake Colac, and therefore it was at this time and by this party Lake Colac was first discovered, and also Buninyong, Stony Rises, and other places. After the party returned, my son took the sheep to the spot where he first found the track of Gellibrand's party, and where we have been ever since. This part of the country has since been surveyed and marked off into counties and parishes. Our station, named Ingleby, is in the parish of Yan Gort, County Polwarth. The eastern side of my Ingleby station was taken up by Mr. Henry Hopkins of Hobart Town, and is now the property of his son, John Hopkins, and called Wormbeat. This property is considerably improved. The station on the north side of Wormbeat was first taken possession of by Mr. W. Roadknight, whose son is now in possession. The station south of Ingleby was taken up by William Roadknight, and is now occupied by Mr. Thomas Vickery, Mr. Roadknight's son-in-law. This station is called Yan Gurt. The station adjoining this on the west was taken up by Thomas Crutch, who sold it to Matthews, who sold to George Vickery, who is now in possession. The original occupiers of the country adjacent to, and lying west-southwest further up the Barwon River, were Messrs. Austin, Roadknight, Ricketts, Dennis, and myself, all of whom in 1840 were removed by the government to make room for the Wesleyan missionaries, who, if I am correctly informed, brought an order from the home government to occupy 10 miles square of land for the purpose of maintaining and civilizing the aborigines. This mission failed, and the land has since been sold and let to the highest bidder. Nearly the whole of it is now in possession of Mr. James Austin and myself. Northwest of the mission station was originally occupied by a Mr. Matheson, who sold to the Messrs. Dennis, the present occupiers. The original occupiers of the land lying westerly from Messrs. Dennis in the Colac district were Messrs. Murray, Lloyd, Dr. Morris, Pollock, Dewing, and Captain Fyans, the whole of whom sold their rights of runs, excepting Mr. Murray and Captain Fyans, in consequence of the great expenses and many difficulties they had to contend with. About 5 miles in an easterly direction from Dennis Brothers, and north from Ingleby about 3 miles, are 2 small mountains, supposed to be of volcanic production. They are named after the 2 unfortunate gentlemen, Messrs. Gellibrand and Hesse. Between Mount Gellibrand and Dennis Brothers Station is situated a station selected and originally occupied by Airy and Darnell, who made considerable improvements. These gentlemen dissolved partnership. Darnell sold to Airy, who has since died. The property is now rented to Messrs. Beale and Trebeck. The station lying east of the last mentioned, called Hesse Mount, is part of a station originally occupied by Messrs. Hyatt and Harding. They have separated. Hyatt sold to Mr. Hopkins of Hobart Town, whose son Arthur is now occupying it. Mr. Harding still retains possession of his half. My son Thomas, who has been previously mentioned in this letter, lost his life by a cold caught in crossing the Barwon before there were any bridges. I have the honour to remain Your Excellency's most obedient servant, George Armitage. To His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor, C. J. Latrobe, Esquire, etc. P.S. Most substantial improvements, chiefly stone, have been made on nearly all the stations herein mentioned. They are fully stocked with sheep, cattle, and horses, and there are cultivated fields well fenced on nearly every station. On our station there are 40,000 sheep, 2,000 cattle, and horses, etc. The aborigines occupying the country adjacent to the Barwon River, from the sea to its source, were supposed to be about 300 in all, the indented Head, Barrabool Hills, Colac, and Yan Gurt tribes. Their chief support was fish caught in the river in the summer and autumn seasons, and in winter and spring they depended on their success in hunting, together with a root called murnong. The gentleman I expected to get information from, relative to the country adjoining the Glenelg, acquaints me he has given all the information Your Excellency required to Mr. Bell, the Commissioner, but I am expecting this gentleman in Geelong, after shearing, when, if I can glean anything further, I will take care it shall be forwarded. G.A. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter number 22 from Henry Dwyer. Victoria Valley, Saturday, August the 13th, 1853. My dear Sir, I'm not surprised at your returning to Britain, be it for weal or woe. As for me, I suppose, as I made a fool of myself by going home for a wife, I must also make a fool of myself a second time by going again with her. For His Honour's information, I came here about the year 1841 with 1,800 sheep and a few horses. The damned sheep ate the grass, and I pared their feet and improved the country by my individual labour. I got the run from James R. Unnett, and Thomas Woolley first occupied it. I've had many a scrimmage with the whites, and the niggers once took a mob of my jumbucks across the Victoria to the Glenelg, where I followed them. I recovered all but 44 sheep with the assistance of Captain Dana and his since much despised blackguard. The niggers have always been shy of coming to or showing on this country. You will excuse my not writing more, as 'tis my abhorrence. With compliments to Mrs. Rose, and wishing you every happiness, I remain yours very truly, Henry Dwyer, P.D. Rose, Esquire. End of section 22. Section 23 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 23, from Sir H.E.F. Young. Station of Hogg and Lawton on board Lady Augusta's steamer beyond Swan Hill, Tuesday, April the 20th, 1853. My dear Sir, you will oblige me by causing to be made and sending to me at Adelaide a copy of my dispatch to the Secretary of State, from the copy which I sent to Governor La Trobe from Swan Hill on the 17th instant, for by some oversight of my amanuensis a transcript of it has not been retained to enable me to forward a duplicate to Downing Street. You will hear, no doubt, from Mrs. Irvine, a correspondent of Mrs. Campbell's, many of the little incidents of our voyage which a lady's pen can only describe suitably. All I need to say is that, in every respect, the journey has thus far been very agreeable, and Mrs. Irvine's wit and cheerfulness have contributed greatly to enliven us. The river, for 40 miles approaching Swan Hill, and for 20 miles beyond it, presents the most singular aspect which it is possible to conceive: a vast plain of reeds, without visible high land of any kind or trees. The river course perfectly safe, open and deep, 3 and 3½ fathoms, occasionally a fringe of high trees, and then another vast plain, entirely bare and open, with large lakes. Whilst the first fringe of trees lasted, the snags were pretty frequent, and the trees rather overhanging, but offering no serious impediment to the navigation. On the reed plains we have seen many fat cattle, but generally at this season they are too much under water to be fit for pasture, but in summer I should think them excellent. The reeds evidently have a tendency to give place to grass, and consequently firmer ground, And when the day arrives for the wet plains to become meadows, they will be rich indeed. The Mary Ann, a steamer of 20 tons, built, navigated and owned by the Randalls, millers and farmers of Gumaraca, started a fortnight before us from the Reedy Creek and reached Swan Hill some hours after us on the 17th instant. She is now ahead of us, having steamed all night, and passed us this morning while we were at anchor, cutting wood. The squatters are all delighted at the prospect of sending their wool by water, and there can be no doubt that steamers will henceforth never leave these waters, to the great benefit of all the colonies and the speedy exploration of the rest of the continent. Yours very sincerely, H.E.F. Young. Norman Campbell, Esquire. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 24 from A. M. Campbell, Ganawara. Ganawara, 29th of September 1853. Sir, I received your communication of the 29th of July about 5 weeks since, and I have to apologize for not replying sooner. I hope that you will obtain some of the information required from the enclosed. Last Wednesday evening the Lady Augusta steamer arrived here, having on board Sir Henry Young and a number of ladies and gentlemen from South Australia. They left on Friday morning on their return. They seemed much delighted with their voyage, and quite sanguine as to the continual successful navigation of the Murray for 6 or 8 months in the year. I am, sir, your most obedient servant, A. M. Campbell. His Excellency C. J. Latrobe, Esquire. In October 1844 I came up to the Murray to look for an occupied country suitable for pastoral purposes, and went out exploring on the other side of the river, and saw much available country. The lowest stations then were Messrs. Collier's on this side, and Mr. Clark's on the other side of the river. Mr. E. B. Green had taken up a run below Mr. Clark's, which he had to vacate for about 12 months on account of the hostility of the blacks. In February 1845 I brought my stock, sheep and cattle, up to the Murray, and stationed them temporarily on the Yallock Creek, about 13 miles below the Messrs. Collier's home station, and went out exploring on this side of the river, accompanied by Mr. McDougall, acting for Mr. J. C. Curlewis, and Jack, a native of Twofold Bay, and after being out 14 days returned to my camp at the Yallock Creek. Mr. McDougall and I proceeded to Melbourne to obtain depasturing licenses, and before my return poor Jack had been enticed away by other aborigines, who murdered him the day after. I was much surprised that he joined them, as I had frequently heard him express his belief that if they got an opportunity they would kill him, and that he would put no faith in anything they might say to the contrary. I was much grieved at his loss, for he was a merry, agreeable fellow, a first-rate bullock driver, and an expert horseman. He was about 20 years of age, and had lived 7 years with the whites. I came here early in June. Mr. Curlewis had passed to Lake Boga. Mr. James Cowper had located himself on the other side of the Loddon, with sheep, about 18 miles from this, and Mr. James Rowan arrived at Gunbower Station shortly afterwards. I cultivated a friendly feeling with the natives, and I found them inoffensive and obedient. Upon one occasion, however, 7 strange blacks came to the hut. There was no one at home but myself, and after some conversation with them, I went to the river for water. Previous to stooping down, I happened to turn around, and saw one of the natives, Warrigal Jemmy, afterwards transported for life, following me a few yards behind with my own axe uplifted and clasped in both hands. I fixed my eye upon his, walked deliberately up to him, and gently took hold of the axe, which he quietly relinquished. I walked back to the hut conversing with him, as if he had done nothing to excite my suspicion, and I concealed the circumstance from my own men, and the natives on the station for about 2 years. When I mentioned it to the natives of this place, they said they had no doubt but that Warrigal Jemmy intended to kill me, but that he acted from impulse, and there was nothing premeditated. At another time, when near the Reedy Lake, about 30 natives, naked and armed with spears, surrounded me, and I was well pleased to recognize 3 of the blacks from my own station among them, whom I advised immediately to go home, which they did. The party, when I saw them, were going in the direction where, 2 days afterwards, about 60 miles distant, 2 of Mr. Cowper's shepherds were murdered by aborigines, who about that time showed much hostility towards Mr. Cowper, and shortly afterwards towards Mr. Curlewis. The latter sustained a loss from their attacks upon his cattle of about £6,000. The cause was, I believe, the following. Some white men on one side of the Murrabit called out to some blacks on the other side to come to them. The latter inquired who they were, and were told that they were Mr. Curlewis's men, shooting ducks. The unsuspecting blacks were crossing in a canoe, when 1 or 2 of them were shot by the whites, who were Mr. Cowper's men. In April 1846 I went about 140 miles down on this side of the Murray, accompanied by 2 whites and a gun-bower blackfellow. When about 10 miles below the country since occupied by Mr. Beveridge, we saw a number of natives at a distance, who seemed very frightened of us. At length they approached nearer, carrying green boughs in their hands, which they kept waving towards us, and came to the opposite bank of a creek, when we carried on a conversation through my blackfellow, and 2 of them agreed to cross to us if we sent away our guns, which was done. We were short of provisions at the time, and they promised to meet us next day with fish. We then proceeded lower down the river, resolving to return next day. After parting with the natives, my blackfellow informed me that when we went for the fish, the natives would kill us, that they told him so, and asked him to join them. I doubted his statement. After consideration, and after questioning him closely at different times, I discovered that he was trying to deceive me, which he confessed, but said that we ought to shoot them after they brought us the fish. We met the 2 natives next day, according to appointment, who gave us the promised fish. One of these men afterwards assisted to murder Mr. Beveridge. Some months after I came up here, Mr. A. McCallum occupied Mount Hope and Tregavel, and Mr. Green reoccupied the stations on the opposite side of the Murray. The gun-bower blacks are 35 in number. The Mially water blacks, or my blacks, are 32 in number, and are not decreasing. End of section 24. Section 25 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 25 from John Gardiner. Note taken from Mr. J. Gardiner by Mr. Latrobe on board the Argo, August 19th, 1853. First visit to P.P. with Gellibrand, 1836. See Journal of latter. Returns to V.D.L. and thence to N.S.W. close of year, December. Came overland to Murrumbidgee with sheep, with Hawdon and Hepburn, having disposed of his station on that river to Mollison. Ebden follows. End of section 25. Section 26 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 26 from Philip D. Rose, Melbourne. Dear Sir, I send you the enclosed, which I fear is of little value, but I found a reluctance in many to allow me to repeat anecdotes of blacks mentioned by themselves, and have only told of what I know to be correct. I am, dear Sir, yours very truly, Philip D. Rose. His Excellency C. J. Latrobe. James Hodgkinson, Maiden Hills, Woodstock, taken up in 1841 with 2,000 sheep, 1 horse, and 6 bullocks. Sold in 1853, 20,000 at 23 shillings 6 and let 10,000 with part of the station at 2 shillings 6 for 5 years. Had great trouble with the blacks at starting, lost by them 200 sheep. The number of blacks exceeded 500 in 1841, now only a few stragglers remaining. Frequent murders among the blacks, and in some instances, Europeans also. The country is now much improved for pastoral purposes. Kangaroo grass has nearly disappeared, and wire grass taken its place. Brodie and Cruikshank. Wonwonda, River Wimmera, taken up in February 1844 with 3,300 sheep. Lost by the blacks during the first year, 1,800 sheep. The extra expenses while forming the station, guns, extra labour, etc., 2 shepherds to each flock and additional hut keepers, £1,000, added 18,000 sheep during the year. The blacks were exceedingly numerous and troublesome, Mount Arapiles being their headquarters when with stolen stock. Their numbers are now greatly diminished. Alfred Taddy Thompson. Fiery Creek taken up in 1841, having been 5 months on the road, with 4,000 sheep. Lost 300 under Mount William by the blacks, who were so troublesome as to cause 2 shepherds to be with each flock, and at times the men refused to shepherd from fear of the blacks. R. Sutherland. Took up part of Taylor and Macpherson's run in 1846 and caused a lawsuit, each party leading his men in a battle royal. Sutherland had to vacate. Alec Anderson. Emu Creek taken up in 1840 with 2,000 at 30 shilling per head. Not troubled with blacks himself, but great complaints farther off. Companies. Lee, on the Moorabool, taken up in 1839 with 25,000. Blacks troublesome at first. There were 200 at that time in the tribe, called the Woodcole tribe, few remaining. John Carfrae, Ledcourt, Wimmera. Bought in 1848, 21,000 sheep at 7 shilling per head, clean. It is doubtful if this run has improved, being of a wet nature, a coarse grass having taken the place of the natural grass and herbs. The kangaroo still plentiful at the foot of the mountains. Main range of Grampians, sandstone, and all the shoulders from the base ironstone, granite in some places covered with sandstone. Sir Thomas Mitchell's track still visible at Mount Tyers, also one circular encampment. Neptune Malgorarainur, Light of the Mountain, or Wild Dog of the Mountain, at the latter end of 1853, died with drinking spirits. He slipped away from the other blacks and spilled a cask, and was found dead under it in the morning. 1 family of blacks have died off in this run in 3 years, all strong, fine men, each dying in the same month, same week, in corresponding years, from apparently the same cause, that is, wasting of the lungs, attributed to change of clothes and diet. Dublin Jack, a white man, lived 6 years with the blacks, and has 2 fine boys. He was found dead in his camp in about June last, supposed to have been strangled by the natives. 1 black at Mount Willis station died from eating wheat while grinding, another at Ledcourt from eating enormously of a deceased sheep. Crows and eaglehawks are our worst enemies, and the wild dog is again beginning to appear. Hay was sold this year at £75 per ton to the innkeeper. Old Billy Yanangona, spring from the earth, is at Norfolk Island, having been sent there for stealing 600 sheep belonging to Bailey and Hamilton, which were found with all their forelegs broken to keep them from getting away. This black was seen at Norfolk Island, and whenever he mentioned the Grampians invariably cried from thought of home. In 1841, a hut keeper and stockman at Mokipilly took 2 lubras from their camp to their own huts, then went and shot the coolies, whom they buried in the sand. I was told this by a black, Callaghan, well known at the Grampians, who pointed out the spot where they were buried, and digging I found it to be too true. A black dead 3 months was taken from the tree where he was buried, and, a council being held, he was taken carefully down, one old man holding the body in a sitting posture between his legs, still all covered with cloths and rags, when one black walked up and, uncovering the foot, broke off the toe bones and retired. Another did the same with the other foot, then others came in turn, and each breaking off a joint, until they came to the neck, the face never having been uncovered, which was kept from view by the old black holding it. The lubras were singing all the time, and the head was again buried in a tree, and all the bones of the body collected and put into a bag, which the old mother slept on, and uses still, September 1853, as a pillow. In 1844 and 1845 I took a white, half-caste infant from the mother, who gave it up very willingly. I kept it for 2 months, but a disorder breaking out on it, my servant refused to attend to it, and on my departure for town made the mother take it away, since which I could never persuade her to let me have him again, but she has since sold him for a sack of flour to Armstrong of Allenvale, who has him at present with his own boys at school in Melbourne, and he surpasses the white children of his own age in quickness and learning. He has lost all knowledge of the native language, and is in great fear of blacks. In 1843 I had a little girl about 9 years old, who kept constantly on the station from being nearly blind and in continual bad health. She took great delight in pointing out springs on the run, and was always very merry. About 2 years after, an old black, Captain Jack, came and took her away, and when in the gap, 6 miles from Rosebrook, he drew her behind him as he sat on the ground, and grasping her neck, strangled her. This was told me with merriment by the other blacks, who were at the time simulating the noise and convulsions of the poor little savage. Captain Jack, her murderer, was himself killed by 2 of my own black boys, who made him the first victim they had ever slain. They did this by treachery. They induced him to go with them to hunt, and one sat down and offered the old fellow something to eat, and when quite off his guard, the other boy from behind knocked out his brains. I am not aware what they did with the body. Being anxious to procure a skull, 2 boys brought me one, using it as a football, and in great glee when the jaws and teeth rattled. They did not like touching it with their hands. About 1846, a woman and 2 children came to my station, Mokepilly, badly wounded with spears. The mother had crawled 9 miles, and died 2 days after her arrival. 1 child died also. The other, a boy, I kept for 5 years, and he was very useful. When my wife came to the station, he was very fond of her, and told her of all bush and native habits. On one occasion he asked my brother to let him go to a meeting of blacks, but was refused, as we were busy, when he said, if busy, he did not want to go. My brother, being pleased with his willingness, allowed him to leave, but the poor little fellow was killed the day after. The meeting had been all arranged for the purpose. A letter sent me by a hut keeper. Monsieur, I shend 10 big backs my artist box. P.S. Catchy the Ratchy. Obedient servitor, Norbert Doloboski. I send 10 big bags, Margaret's box, and the puss has caught the rat. Rosebrook, taken up in March 1843 as Huber Station, expended $3,000 in purchasing stock for it. Had a few losses by blacks and was obliged to have 2 hut keepers together. Sold in 1853 10,000 sheep, 300 cattle, and all other items on station given in for £12,000, £9,000 of which was to hang over 5 years at 6%. I have foolishly transferred my license, which would have been one of the best securities. I have known as many as 400 blacks assembled, different tribes, on this and neighbouring stations at one time. Few are remaining. About 30 only of one tribe. Now, in 1843, I think there were over 100. A few old men still use a spatula to dig a small hole and cover their evacuations like the Israelites of old. In 1843, at the Grampians, all did this. None will eat pork there even now, cooked in any shape, salt or fresh. They think it brings a scab out on them. From my own experience, I think the country greatly improving in grass, but in some districts getting scrubby from fires not being so frequent, principally in box forests and in the Sydney country. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 27 from George Faithful, Wangaratta. Wangaratta, 8th of September, 1853. My dear Sir, Your Excellency's letter of the 27th of July I beg respectfully to acknowledge, and as far as it may be within my power, I will endeavour to give Your Excellency as clear an account as my memory at this distance of time will admit, respecting the first settlement by the white men of the land lying between the Murray and the Broken River. It was in February 1838 that I first determined to remove my stock from the colony of New South Wales to the famed land of Port Phillip. It was known for years prior to this time that much fine land lay in this neighbourhood, and extended from the Murrumbidgee to the Bay of Port Phillip. Hume and Howell were the first discoverers of this fine country, but Sir Thomas Mitchell, some years afterwards in tracing down the Darling, opened up the great country to the westward, which gave the stimulus to the proprietors of stock in New South Wales to migrate with their flocks and herds from a land at that time suffering from severe drought into a land which is the glory of all lands. Many persons and numerous flocks and herds were on the line of march when I was, but none tarried or turned to the right hand or to the left. All were hastening on to the lands so highly pictured by the discoveries before mentioned. When I arrived at the Ovens, I knew from Hume's description that there were plains called after the former Surveyor-General Oxley. I determined to turn out of the beaten road and visit Oxley Plains, where I finally determined upon leaving my horned cattle, sending on my sheep to the finer lands spoken of by Sir Thomas Mitchell. It was at this juncture that I sent on my brother's sheep, under charge of his overseer, to the Broken River to await my coming up. Unfortunately, within a few days after their arrival there, they were attacked by the aborigines, many of his men murdered, the stock scattered through the country, and about £200 worth of property then in the drays taken away. My brother having arrived shortly after the massacre of his men and destruction of his property, we determined, for the sake of more fully protecting each other, to settle on the Ovens. Some few months passed on, when I had Messrs. Bowman, Reid, Chisholm, and Docker as neighbours. The country was left to us for some years in consequence of the hostility of the blacks, which became so unbearable that I could not keep shepherds, although well armed, without employing a horseman in addition to myself, to keep continually perambulating the woods, lest the natives might cut them off. During my employment in this way, my cattle were destroyed in numbers within the short distance of only 6 miles from my hut. I once found 14 head of slaughtered cattle in one pond of water. They had been driven in by the natives, it being an anabranch of the river, and from the depth of the water and the boggy state of its banks, they were destroyed with the tomahawk in endeavouring to get out. Thus I and my men were kept for years in a perpetual state of alarm. We dared not move to supply our huts with wood or water without a gun, and many of my men absconded from my service, throwing away their firelocks, and in some cases destroying the logs and making them wholly useless from sheer terror of the blacks. This may appear too absurd for belief, nevertheless it is a fact. At last it so happened that I was the means of putting an end to this warfare. Riding with 2 of my stockmen one day quietly along the banks of the river, we passed between the anabranch of the river itself by a narrow neck of land, and after proceeding about half a mile, we were all at once met by some hundreds of painted warriors, with the most dreadful yells I had ever heard. Had they sprung from the regions below, we could have hardly been more taken by surprise. Our horses bounded and neighed with fear, old brutes which in other respects required an immense deal of persuasion in the way of spurs to make them go along. Our first impulse was to retreat, but we found the narrow way blocked up by natives 2 and 3 deep, and we were at once saluted with a shower of spears. My horse bounded and fell into an immense hole. A spear just then passed over the pommel of my saddle. This was the signal for a general onset. The natives rushed on us like furies, with shouts and savage yells. It was no time for delay. I ordered my men to take deliberate aim, and to fire only with certainty of destruction to the individual aimed at. Unfortunately, the first shot from one of my men's carbines did not take effect. In a moment we were surrounded on all sides by the savages boldly coming up to us. It was my time now to endeavour to repel them. I fired my double barrel right and left, and 2 of the most forward fell. This stopped the impetuosity of their career. I had time to reload, and the war thus begun continued from about 10 o'clock in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. We were slow to fire, which prolonged the battle, and 60 rounds were fired, and I trust and believe that many of the bravest of the savage warriors bit the dust. It was remarkable that the children, and many of the women likewise, had so little fear that they boldly ran forward, even under our horses' legs, picked up the spears, and carried them back to the warrior men. We at last beat them off the field, and found that they had a fine fat bullock, some of it roasting, some cut up ready for the spit, and more cattle dead, ready to portion out. The fight I have described gave them a notion of what sort of stuff the white man was made, and my name was a terror to them ever after. I picked up a boy from under a log, took him home and tamed him, and he became very useful to me, and I think was the means of deterring his tribe from committing further wanton depredations upon my property. My neighbours, however, suffered much long after this. The government during all this time gave no help, no assistance of any kind, and at last threatened to hang anyone who dared to shoot a black, even in protection of his property, and appointed protectors to search about the country for information as to the destruction of the natives. These gentlemen resorted to the most contemptible means to gain information against individuals whom the trumpet tongue of falsehood had branded as having destroyed many of these savages. This, instead of doing good, did much evil. People formed themselves into bands of alliance and allegiance to each other, and then it was the destruction of the natives really did take place. I, however, never troubled myself to go off my own run. I had no need of help, and had no desire for the destruction of the wretched race, but I would not undergo the same injuries, annoyances, and anxiety again for 10 times the quantity of land I hold. No sooner was all fear of the blacks dissipated than the whites became almost as great a nuisance, in edging in their applications and claims for portions of our runs. And let it be remembered that we were the first squatters and pioneers of the district. Unfortunately, the government gave too willing an ear to them, as we were all branded as murderers of the blacks. They readily deprived us of portions of our runs to give them to the other squatters, who were considered peaceful men, as they well might be after the war was ended. Ours was the danger, theirs the reward. I need hardly carry my short and necessarily imperfect account further. Your Excellency is fully aware of the history of the squatters' sins. No sooner did the home government give to that class an interest in their stations, for the wholesome purpose of encouraging them to open up the wild lands of the colony, to raise the wool so necessary for the use of the world at large, to make themselves comfortable, and become the purchasers of some portions of these wild lands, then the gold digger, the ephemeral grubber of a day, sets up his claim to the right not only of the auriferous metal in the bowels of the earth, but to the grass upon the earth, and that too free from all restraint, tramping under foot the rights of the pioneer squatter, rights gained by discovery and by conquest, and which are acknowledged by our government. Because the land was God's land, made for all men to enjoy in common, therefore things in the earth and above the earth are theirs also in common. Ergo, the cattle will shortly be theirs, as the cattle eat the natural grasses of the earth, and breed upon the earth, and require no more tending than the kangaroo. And why should one man enjoy, monopolize, flocks and herds sufficient for thousands, because he may choose to put his brand upon them? This is the next argument I expect to hear from these men. Trusting that your Excellency will pardon me for inflicting so long a letter upon you, I remain, with great respect, your Excellency's obedient and humble servant, George Faithful. His Excellency C. J. La Trobe, Esquire, Lieutenant Governor, Victoria. End of section 27.
Letter 28 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas, Melbourne, Victoria. Letters from Victorian Pioneers. Letter 28 from George D. Mercer. To His Excellency, C. J. La Trobe, Melbourne. Weatherboard, near Geelong, Victoria, August 22nd, 1853. Sir, I regret that indisposition has prevented my earlier reply to your letter of 29th July, requesting information as to the time and circumstances of the first occupation of the Lee and Barwon and Geelong district generally. On my arrival in this country, the 11th of April 1838, the Derwent Company, lately Port Phillip Association, possessed stock on the Indented Head and at Geelong. The land about Point Henry was only used for landing stock. Messrs. Cowie and Stead had a station on Bellpost Hill, but shortly afterwards moved to their present runs. Messrs. Manifold had a run at Batesford on the Dog Rocks, and they removed in April 1839 to their present runs. Mr. G. Russell, of Clyde Company, had his home station on the Moorabool, now a portion of Dr. Learmonth's purchased ground, but very shortly afterwards he moved up to his present head station on the Lee. Mr. Sutherland had a station on a creek running into the Moorabool on the north side, the station Mr. William Sharp now occupies. The Messrs. Bates were on the Duck Ponds, Mr. Jason Simpson on the Werribee, now Mr. Chirnside's station. The Derwent Company's stations extended as high as this one, the Native Creek, Murgabolly Flat, and Deep Gully stations being all on the road, besides a station on the Burrabool Hills, on what is now Mr. Fisher's purchased land. Dr. Thompson occupied his present house and held the adjacent country towards the coast with stock. The Messrs. Learmonth had a station on my first arrival, which is now a portion of this one, on the south side of the Barwon, but they left it about May 1838 for Buninyong. At this time there were no stations further out in the plains. In May 1838, Major Mercer, Mr. Fisher and myself went out and came on the Wadi Yallock at or about the Frenchman's Inn, and following the creeks up, discovered the run now held by Mr. J. G. Macmillan, with those now held by Mr. Aitchison, Mr. C. G. Ferrers and Mr. A. F. Cunningham, as also the cattle run now belonging to the latter. And returning home by the Lee, immediately sent out stock, and took up in June 1838 the last named 4 runs, and not long afterwards took up the first. In March 1839 we again started with a dray from Mr. Macmillan's present station, went across to Timboon, which we then held temporarily with 2 flocks of sheep for Messrs. Manifold, who had penetrated through the stony rises and discovered their present run. From Timboon we went on to Taylor's River, where Mr. F. Taylor, in charge of sheep belonging to Messrs. McKillop and Smith, had been about a fortnight. This station is now held by Mr. N. Black. From thence we went on to Mount Shadwell, under which the Derwent Company had 2 flocks. This station is now held by Mr. Burke, recently purchased from Captain Webster. Leaving this, the last station, we went by Mount Rouse, Mount Napier, across to Mount Sturgeon, thence following the edge of the plains, crossed the Fiery Creek, Hopkins, etc., and by Mount Emu and Emu Hill back to Mr. Macmillan's station, from whence we started. The station on Murgabolly Flat, afterwards held by the Derwent Company, was originally taken up by the Misters Yule, but before my arrival they had moved in consequence, I believe, of one of their number having been killed by the natives. The station, now Mr. P. Sharp's, on the Native Creek, on the old road to the Lee, was originally taken up by Mr. J. G. Ware. Mr. W. Harding occupied, on account of Mr. Hyatt, the station now Mr. A. Hopkins, on the Muddy Lake, and adjoining this, and on their afterwards separating, formed the Mount Hesse stations, his present ones, on his own account. But the dates of these I am unable to give. Captain Pollock occupied the station in 1838, now purchased land at Pollock's Ford on the Barwon. This is the spot where Messrs. Gellibrand and Hesse were last seen, and transferred it to Mr. J. Allen, who in 1842 or 3, I fancy, acquired the station now held by Messrs. Russell, Simpson and Russell, from Mr. C. P. Tilley, who originally settled it. Mr. A must have sold to Mr. James Austen, who sold 1851 to Messrs. R, S and R. Mr. Prentice originally took up the station held now by Mr. A. F. Cunningham, Warrambine, lately Mr. John Thompson's. This run was allotted to my father on the division of the Derwent Company in June 1842, as also the Mount Mercer cattle station, now belonging to Mr. A. F. Cunningham. As regards the natives of the colony, my intercourse with them was little, chiefly in the neighbourhood of Geelong. When out on the expedition by Mount Rouse and Mount Sturgeon, we were, under the latter hill, very nearly attacked by a band. The Aborigines about Geelong were, after the first year, always quiet. They killed 2 of the Port Phillip Association's, or Derwent Company's men, on Indented Head in 1836. The Buninyong natives were occasionally troublesome, both in their own country and even down as far as this. Could I be of any assistance to you, I beg you will command my services, and I will be happy to add any information I may just at present have forgotten, as this is written rather hurriedly. I remain, sir, yours faithfully, George D. Mercer. End of letter 28.
Section 29 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Number 29. Letter from William F. Splatt. Dear Sir, Melbourne, 13th of August 1853. I have to acknowledge the receipt of your circular letter of date 29th ultimo, in which you ask for information respecting the first settlement of various portions of this colony. In reply, I beg leave to say that any information in my power to communicate will, I fear, prove very meagre, inasmuch as it was not until 1841 that I arrived in the colony, and I have never myself taken up any new country, but have invariably purchased from others who preceded me. It is, however, within my knowledge that all the country on the Wimmera to the north and west of the Pyrenees, from W.J.T. Clark's and Smythe's stations to Lake Hindmarsh, was unoccupied prior to the year 1844. In that year the flocks of Messrs. Brodie and Cruikshank, Messrs. Taylor and Macpherson, Messrs. Wilson's, Major Firebrace, Philip D. Rose and others were first settled on the country in the neighbourhood of Horsham and Mount Arapiles. It was in August 1845 that I purchased Messrs. Brodie and Cruikshank's live stock with the right to their station, known by the name of Wonwanda, and in connection with my partner, Mr. C.P. Pinsent, I still retain that establishment. I have reason to believe that the aboriginal population, though not nearly so numerous here as on the Murray, were very troublesome and caused great losses to the settlers during the first year they occupied this part of the country, but since that period they became nearly harmless, and appear to have greatly diminished in numbers. The neighbourhood of the Glenelg was much earlier settled. It was in 1840 that the flocks of Messrs. James Jackson and M. Gibson, after rejecting the fine plains from the Lee to Mount Elephant and to Mount Shadwell, and also the rich country of the Wannon, were finally settled down on the precipitous and heathy banks of the Glenelg. It was in 1846 that I purchased Messrs. Jackson and Gibson's live stock with a right to their Roseneath stations on the Glenelg, which in 1849 I sold to Mr. John Ralston, the present occupant. The country on the Lower Loddon, Lower Avoca and Lower Murray remained unoccupied until the year 1847. In that year there was a great rush to this quarter. The flocks and herds of Messrs. Booth and Argyle, A. M. Campbell, Mr. Cooper, Messrs. Curlewis and Campbell, A. Beveridge and others occupied for the first time this fine pastoral country. In 1849 I purchased Messrs. Curlewis and Campbell's livestock with the right to their extensive stations, all of which I still retain. The aboriginal inhabitants of the Lower Murray are more numerous and a finer race than any other native tribe I have seen in Australia. The comparatively warm, short winter of this neighbourhood and the abundance of fish and game may in part account for this. I can furnish no estimate of their numbers, but as far as I am able to judge, their decrease here is much more gradual than elsewhere. and although there have been numerous instances of aggression on their part, one of which, the murder of Mr. Beveridge, may be in your recollection, the native population of the Lower Murray have, on the whole, proved much more useful to the settlers than those of any other district with which I am acquainted. Yours very truly, William F. Splatt, to His Excellency C. J. La Trobe, Esquire. End of section 29. Section 30 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 30 from Robert Jameson. Melbourne, 9th of August, 1853. I have the honour to acknowledge receipt of your letter of July the 26th, which reached me 3 days ago. In cheerfully complying with your request, I must express regret that I can afford so little information. I arrived in Port Phillip towards the end of the year 1838, and about 6 weeks afterwards proceeded to Cape Schanck, accompanied by William Ryrie, Esquire, to look at a tract of country which had just been taken up with a herd of 800 head of cattle from Manaroo by an overseer in the employ of Charles Campbell, Esquire, Sydney. By the advice of Mr. Ryrie, the stock and run being for sale, I proceeded to Sydney overland, completed the purchase, and took possession from the 1st of January 1839. The boundaries of the run were very indefinite, as I was the only settler on the coast side of Arthur's Seat, and all the country from Point Nepean to Cape Schanck, now comparatively so thickly populated, was then in undisputed possession of the kangaroo, emu, and native dog, the first of these running literally in large herds. Between my run and Melbourne, a distance of about 70 miles, there was but one settler, Mr. Edward Hobson, located at Kangarong at the base of Arthur's Seat. About the month of July 1839, Messrs. Hobson, Desailly, and myself, accompanied by 3 Aboriginal natives, carted a whaleboat from Kangarong to Western Port for the purpose of exploring the country in the neighbourhood of that bay. The result of the expedition was my taking possession of the run at the head of Western Port, known afterwards as Yalloak, and moving my stock there, with the exception of about 150 head of cattle, which, with my right to the Cape Schanck run, I sold to Messrs. Willoughby and Thompson. Mr. Thompson afterwards sold to the present occupant, John Barker, Esquire. For a considerable period after occupying Yalloak, the only settlers beyond me were Messrs. Anderson and Massey, who had an agricultural establishment on the Bass River, and sent their produce to market by water, employing for that purpose small vessels of from 20 to 30 tons burthen. I retained possession of Yalloak Station till the year 1845, when I sold out to Henry Moore, Esquire. In the beginning of 1839 there were very few settlers on the south side of the Yarra. Messrs. Ryrie were the highest up the river. Between them and near to town were Messrs. Wood and 1 or 2 others. On the road to Western Port was the Dandenong Station, superintended by A. Langhorne, Esquire, and beyond it there were, I think, only Ruffy's and O'Connor's stations, while lastly, on what is now the Point Nepean Road, was the solitary station of Mr. Hobson. The tribe of Aboriginal natives, known as the Western Port Blacks, numbered, I should imagine, when I knew them first, upwards of 300, but on this point Mr. Assistant Protector Thomas would be in authority. During the 7 years of my residence in the bush, I saw a great deal of the natives, and invariably found them quiet, inoffensive, and willing, in their way, to be useful. They never did me any harm intentionally, and on many occasions rarely helped me, although any attempt to induce one or more of them to settle down to any steady work, however light, even for a single day, was utterly vain. I believe I may safely say that the settlers south of the Yarra were invariably kind to the natives, and there are, I believe, few if any instances of ingratitude in return on record. I was not, however, so fortunate with the Aboriginal natives of Gippsland, who before the occupation of that district by white men came to attack the Western Port tribe, and making my station did a considerable amount of damage, but fortunately no lives were lost. Again, regretting the scanty nature of the information furnished to you, I am, Sir, your most obedient servant, Robert Jamieson. His Excellency C.J. La Trobe, Esquire. End of section 30. Section 31 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 31, from Charles Wedge. My dear Sir, 10th of September, 1853. I beg to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 29th of July, and feel great pleasure in affording every information in my power on the subjects referred to therein, but I regret that, owing to the loss of my journal, which for the first 2 or 3 years' residence in the colony I kept as a reference, by the melancholy occurrence occasioned by the flood in the Werribee last year, any which I can afford from memory will be of a very meagre and unsatisfactory nature. The settlement of this colony of Victoria originated with my father's brother, Mr. John Helder Wedge, and Mr. John Batman. I think, owing to some observations made relative to the proximity of the two lands by Sir George Arthur, then Lieutenant Governor of Van Diemen's Land, whom they had accompanied on an exploratory expedition to the north coast of that island, when in 1835 a company was formed and an expedition dispatched under Mr. Batman to report on the nature of the country and its adaptation to the growth of wool, as an outlet for our surplus stock was then beginning to be severely felt. Immediately upon the return of that expedition, and on the report of its leader of the great fertility of the soil being bruited abroad, several private adventurers, as well as the company previously formed, determined on the occupation of the country. At the end of that year, or beginning of 1836, the first sheep were landed where Williamstown now stands, and the stations of the Messrs. Wedge and Mr. Simpson then formed on the River Werribee, at the confluence of the salt and fresh water. The tribe of natives occupying that part of the country were found to be very peacefully disposed, in a great measure owing doubtless to the facilities for communication afforded by the long residence among them of a runaway prisoner of the Crown named Buckley, who had escaped from a party despatched from Sydney for the formation of a settlement in Port Phillip in the year 1803, and which was abandoned for want of water. Vessels were now constantly leaving Launceston, Van Diemen's Land, with stock for the newly discovered country, which, in the vicinity of what is now known as Melbourne and Geelong, was fast filling up. It is perhaps worthy of notice that shortly after, or about the time of the arrival of our expedition from Van Diemen's Land, in New South Wales, an expedition was fitted out by the Government at Sydney under Major, now Sir Thomas, Mitchell, then Surveyor-General, for the exploration of the same country, who, on his arrival on the coast in Portland Bay, was astonished to find a large whaling establishment there, the property of the Messrs. Henty, who, on the report of Sir Thomas Mitchell of the grazing capabilities of the country to the northward of the port, immediately commenced, and with great labour succeeded in, cutting a road through the forest, and formed a sheep station on what is now known as the Merino Downs. Shortly after the first arrivals, a Mr. Franks, who had formed a sheep station at Mount Cotterell on the River Werribee, was killed by the natives, which outrage was at the time attributed to their anxiety to obtain axes, blankets, flour, etc., the value of which soon became apparent to them. Owing to the report of Sir Thomas Mitchell, some of the most enterprising of the stockholders on the outskirts of civilization in New South Wales were induced by the advantages of being near a shipping port to travel their stock overland to Port Phillip, amongst whom as the first arrivals may be mentioned Messrs. Ebden, Horden, Hepburn, Coggill, Howie, Yaldwin, etc., who were fast followed by many others, and rapidly filled up the country in the neighbourhood of the coast. In the year 1839, vessels began to arrive from England and Scotland, the settlement of the colony having attracted considerable notice at home. Stockholders also began to push more into the interior, the earlier settlers having confined themselves to the coastline, and I, with my brothers, removed our stock to the country at the foot of the Grampians, now known as the Grange, on the creeks forming the River Wannon in the Australia Felix of Major Sir Thomas Mitchell, to which part of the country I was followed by Mr. John Cox, Dr. Martin, Messrs. White, Barton, and Aylwood Norris, etc., after which the country soon became fully occupied. Upon my arrival at Portland Bay, to which place I had directed stores to be shipped to me from Launceston, I, to my surprise, found the establishment previously alluded to in the occupation of Mrs. Henty. Here I also found the Messrs. Winter, who had also formed a sheep station on the Merino Downs, part of the Australia Felix of Sir Thomas Mitchell, which was soon very fully occupied with stock from the opposite shore. Herds of cattle and flocks of sheep were also now pressing on their way to Adelaide. Up to this time we had but little trouble with the Aborigines, but they now began to attack our shepherds, whom they drove from their flocks, which they took into the mountains known as the Victoria Range, where they disposed of many hundreds of them by killing, maiming by breaking 3 of their legs, and otherwise mutilating them in a cruel manner to prevent their escape, and resisting, their numbers giving them confidence, recovery. At this time they also killed a valuable horse and cow belonging to me, and drove away the whole of my milking cattle and working bullocks, some of which returned with spears in them. And these depredations did not cease till many lives were sacrificed, and I may say many thousands of sheep destroyed. In the hope that the very small amount of information I am able to afford may be of use to you, I beg to remain, my dear sir, yours very truly, Charles Wedge, C.J. La Trobe, Esquire, Melbourne. End of section 31. Section 32 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 32 from J. Blair, Portland, 13th of August 1853. My dear Mr. La Trobe, I received your Excellency's note of the 27th ultimo some days ago, but delayed replying to it till I had satisfied myself by inquiry on some points I was doubtful about. In January 1840, Messrs. Addison and Murray brought sheep from Van Diemen's Land and took up Dunrobin, the first station formed on the Glenelg on the west bank of the river, above its junction with the Wannon, and were immediately followed by Mr. McCulloch, who took up the station known as the Retreat, on the east bank of the river near its junction with the Wando. It is now occupied, I believe, by Mrs. Carmichael. Mrs. White Brothers took up their station, Conongwatong, on Bryant's Creek, and Mrs. J.E.G. Robertson and W. Corney took up their stations, Wando Vale and Cashmere, on the Wando, about the same time. In March or April 1840, Mr. Norris took up Kootnaran, now occupied by Mrs. Swanston and Willis, and Stawell and Ellis, comprising both sides of the Glenelg, Chetwynd and Pigeon Ponds. And in about July or August, Mr. Ricketts took up Cluny, the station immediately above it, and now occupied on the east bank by myself, and on the west bank by Mr. Whittaker and Mr. Hamilton, and at the same time Fulham, still higher up and now occupied by Mr. Armitage, was taken up by Mr. Deselli for, I think, Sir John Owen. In 1842, Mr. Winter took up a station on the east bank of the river below the junction of the Crawford, but after some time abandoned it, and was again taken up by Dr. Macdonald in 1844. And in 1845, Mr. T. Scott took up a station on the west bank. About this time, or soon after, Mr. Lang took up a station on the east, and Mr. Black upon the west bank near the mouth. Messrs. White brothers were the only settlers I heard of being annoyed by the aborigines as early as 1840, but they tracked those gentlemen on their route from Melbourne and harassed them in every way, setting fire to the grass round them, throwing spears at their shepherds, and stealing their sheep. It was not, however, till 1841 and 1842 that aboriginal aggressions became of frequent occurrence. Shepherds were then constantly murdered, and their sheep driven off, sometimes 50 or 60 miles, and as they were usually found with their legs broken, they were valueless to their owners. Mr. Ricketts, the original proprietor of Cluny, lost so severely by their frequent incursions that he became insolvent in 1844, and I purchased the station from his trustees. Since then the natives have been quiet, but I believe they were troublesome as late as 1845 on a station at Mount Arapiles, which was just then taken up by Mr. Urquhart. I have no idea of the number of the aborigines at that time, nor do I think it possible to estimate it. They were shy and stealthy, holding no intercourse with whites, and seldom seen by the settlers, unless when detected in committing an outrage, or overtaken in retreating with their plunder, and as they frequently travelled very long distances to commit outrages, no one could tell to what part of the district they belonged. I am, my dear Mr. La Trobe, respectfully and faithfully yours, J. Blair, His Excellency C.J. La Trobe, Esquire. End of section 32. Section 33 of Letters from Victorian Pioneers. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letters from Victorian Pioneers, letter number 33 from William J. T. Clark, Melbourne, 13th of September 1853. Agreeable to your request, I have the honour to furnish your Excellency with the little information I possess with regard to the early settlement of Port Phillip. Early in the year 1837, when Melbourne was then a forest of large timber, I sent 2,000 female sheep from Van Diemen's Land and took up Station Peak and a portion of the Little River for nearly 2 years, where my sheep increased rapidly. The natives in that part were quiet and well disposed, but unwilling to work. The run I took up was capable of depasturing from 15,000 to 20,000 sheep. The first year my clip was only 17.5 bales of wool, the second 36, the third 70 bales, and it continued to increase almost in the same proportion. After remaining at the above station, other settlers arrived and contentions commenced about runs, when I left my station with my little improvements as they stood to those that liked to occupy them, and travelled my sheep about 15 miles north of Bunyang, where I took up a station called Dowling Forest, where my sheep increased, and the quality and quantity of the wool also. Shortly after occupying that country, many settlers soon followed, and disputes commenced about my run. Being determined to have a sheep walk, in 1841 I again removed to the Pyrenees with a portion of my sheep, and took up a large tract of poor but healthy sheep land of about 180,000 acres, where I was unfortunate with my sheep the first 2 years in consequence of the scab and the difficulty of procuring labour, it then being considered so far back beyond all other settlers, and the natives being numerous, soon became aware of their superiority and strength over my establishment, and commenced their attacks on the shepherds, when the latter refused to take out their flocks alone. Consequently, I was obliged at great cost to send 2 shepherds with 1 flock. Nor was it safe to leave one man as hut keeper. The blacks, seeing their superior strength, commenced driving off a number of sheep in defiance of the shepherds, and destroying them wantonly, and slaughtering them for their support. On one occasion, one of my overseers and shepherds traced them to one of the high mountains, where they had a large quantity of my sheep slaughtered for use, and they drove off my people and retained their plunder. There was one native soon discovered to be more notorious than the rest. He was given the name of Billy, who reigned several years. He, with the assistance of a number of the tribe, drove off a considerable number of my sheep and formed a station north of mine, at a place which is now well known as Billy's Waterholes, where they made a bush yard and shepherded the sheep during the day and yarded them in the usual way at night, and when discovered, the remaining sheep were recovered with considerable difficulty. Such was the state of the station for nearly 2 years. When my people found it necessary to defend themselves, a number of the blacks, I am sorry to say, were shot. A Mr. Francis, the overseer of the station, was many times engaged in the fights with them. He was afterwards murdered by one of the shepherds on the station by being stabbed with a shears blade. The offender was brought to Melbourne and found guilty of the murder. Soon after, the natives became less numerous and peaceable, taking occasionally a sheep or two out of the folds at night, but seldom came into contact with those in charge. When labour became more abundant and the scab cured, the sheep increased rapidly, so much so that the stock of 2,000 I commenced with now count upwards of 80,000, and I have sold and boiled down for these last 4 years on an average 12,000 per annum, and have shipped from this stock alone for several years past nearly 800 bales of wool, worth upwards of £20 per bale. Notwithstanding the present result, I beg to observe the loss was great for the first 7 years. Having had occasion to have the stations of Dowling Forest and Pyrenees valued 7 years after I first settled, the expense of carrying them on, with first cost of sheep, etc., with interest added, amounted to double the amount of the highest value that could be then set on them after giving credit for all sales of wool, etc. This arose chiefly from the great difference in the value of the sheep, as when I shipped the original from Van Diemen's Land, sheep were worth upwards of £2 per head, and at the expiration of 7 years they were only worth 3 shillings to 3 6pence, for which price I bought one of the best stations in Victoria, situated at the Maiden Hills, from Mr. Hodgkinson. But from that time sheep farming has gradually improved, and everyone that has managed his flocks properly cannot have any occasion to complain. As to cattle generally, I think they have been unproductive previously to the goldfields. Having myself purchased 400 head in the year 1840 for £4,000, which cattle I kept till the year 1849 and their increase, which numbered upwards of 2,200 head, when I sold the whole for £3,300, giving 1, 2, and 3 years' credit without interest. I also established a herd of horses that increased and paid exceedingly well. I have the honour to be Your Excellency's most obedient servant, William J. T. Clark, His Excellency C. J. La Trobe, Esquire. End of section 33.